The sky gave birth to an orange and gold borealis as the sun pierced violently through foreboding clouds in anticipation of an early winter sunset. Its radiance gleamed majestically like blazing fire off Rathmane's ornate armor, while his hooves pounded the earth, echoing like drums of chaos. As fast as the wind, we rode across open plains that bordered funereal woodlands in search of carat gold. Just ahead of me was the Alyuni nobleman Azenthine, mounted on the back of his winged, black, vampiric elk steed, Merklethanon, whose mighty antlers cut through the air like deadly spears. The crimson eyes of the newly changed beast glowed eerily through the gloom, and a green mist shrouded him as he galloped forth, fangs protruding from his frothing lips. Before coming to a thicket that led into the swamp, Azenthine reached his arm out and pointed a slender finger to the forest that fringed the land to our right. He then steered Merklethanon toward the area he had indicated, and I followed. Our gallop slowed to a halt, and I came up beside him as we entered a winding dirt path in the brooding woods. Orange accents from the setting sun filtered upon the ground through the skeletal boughs above. "I smell the blood of the innocent," said Azenthine. "If evildoers be near, then they deserve to die. And if that is the case, then it may be to our great advantage. Remember, I have the power to change humans into vampires. You need to spill the blood of vampires in order to activate your powers. It would be wise of us to enter Karagul and the lair of Nesadontha with your cosmic energy fully charged. Don't you agree?" "Indeed," I said. "But you said it wasn't in your nature to drink the blood of humans." The Alyuni looked down as if ashamed. He then fixed his eyes on mine, and his expression quickly changed to that of grim determination. "I will make an exception this once for our cause," he replied. "Although frowned upon by my ancestors, I vow that this day the blood of man is the blood of vengeance." He reared Merklethanon and continued down the crude woodland lane. I followed. A dense, gray fog permeated the forest, and the howling of timber wolves could be heard in the distance. A drop of blood dripped on my helm, and I looked up to behold an old screech owl just emerged from its roost, already dining on an unfortunate rodent. Azenthine stopped and signaled for me to halt as well. "They are just ahead. Look." Peering through the dead branches of a fallen locust, I saw in the distance 4 men standing in an area where the trees thinned a bit. Robed in purple silks and wearing gold amulets around their necks, each had a scabbarded sword at his waist. They were gathered around a crudely made, blood-bedewed stone altar, upon which lay a naked young girl, bound, gagged, and writhing on the stained slate. Lying on the ground in a pool of blood was the dead body of another young maid who had obviously just been slain upon the altar. To the left of the girl was a shirtless male youth tied to a large stake jutting from the ground. There was straw and kindling piled at his feet, and it looked as if the robed men were planning to burn him alive. Nearby were their mounts, 4 brown mares standing in wait. One of the men read aloud from a leather-bound tome. "Great Lord, accept our sacrifice, for with the blood of these mortals spilled upon this altar, we grant our offering to you." Looking closer, I saw the gold amulets they wore bore the insignia of the cult of Gormantia, the same symbol that used to be etched upon the breast of my armor, and the one that I previously used to transport myself to the Dark One's castle. The mark had long since vanished from my mail since its destruction, and an empty space now resided there surrounded by other rooms. But seeing it again, and realizing these foolish humans were trying to summon the bastard back from the grave, enraged me to the fullest extent. I instinctively gripped the reins and was about to surge into the scene. Not yet. Sensing my anger, Azenthine put his hand on my arm, steadying me. Remember, do not slay until I have changed them. As the violet-robed man continued to read, another drew his sword and walked over to stand above the squirming girl. He raised the blade in the air and held it over the distressed maid in anticipation of driving it through her heart. King of the undead, rise from thy sleep! A banquet of the most precious flesh we have laid out for thee. Come forth and gorge as this pure body pours its bright vermilion hoard about the weltering stone. We summon thee, Lord Godmantia! As these last words were spoken, Azenthine reared Merklethanon and charged from the forest gloom into the space occupied by the murderers. Before the surprised cult member holding the sword could plunge it through the girl's chest, Azenthine leapt from the back of his vampiric elk and came down upon the man, knocking him to the ground and causing his sword to fly from his grasp. As the fiend struggled to rise, the vampire held him to the earth. Gripping him by his now exposed shaggy brown hair, he pulled his head back, revealing his naked white neck. Fangs bared, slavering, and looking more ferocious than I had previously witnessed, Azenthine bit down into the man's veins. One of the men-at-arms attempted to attack the vampire in order to save his comrade, and received a swift kick to the skull by Merklethanon, which knocked him unconscious. Azenthine lifted his head up from drinking and gasped for air as if emerging from water. Hissing and growling in ecstasy, his reddened mouth dripped with crimson gore, and his eyes were savage with bloodlust. He must have been extremely strong-willed, as I could tell he took just enough blood to cause the transformation and had to force himself to stop. Seeing the unconscious man upon the ground, Azenthine rose and moved from his current prey to begin feasting upon the next victim. Merklethanon stood between the vampire and the remaining cultists, guarding him while he drank. Reluctant to abandon the ritual due to this interference, the man holding the book stepped back and began chanting protective spells. The other armed man lunged forward, attempting to slash the enormous elk with his sword. The vampiric beast avoided the blow by opening his mighty jaws and chomping down into the attacker's arm as he thrust it. Merklethanon thrashed his head once and violently ripped the man's arm from his socket. Blood poured from the wound, dyeing his purple garment a deep scarlet, and the man fell to his knees howling. Having his first taste of blood, the elk could not resist. He leaned down and, opening his maw abnormally wide for an animal of his breed, bit down into the side of the crippled man's abdomen, burying his huge fangs into flesh and bone. The man's eyes rolled back, and he screamed wildly as Merklethanon greedily devoured his lifeblood. The florid luster of the beast's glowing eyes blazed brighter as he drank, and his black leather wings quivered in delight. Once finished with the unconscious victim, Azenthine was upon his feet and advancing upon the chanting sect affiliate, who didn't have time to finish his incantation. The horror-struck follower dropped the book and drew his sword to defend himself. The blood-satiated vampire grinned mirthlessly and withdrew his rapier from his scabbard. He struck once and was parried. The man counterattacked, and a duel of steel on steel ensued. Watching through the trees in anticipation, I saw that while the swordsmen battled and the vampiric elk feasted, the trained bodies of the two fallen cultists were beginning to arise. Moving in weird, staggering motions, the robed figures stood upon their feet, taking their first looks at the world through undead eyes. This was my signal to move in. I urged Rathmane, and bursting through the thicket, plunged into the fray. One of the newly risen raids was advancing toward the frightened girl bound upon the altar, ready for its first meal. Rathmane galloped forth, and unsheathing my broadsword, I swung a blurring arc into the neck of the creature. As the blade hit home, the thing's head went flying, and a fine blood mist sprayed the fair skin of the naked girl. Before the headless body of the slain vampire could hit the ground, its undead soul was released from the oozing stump where its head used to be. As the whirling ghost matter soared into my armor like a moth to a flame, I felt a great surge of strength run through my body and soul. The cosmic ice was activated. The frozen spirit-inhabited substance started encasing my entire frame. Rathmane roared in triumph, also empowered. His eyes illuminated azure, and frosty smoke lifted from his nostrils whilst the phantom energy eerily cascaded throughout his arm. Another fiend was approaching the male youth tied to the wooden stake. I turned to face it, pulled the reins, and brought my warhorse down upon the wretch, stomping it into the ground beneath heavy, ice-clad hooves, breaking almost every bone in his cursing body. I dismounted quickly, and as Rathmane stepped away, I dropped to one knee and drove my glowing steel through the back of the vampire's broken body, piercing its black heart with ease, and sending its soul to join the other in my armor, rather than to burn in the fires of hell. I saw that the body of the third corpse was reanimating as well. Having completely drained it, Merklethanon had since abandoned the bloodless husk and appeared to be feasting upon the decapitated head of the previously slain vampire, devouring it like a spring watermelon. Azenthine and the lead cultist were still feuding, which seemed more like a malicious game to the Aryas. They fought in circles around the altar. The vampire smiled and laughed jubilantly as he slashed and parried with his antique rapier. Gracefully he whirled and spun, as if taking part in an elegant dance rather than a sword fight. His red cape flowed in the breeze, as did his sleek raven-black mane that framed his pale, blood-stained face, now orange, illuminated by the setting sunlight filtering through the trees. He was on the offense as he mercilessly drove the sweating partisan backwards. It was all the struggling man could do to keep his footing. At last, weary of swordplay, Azenthine slashed his opponent's sword arm, severing the tendon in his wrist and causing him to drop his weapon. He then lunged forward and grasped the disarmed Energumen by his throat. He ripped the golden pendant bearing the insignia of Gormantia from around the man's neck. Azenthine held it before him and spat upon it. "Traitor!" The vampire growled through clenched fangs, his eyes wide, bloodshot, and dilated. "If you so love the bastard, perhaps you wish to become like him! For your treachery against all that is good and holy, I vow that this day forth thou art damned!" Without hesitation, Azenthine pulled back the cultist's head and bit down into his neck. The man screamed and his eyes rolled back as his blood was drunk. As I finished slaying the third newly changed devil, I noticed that Azenthine was taking much longer with this last victim. I knew he had already drunk enough blood to change the man, and was ravaging greedily like a common vampire. Knowing that this was against the moral code of his ancestors, and that he would not wish for it to occur, but was not in his normal state of mind, I intervened. "Azenthine, enough!" I said as I ran over and pulled him away from the drained man. He gasped and fell backward upon the ground, with crimson ichor gushing from his mouth. I looked at the man's face. His transformation had begun, and he was stirring as a fanged menace. Without hesitation, I raised my blade and with 2 hands buried it in the chest of the evil monstrosity, absorbing the vampiric life force with glee. Azenthine was sitting upon the ground, recovering from the fit of bloodlust that had possessed him. He was breathing heavily and looked stunned. "Never let me do this again, Karnov," he said, realizing that he had almost gone too far toward becoming like those he hated. "The work is done," I said, grabbing his hand and helping him regain his standing. "Come, let us continue with our plan." With the bloodlust and soul-quenching finished, I approached the restrained youth and cut his bonds. Once free, the lad staggered backwards, trembling, obviously fearful of my appearance and terrified by what he had just witnessed. I walked over to where the mares were tied, untethered the largest, and led it over to the boy. I then reached to the ground and picked up a sword dropped by one of the fallen men. I handed it to him, hilt first. "Here," I said. "Take this weapon and this steed and carry the lass back to safety. There is a full moon tonight. Stay on the path and you should easily be able to navigate through the woodland. Do you know your way to the nearest town?" The youth said nothing but stared at me, mouth agape. He then nodded slowly. Standing near the altar, Azenthine made 4 quick swipes with the tip of his rapier, severing the girl's bonds. She rose from the stone and fled from him, running and sobbing into the arms of the muscled youth. I turned and mounted Wrathbane. "Thank you, warrior," said the lad finally as he embraced the girl. Looking down at him from beneath my helm of glowing spirit mail, I nodded and said, "Thank the will of one of a proud lineage that saved you this night." I glanced toward Azenthine, who had mounted Morglethanon. The vampire wiped blood from his mouth and nodded once uncomfortably before beginning to advance ahead. "And tell all you meet who bear the symbol of these cult men that their time of death is near. For it is no longer only souls of the undead that need fear the vengeance of Karnov and the wrath of Azenthine." With that, I reared my empowered steed and then sped off, galloping down through the darkened woods, followed closely by my companion, leaving only trails of blood and the green, otherworldly mist of Morglethanon's essence to linger behind.
Wow. Pretty badass. Good job on that. Did you narrate that, Matt?
Hey, yeah. Yeah, I did that. I have a project. It's called Haunted Abbey Mythos, and we do things like that. Like I narrate these kind of classic weird tales, and I have a friend who does that ambient music like that. His name is John Zaremba.
You know,
Really
the
talented
background
guy.
music like really influenced the tone of that. You know, it's like there was no redundant, there was no mediocrity in there. It was you know. By the way, this is one of my co-hosts, Ben. So, all right, now the room's starting to fill up. We should have a few more joining, but not too many more. And here is your co-author, Howie Bentley. Howie Bentley and Matthew Knight, authors of Karnov, Phantom-clad rider of the cosmic ice. So, how you guys doing? Good weekend? What was it, Howie?
Doing good, yeah.
I said, fine, yourself?
Yes. I just got through reading this badass book like a week ago, and I can't get over it. It's the fact that he teams up with a vampire to take out other vampires. You know, I mean, that's not like a new idea, but the way that you guys pulled it off was eloquent. And I love that he vampirized an elk as his flying steed. That was awesome. Merclethenon.
Matt picked the words.
Yeah.
Those are all Matt.
Yeah, those are I think both of those elements come from the first book of the second episode. Yeah, that's where all the kind of stuff with the vampire sidekick Azanthine comes in.
And of course, you also wrote this along with, by the way, my other co-host has filtered in here, Zach.
What's up?
Everybody will probably have something to say eventually. But so yeah, the room's filling up, and so
Cool.
one of your co-authors is actually in some sort of metal band that I've heard about over the years, but never actually listened to them. Bal Sagoth, which is kind of a Lovecraftian name, right?
Yeah, that actually I think comes from Robert E. Howard's story, The Gods of Balsagoth, I believe. Is that right, Howie?
Yeah, that's it. The Gods of the Golf. It's also, there are a few titles for that story. It's also called The Blind Goddess of Boston.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, Howie, you're muffled really badly, and I can barely understand you.
Yeah,
Can you try to do something with your mic?
I was having trouble hearing you.
Okay, let me check.
Is there a setting you can adjust to? Because you were coming in clear earlier when we tested it.
Okay, I turned it off and turned it back on. How about now?
Yes.
There you go.
That's
you're
way
fine.
better.
Now you're
Okay.
fine.
Always seems to.
So about Byron, Byron Roberts, your third author.
Yeah.
Right.
He's in the middle band Balsagoth, which is from a Robert E. Howard story, you say.
Right. The Blonde God. Well, the Gods of Balsagoth. There are a few titles for that story. I know at least two. Is the Gods of Balsagoth and also the Blonde Goddess of Balsagoth. I think there's maybe another title too. It might be the Witch from Hell's Kitchen or something like that as well. Byron is in Balsagoth. Now, Matt and I are in separate metal bands. We're all in metal band stuff.
Oh, really? What are you guys in?
Well, I speak for myself. I'm in Cauldron Born, which is a band name I took from Lloyd Alexander's The Black Cauldron I read when I was 10 years old. I was really impressed with the concept of the Cauldron Born and the name Cauldron Born, but I didn't really like, even at that age, I thought the book was kind of childish, but the concept stuck with me. So I called my band later on Cauldron Born, which I write, fantasy lyrics, kind of like the stuff you're reading there, the sword and sorcery. And
Right.
And then also I have another band that's like early Black Sabbath kind of stuff. It's called Briton Writes, Briton Writes. And of course, Matt has a number of projects going on. I'll let Matt speak for himself. I'll be quiet for a minute now. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, thanks, Howie. Yeah, I play in a band called Eternal Winter. We're like kind of a unique style of true heavy metal. It's pretty epic, and we also have like this heroic fantasy saga that all the lyrics are based on. I just finished up the brand new record, and it's coming out on September 16th, actually. And actually, that particular album is based on all kinds of different stories from authors that have inspired me over the years. So there's songs about, stories by Robert E. Howard and Michael Moorcock, Clark Ashton Smith, and a number of others. So yeah, like Howie said, I have a couple other projects. The thing we just heard, the Karnov excerpt, that is another project I have called Haunted Abbey Mythos. Me and a friend of mine, John Zaremba, we do those albums that are like that. And several other things, but that's my main thing is Eternal Winter. And we have the new record coming out here soon.
So, I mean, you do any audio books with that voice?
Yeah, actually we did The Beast of Averoin by Clark Ashton Smith. That was the first one I did, and he's one of my favorite authors, and I was really able to get into, cool, weird vibe with his stuff. And then we recently did release called The Mountain of Souls, and that one is by Gustav Beckwith. It's hard for me to pronounce his name, but he did. It's translated too. We kind of translated it. The original thing is called El Monte de las Animas, and it's a old Gothic Spanish tale that a lot of people aren't really familiar with, but it kind of has this Poe-esque thing going on. And there was a series of horror films by an Italian director back in the 70s, I believe, who did these movies based on this concept that stories about, which is like these undead Templar knights. And yeah, that was called the Blind Dead series, and there's several movies.
Tombs of the Blind Dead.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, we did the story that those movies are based on. Yeah, and we called it the Mountain of Souls because we kind of translated it. So yeah, that's my other project, and it's very similar to what we just heard with the Karnov excerpt that I did.
Man, you guys really are true to the metal image. I mean, heavy metal and fantasy go hand in hand for whatever reason. I guess it's the epic Wagnerian tone that matches them so well. But it's real rich material, and it can be played for laughs or it can be played totally deathly serious. And I think that you guys did a good job of that here. Now, my friends here have not read Karnov, and I don't think Sword and Sorcery is typically their style, but inform newcomers what Karnov's temperament is, what is his story, and also what is this cosmic ice that he channels when he's in battle.
Well, Karnov is a warrior who in the first book, he's coming home from battle. He finds his family slain, and he discovers that it's due to these vampires that have invaded his town. Namely this Lord Gormantia, who's like the vampire lord. He's the guy that's on the book cover. And so he vows vengeance against Gormantia, and with the aid of this witch and this like ritualistic magic, he gains this power, which is he's able to absorb souls of the undead, and then his entire frame is encased in like this armor, and it's like this ice armor that gives him all this energy and power, and swirling throughout his armor is like the souls of the vampires he slays. And he's also able to traverse worlds. He can open these portals and these gateways and travel throughout the realm. And that's pretty much his thing.
For some reason, I get this image in my head of like playing a video game. It's like where the more zombies and vampires you slay, it's like the energy comes to you like you're collecting rings of energy or like coins or something. I know you're going for something more literary, but crossover, man. You gotta admit it would be a cool video game.
Yeah, sure.
But no, I think that I was expecting some fairly standard, like Conan type stuff in the beginning, and then when the witch, or was it a witch or a female vampire that thought they were going to betray him and do him in, and he just disposed of them, right? That was at the end of the first portion, right?
Yeah, I think that was. I think you're speaking of actually one of Howie's characters that he created, Zycanthia. Is that right, Howie?
Boy, these names are really hard to pronounce. So I'm glad that you're informing me on how to do that, because I didn't know if it was Merkelthanon or so it's helpful. These are big names, Merkelthanon and Azanthine. I didn't know how to say that one either.
Yeah, that's how I say it.
But I think that when he meets up with Azanthine, that adds a whole other dynamic to the story. That's when I knew that this was going to be a different story. This wasn't going to be the standard fare. And because this guy from the first vampire clan, from the ancient clan, who looked down on these, base-born savage vampires, because they're not noble like he is. I thought that was an interesting touch, but mainly my favorite part was when he turned the elk into his undead riding steed. I thought that was the most awesome thing.
Cool.
But
Glad you liked it.
what do you guys? Are you guys gonna write any more Karnov stories?
Maybe. Who knows what the future holds? When Byron, who did an excellent job of ending the story both times, or finalizing, the books, Howie and I would always joke when we'd be talking about how he had the most difficult part, because we're coming up with these plots, but Byron actually had to come up with these epic endings. But anyway, he left it pretty open both times, and that's one of the reasons why it wasn't too difficult to have a second book, or a second episode, I mean, within the book. So so it's the ending is pretty much wide open. We definitely could continue it at some point.
Cool. What was it like, handing off the story to, like, passing it along between the three of you? How did you handle that? Howie, you want to start with that answer?
How was it? You mean how was it receiving it or handing it off to Byron? I just created a bunch of.
How did you organize who was writing which part?
Well, it was really a round robin. I'll let Matt explain that in a minute. The inspiration behind the round robin, that was his idea. But Matt would just write a part, and we didn't have an outline. We would just pass it on to the next guy. And like Matt was saying, it's like we got to have fun, but then Byron was the problem solver. It was almost like we were giving him a complicated math problem to solve. Which, like, here, finish this for us, after we created all the characters and the storyline. But it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed doing it, and I liked the humor, putting some humor in it. It was a change for me, because some of my stories have really somber kind of tone to them, like Robert E. Howard. I write about this character named Argentir, who's a barbarian swordsman who transforms into a werewolf. And so they're really somber Howardian type stories. And then Matt has this totally different, like, than anybody else writes, this concept and these ideas with Karnov. And I had a lot of fun with it. I could put some humor into it too, which, that is done in some really classic sword and sorcery, like Fritz Leiber's Fafhrd and the Grey Mauser stories. And Clark Ashton Smith had a lot of gallows humor in his Hyperborea Tales and Tales of Zothique. But Matt, what he gave me to work with really allowed me to do that and do something different and have a lot of fun with it. And with that thought, I'll turn it over to Matt and let him tell you about the round robin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. And first of all, I got to say I really agree with you, Howie. When I would hand it off to Howie, and he would take a couple of weeks to write it, I'd get the draft that he wrote back, and I would be just like extremely excited. I'd be like yelling out loud, like so happy about everything I read. And a big thing with that was because the tone was like perfect. It was almost like the writing style was very much different with all three of us. But I think personally, the tone of the story was the same, which it could be totally different. My inspiration for the idea of doing a round robin was from, I read this book called Gore Kinslayer, and I thought it was a really cool idea.
Are you talking about John Norman's Gore, or is this a different kind of thing?
No. This was actually a book that was compiled in the 70s, I believe, or no, I think it was the early 80s, and it was a bunch of sword and sorcery authors taking an unfinished Robert E. Howard tale and basically like running with it, and they took it in like a really crazy direction. I think it starts off with this guy who's like a warrior who's like raised by wolves and he's like real barbaric, and then I think like by the time all 12 authors, or maybe even more, I can't remember, are done with it, like the guy has like a bionic arm and all kinds of crazy stuff. But I really enjoyed the story, and it had like some authors I really like in it. Michael Moorcock was one of them, and more so than like the story, because it ended up being kind of crazy. I really enjoyed how each author would put his own style, into the next chapter, and then they'd hand it off, and it all of a sudden you're reading the same story, but it's by a different guy, and it has a different vibe, and I really like that. So at the time, Howie and Byron and I were writing stories that were appearing in similar like anthologies, and we were all friends, knew each other. Howie and I had been friends for years, for a really long time. We all play in metal bands, so I thought, well, this could be really cool if we did a book like this, but with just three of us. Because with the Gore Kinslayer book, I thought that one got a little crazy because there were so many. But to have, only three authors who were all kind of on the same page anyway, I thought that it could work. And in the end, I think it worked out pretty good.
Mm-hmm. And so I know that Byron has also written stories for this character named Kalen Tor. Howie, you've written several, including one that I'm reading right now called The Snake Man's Bane. And I'll get to that in a minute. Matthew, do you have any others outside of this? Or are you the youngest author, or what?
Yeah, I have. I probably am, because I'm very busy with the band, and I have limited time to write. But I do try and get some things down on paper. I have some stories that are in some various anthologies. And I have this concept that my band sings about. It's like the Eternal Winter Saga, and that's old, and I really need to revise it, but I do plan to do that soon. I also have this this kind of cycle that I've started. It's called the Ivana cycle, and I have a story called The Cult of Ivana that appears in the Barbarian Crowns anthology. And that was kind of the beginning of that. And I've written some sequels that hopefully will see the light of day pretty soon.
Cool. Now, I do need to give some air to my friends here. Ben, Zach, if either of you guys have questions, feel free to launch now.
I don't have anything.
Or just comments to add or anything.
I was going to ask if you remembered Gregor's fantasy name for you that he came up with.
For me?
Yeah.
No, what?
The Great Shirtless One.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, I do. What does that have to do with this, though?
Fantasy name.
Yeah. Can't you see yourself like on the cover of a fantasy novel holding a sword up with a hot bitch in a chainmail bikini on your leg, and it's just titled The Great Shirtless One?
Yeah, that I would read it. But anyway, so as far as Howie, as far as the Snake Man's Bane goes, I feel like you wanted to call this character, this spirit that is summoned via the rune, I feel like you wanted to call that spirit Thor, but you ended up calling it Thorn instead.
Well, Thorn is a rune. It's the third rune in the Armanan rune row, which is an 18 is an 18 rune row. And so of course, runes are magical, a magical alphabet. And the Thorn rune is one of the runes that represents Thor's hammer. It's a martial rune. Usually in rune magic, when somebody's placing a curse, they'll use the Thorn rune. And there are others as well, but that one's almost always used.
But you also bring up Odin. See, when Odin is wiped out in the battle with was it the commander, or Odin gets brought into it at some point, and so that's why I thought maybe he's just tired of hearing the name Thor and just wanted to call him Thorn, But I mean, he's a badass character. Don't get me wrong,
Right. The Thorn character is the Thorn rune incarnate.
Okay.
So he's like a demon or a god that manifests itself physically when the rune is invoked. Rune magic is totally different than Levantine magic, where they summon demons and angels and that sort of thing. Rune magic, Northern European magic, Germanic, is a product of the Germanic psyche, and it's quite different. And it's the realms. These runes are realms, and they have so many things that they correspond to and represent.
Mm. Now, it's not just one character, though, throughout this tale here. It's several that experience the power of the Thorn Rune, right? Like, I just started reading it today, and some of the names are a bit hefty. So you forgive me if I can't, remember them off the top of my head. But I remember the female very well, felt like what it was a takeoff of Boudica, the queen of the Iceni, who fought the Roman Empire and frustrated their plans of expansion in real legitimate history. That was a takeoff of her, correct?
Well, the second story in the Snake Man's Bane, that's a collection of my sword and sorcery tales. And the second story in the Snake Man's Bane is also a thorn tale that deals with the aftermath of the Iceni revolt, when Boudica's revolt was crushed by the Romans. And it deals with the aftermath of that and Boudica's daughter. And she, of course, invokes the Thorn Rune and for vengeance on the Romans. So that's the second story. It's called "All Will Be Righted on Salmon," spelled Samhain.
Oh, that's because that's the season. That's that's the condition for the spell to work, right? Basically, that it has to be on that night of Samhain or.
Well, I mean, it can be that I tied into that, Samhain with Salmon, which is Halloween. I tied into that that myth or whatever you want to call it there. But he's invoked under different circumstances and at different times. The Thorn Rune is, and the Thorn was a character that started off as the mascot for my band Cauldron Born. Thorn is on the cover of every Cauldron Born album. And I thought at one time I really should write a story about Thorn. And I wrote, the first story that I wrote was "All Will Be Righted on Salmon." It was originally published in Swords of Steel. DMR Books in Chicago puts out an anthology series called Swords of Steel. And I contributed to all 3 volumes of that. And "All Will Be Righted on Salmon" was published in the first volume of Swords of Steel.
Mm-hmm. So are you pretty well studied, on history and the time of the Roman Empire and everything?
No, I wouldn't say well studied. I mean, there are guys who are much deeper into it than I am, like Mr. Del Tierney, who writes about a character during the height of Imperial Rome, a character named Simon of Geta. So there are guys that are a lot more knowledgeable about it than I am. I dabble in history, and I know enough to write sword and sorcery fairly convincingly, but I'm spotty, here and there on history.
I feel like the best Boudica story has not yet been written to this day. Some have tried, but it just feels like none of them have matched the real world, epic scale, of this one woman who was wronged and raped and widowed by this vastly, huge empire, and how she managed to frustrate their plans of expansion for many years, with much fewer resources. I just feel like the best Boudica work has never been written to this day. Don't you?
Well, I haven't read, other than history. I do read history, but I haven't read any factional or historical fiction regarding Boudica. Mm-hmm. I've just read dry text on Boudica.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I mean that's. I think I'm at the end of Bunduika's story. That's the daughter.
Yeah, all would be right on that one.
Bunduica or Bunduica?
Bunduica.
Okay. Boy, these names are mouthfuls, man. I'm telling you. So is the sword and sorcery thing? Do you guys feel like that flag is still flying high? Is there a lot of is it a competitive market out there? Is it a market at all? And are there any other sword and sorcery authors that you guys don't jive well with? Perhaps if you get together for conventions and stuff that you prefer to stay away from, or I mean, what's it like? Is there a market at all, or is it gone?
Yeah, I think there seems to be a resurgence, an interest in sword and sorcery, a renewed interest in it, and you're starting to see these different anthologies, and of course DMR Books, they publish pretty much exclusively sword and sorcery. Matt and I have been in other anthologies together. He mentioned Barbarian Crowns, and then Matt and Byron, they were in another one. I'll let him tell you about that in a minute, which we were initially going to put the first episode of Karnov in, but I'll save that for Matt. But yeah, there seems to be a lot of interest in it. And of course, Robert M. Price has he has brought back Lynn Carter's Flashing Swords series, and that looks to be very promising. And so, yeah, I mean, it's things are looking up for sword and sorcery, I believe. What do you think, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. I think exactly what you said. DMR Books, Dave's just on a roll. I mean, he's constantly putting out new stuff, and all of it's killer. Yeah, the anthologies that Howie mentioned, that I also had stories in. Byron and I had tales in one called Dreams of Fire and Steel, and that was published by Nocturnicorn Press, I believe. The other one that I was in as well with Howie and Byron was called The Devil's Armory. Actually, there was a misprint with that one, and there's some that have my story in it, and some don't. Some of them are like, no, I'm sorry. The story was published in Barbarian Crowns as well. But anyway, yeah, that was by Barbed Wire Butterfly, I think.
Oh, that's an awesome name.
Yeah.
I bet it's already defunct, though. It's the sad part.
Yeah, I don't know. That was one of the yeah, they published that one. But outside of the things that we've done, I mean, I see that yeah, it seems to be coming back, kind of having a resurgence. I've read some of the newer stuff. I've read Howie and Byron's books. I really am just kind of rooted in the classics still. Whenever I want to read something like that, I'm pulling out something that I'm familiar with, that it's been a while and just need to revisit. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of new stuff out there.
What is Kalen Tor's story? I know Byron's not here to advocate for his character himself, but I hear he's could be working on some new Kalen Tor series stories here soon. What do you know anything about that character? You read any of his work yet?
Yeah, I have. And he's one of the heroes that's in his cycle that he sings about in his Balsa Golf Band. I can't really go into detail about that. I know I've really enjoyed everything I've read. Byron's style and his prose is very rich, and he uses a lot of kind of rare words and these really thought out and well constructed long sentences. His style
purple
is really
prose.
good.
They call it purple prose, right?
Right.
The eldritch god, the eldritch powers, and the gibbous moon. Yeah, that's called purple prose.
Right, and I enjoy it very, very much. I think he's awesome. So yeah, that's all I can really say is I just that I highly recommend it.
What do you guys think of some of these other? Oh, somebody listened to Al Jazeera, or what was that?
That was your mom.
Okay.
On my ball sack.
No. Anyway, so I mean, is there any interest or disinterest in like other characters that are cropping up here, like Gunthar and this character in the Eye of Sounou by Schuyler Hernstrom? Either one of these sound familiar?
Well, I've heard great things about Schuyler Hernstrom. I have yet to read that. I've been meaning to pick that book up, and so I suppose I'll look into it. I tend to read a lot of old stuff too. I read some stuff from some friends and whatnot, but mostly older stuff. And see, that's one of the problems. You asked about sword and sorcery. Was it a viable thing now? One of the problems with sword and sorcery is a lot of guys do the same thing I do, and they stick to the classics, and they read the same Howard stories over and over, the same Clark Ashton Smith and Michael Moorcock stuff, and they'll spend, a bunch of money on a new Howard collection that comes out with just different artwork and new introduction or whatever, but they won't plunk down their hard-earned dollar for a new writer. So that's one of the problems we face, I think, with writing sword and sorcery and the market is a lot of the guys just stick to the classics.
So yeah, I mean, but you guys are breathing some new life into it, and so hopefully people will give that a chance, and because a thing can't die if people continue to add to it, as far as in literature,
Mm-hmm.
if somebody's always keeping it alive, then I mean, yeah, it won't die. Yeah, it'll stay relevant,
Definitely.
Absolutely.
So I'm just amazed how you guys are able to get in so many anthologies when everywhere I look, it seems like any viable market is dried up and died and gone away. But I mean, you guys are able to find them out there. That's what's amazing.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's quite a few, and like I said, it seems to be growing, proliferating. This thing with the sword and sorcery. There's more anthologies popping up. There's magazines like Cursoba that new writers can get in. They can send in, their submissions, and Cursoba will publish a lot of that stuff. If it's written in more of a classic pulp style, like Weird Tales from the 30s, or like Planet Stories from the 40s, which they publish primarily Sword and Planet stuff in the tradition of Edgar Rice Burroughs. But a lot of writers like Lee Brackett and Edmund Hamilton and so on did that kind of stuff. But that's what these magazines are looking for. They're wanting retro kind of pulp stuff. And really, what we did with Karnov, I don't think is really retro. It's like you were talking about. We're extending a tradition, and we're trying to keep the tradition alive. I have a hard time confining myself just to writing purely pulp style. I have done it, but I don't enjoy it as much as just being able to do my own thing, and of course have a lot more freedom with something like Matt did with Karnov.
Mm-hmm. Well, as far as Karnov goes, we're still there's still a lot about that world and that time period that he's in, that we don't really know. And of course, with the aid of the cosmic ice, it sounds so metal geekish. I love. But with the power of the cosmic ice, he can traverse other dimensions even. So, I mean, there are all these different worlds that he could be opening up, each time you guys write about him. And I'd like to even see what he can do against werewolves. I'm sure he's going to run into a werewolf at some point, right? I mean,
yeah, that's a great idea. And yeah, you're totally right, because there's like this whole multiversal, interdimensional kind of thing happening. When at the beginning of the story, when the witch Devartha is doing the blood ritual and granting Karnov the powers, I have her call upon like these gods and like powerful beings from like all three of our mythos, so that right there just kind of sets the tone that this could really go any way. I mean, we could incorporate really whatever we wanted to, and yeah, that's why I did that. And I think you're totally right. We could really do anything we wanted.
Right on. Well, I think I got in everything I wanted. I know that Ben and Zach have been kind of silent, but again, they read on a totally different, corner of literature. So this might not be their bag, but I thank you guys for sitting through it, and I thank you guys for writing some great kick-ass fiction. Anything you want to promote or message you want to leave us with?
I just want to say thanks. Thanks a lot for checking out the book. Really, really happy and glad that you enjoyed it. And thanks for having us on the show.
Okay. Howie?
I certainly appreciate the support, and thanks for having us on the show. And hopefully, we'll have some new stuff for you to check out in the not so distant future.
And if I close out the show with like either Eternal Winter or a Cauldron Born, is that cool with you?
Oh, perfectly
Definitely.
fine.
I didn't think you mind. Okay. Thank you guys, and thank you guys for that kick-ass audible worthy narration of Karnov at the beginning. That was seriously badass. It really gave it atmosphere, all the music and background sound.
Sure thing. Thanks a lot for checking it out.
All right. Well, have a good night, guys. I guess we're going to move on, but that was great. And I'm going to keep reading for sure. I'm loving Snake Man's Bane too, by the way.
Great.
Oh, thanks. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
All right. Well, thanks, guys.
All right,
Okay.
Take care. Talk soon. Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Yeah, not bad. There he goes. Okay. So, how are we doing, guys?
I'm doing good.
I'm doing pretty good.
You got all shy on me. And now I know it's not your thing, the sword and sorcery. It couldn't be further from what you guys are into, but I still have a fondness for it, in my heart sometimes. What are we up to this week? What's new?
I watched The Irishman yesterday. That was a really good movie.
How many bathroom breaks did you have to take?
Not that I think maybe one.
Really? I thought it was a really long movie, like 4 hours.
It's 3.5 hours.
Baby, come here.
Who are you talking to? Your mom?
No, my dog. Come here, girl.
Baby? Did you say baby?
Yeah, come here.
Nobody puts baby in the corner.
She's about to jump and she's old and she can't do it.
Oh, sorry, girl. What kind of dog is it?
She's a Yorkie mixed with something else, and then I have my other one, Gizmo, with me. He's a Shichi, who he's a Shih Tzu mixed with Chihuahua.
A Shichi? Is that what they call it?
Yep.
Oh man, I love dogs. It's just I have no room for them, and when the cats have taken over this hovel that I call a home. So
You know what they
Gizmo's like a cat. Like he literally his man, like the way he acts, just like a cat. It's weird.
Oh, your dog. Now, what were you going to say, Ben?
I was going to say, do you know what they call a mix between a Yorkshire Terrier and a poodle?
A shoodle?
A Yorkie poo.
Oh.
Jesus.
How could I never hear any pet stories from you, Ben? Or do you?
I haven't had a pet in years.
Maybe that's what's wrong. I don't know.
I mean, among other things.
Only a sociopath doesn't own a pet. No, I'm joking. What's wrong? Did you torture it? I don't even know what I'm saying.
No, I only torture people.
Okay.
That's
As long as it's just people.
But yeah, The Irishman was really good. A lot of people had mixed feelings about it, but I liked it a lot.
It's about Jimmy Hoffa and his whole deal with the Teamsters, right?
Yeah, Al Pacino plays Jimmy Hoffa, and he does a really good job. Frank Sheeran is the main character. He's like a mafia hitman. He's played by Robert De Niro, and he does a really good job. It's basically just a portrayal of how completely like unglamorous like the mafia actually was. Because
right.
the very few murder scenes there are, like all of them are just like 2 shots to the head and that's it. And that's the same thing that happens with Jimmy Hoffa. Like the whole movie is building up to it, and like in the end, he's just like shot twice in the head unceremoniously. And then there's like the fact that the later half of the film is basically dedicated to how like all of these mobsters like grow old and alone with no families, or their families hate them. And like throughout the movie, like characters who don't have on-screen deaths, they'll have like subtitles saying that they like died by being like shot in an alley or shot in their car, like just unceremoniously.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, most of the were they true to the nature of the real life deaths of these people?
Kind of. The thing is, like the book it's based on, like Frank Sheeran, who like he either wrote or dictated the book. It's widely accepted that he exaggerated a lot of what he did, but it does feel like very like plausible. Like they very much imply that the mafia was behind the Kennedy assassination, but they don't like outright state it. Outside of like one part where where they're like, thinking about killing Jimmy Hoffa, and one guy says if they can whack a president, they can whack a Union president. And then there's like the fact that like after Kennedy dies, like everyone's flying the flag at half mast except Jimmy Hoffa, who hated the Kennedys, like refuses to do that. Like when he sees that the Teamster building is flying the flag at half mast, he demands they raise it up.
Yeah, I mean, the Jimmy Hoffa joke isn't even funny anymore. It's been used so much. That was like the go-to joke in the 90s and probably the 80s too. Yeah.
That's one of the things of the movie is like towards the end when Frank Sheeran is like alone in a nursing home looking through his pictures. Like the nurse sees a picture of one of Jimmy Hoffa and asks who it is. And he's just like, you don't know who Jimmy Hoffa is. And she's just like, I have no idea. And he's just like this realization that everything he did was completely pointless.
Damn. I think they did something with one of the other mobsters to unglamorize them in the last few years. I don't know if it was Whitey Bulger or Bugsy but some guy, they for some reason, they made this editorial decision to give this guy like uncontrollable flatulence all throughout the movie.
I mean,
IBS syndrome or something, irritable bowel syndrome or something, and it affects him throughout the whole movie. And I don't know if it was based on true life or not, but it very much unglamorized the life even more. And it seems to be like a goal to unglamorize the mafia, which might not be a bad thing. But I mean, why did they give him IBS?
I mean, Scorsese, he was always like the more cynical end of mafia films. Like, I'll admit, like one sin is I still haven't seen Goodfellas, but Casino is definitely like really bleak and uncynical. Mm-hmm. And like The Irishman like kicks that up to 10. Yeah, I watched another really good one. It was from a Iranian director named Jafar Panahi. It's a movie called This Is Not a Film. What happened is he had thought about making a film that supported the Green Revolution against Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, which I probably fumbled that pronunciation, but he basically just thought about making that movie. Like he put the idea out there, and he was arrested and put under house arrest and banned from making movies for 20 years for that. But with This Is Not a Film, what he did was he had his friends and family set up cameras around his house where he talked about movies, talked to his lawyer, played with his iguana, and did things like that. And the ending of the film is really powerful because he follows a guy who in his apartment building who's taking out the trash outside with a camera, and like right outside the gates of the apartment building, like there are huge fires from protests. And so after, he filmed all of that, he edited it, had it smuggled out of the country, and submitted it to the Cannes Film Festival. And he said, even though he's still banned from making films, he's still making them. He's made at least 3 or 4 films since he's been banned from making them.
How do you ban someone from making films? That's what I'm saying. Just like banning a hacker from using a computer for that wouldn't work in today's computer centric world.
Yeah, that's exactly it. He like at first he was just like kind of intentionally skirting the law by having like other people handle the cameras and things like that, and by not like writing screenplays, which he's also technically not supposed to do. But yeah, he's like one major part of this is not a film, is him like reading out and acting out a screenplay that he had that he was not allowed to make. He talks about he like at one point during it he just gets frustrated and says, well, if I can tell a film, why should I even make a film? And just storms off. And like he's basically just gotten more and more bold. He he started with the movie where he was still in his house letting other people operate the cameras, but then he just started getting more and more bold, telling actual stories, and just like more outwardly defying the ban to make films.
Damn. What country
he's pretty
in?
Iran.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense then, yeah.
And like the funny thing is like his even like before he was banned from making films, 3 of his like individual films, which was like most of his films were banned in Iran, like for things like supporting women's rights or for being like too dark and things like that.
I heard Iran used to be pretty, with the times and civil, and the women were much freer until, the takeover or whatnot. I mean, I've seen pictures of a more vibrant Iran pre.
The thing with the Iranian Revolution is like, they were pretty westernized before that. But after that, what happened was, like it kind of forced like movie directors in the country to kind of like scale back from the Western view of film and kind of ask things like, what is a film? And it resulted in this movement that's very similar to Italian neorealism. This idea of films that question the very notion of what films even are, or films that are like very gritty and realistic. Like one of Panahi's prior films was called The Mirror, and what it was about is about a girl in a cast who, when her mom discovers that or when she leaves school and discovers that her mom isn't there to pick her up, like she's trying to make her way home by herself, but like towards the end of the movie, like she just looks at the camera and says, "I'm not acting anymore," and throws her cast off. But they discover that like the crew discovers that she's still mic'd, so they follow her as she goes home. So it's like breaking the fourth wall, but ultimately, like, we're still watching the same story, a frustrated girl trying to find her way home. And like another one of his films was called Crimson Gold, where it's basically about a pizza delivery guy who, because of the constant humiliations he faces for being poor, he tries to rob a jewelry store. But instead of like casting an actual actor in the lead role, he cast an actual like pizza delivery guy who had schizophrenia.
Hey, did you ever hear about that? You heard about the pizza boy who got the pizza guy who got the collar bomb around his neck, right?
I don't recall hearing about that.
Yeah, I watched the Dateline about that.
Yeah, well, there's some documentary called Evil Genius. Apparently, this woman like put him up to it, but he was partially like going on with it, and I couldn't make much sense of the documentary. But basically, I saw there was a woman in prison scrubs, answering for the crime. Basically, the guy's head got blown off when the collar that he was wearing, the explosive collar, was triggered by remote, I guess. And I guess she's the one that murdered him, but I don't know how complicit he was in letting her put it on him and why. I don't know. The documentary kind of fumbled around and wouldn't get to the point for 2.5 hours. It's called Evil Genius. If anybody else can make sense of it, I guess I just didn't have the attention span for it. I wanted to know right away, what does she have to do with it, and how much did he know about it? That's what I want to know. And they were just dancing around it the whole time, and I just got frustrated. But speaking of Iran, though, have anybody ever heard of the guy who spent, 20 years living in an airport terminal?
I haven't heard of that, no.
Sir Alfred. Yeah.
Yeah, which reminds me of another Iranian movie that I heard about when I was like doing research because the film fascinated me so much. There was one Iranian director who did a fictionalized documentary about this family that had kept their children like indoors for 10 years or something like that without exposing them to the outside world at all.
Dogtooth?
No, it was a similar premise, but it was just but the guy who directed Dogtooth is Greek. He made a fictional documentary about a similar incident, except he had the actual family play their actual real life roles in this fictionalized documentary.
Wow, it sounds like they really had to get creative to skirt the loophole,
Yeah, it's Iran is, I believe, Shia, which means they're not as strict as Saudi Arabia, who's Sunni. Saudi Arabia has only one movie theater in its entire in the entire country, and I'm pretty sure it has no movie industry at all because I'm pretty sure films are banned from being made at all there.
Zach, something on your mind?
He's muted.
Oh, okay. He's probably...
My talk about Iranian new film bored him.
No. I just got a bad feeling, man. I don't know. To be honest, I've got this bad feeling that we'll make it to 100 episodes, but I feel like we might not make it to 200. That's what I'm kind of worried about right now. That's what's in my headspace. I'm worried that we might not make it to 200. We'll make it to 1, but
now I had to deal with dogs for a second.
Yeah, I figured that's what it was. But
well, whatever happens.
Yeah, which means you're already planning your jettison off the sinking ship, right? That's why.
Well, I do, but not off this show.
Oh, okay. So what is the sinking ship then? Civilization? Iowa?
Yes. Life.
Oh, okay.
It's probably just Iowa.
No, life.
I'm sure that Slipknot could always use another sampler or DJ or something,
I'm going to go ahead and send the link to Lord Goat.
Oh, really? Okay, so he is coming.
Yeah.
Cool. I have no idea what I'm going to say to a rapper, so this should be intriguing. And I hope Ann makes it also, because it'd be amusing for those two to feed off each other.
You should tell him how much you despise rap.
Oh, the dude might be cool. I don't want to,
Yeah, but
yeah, he is cool.
Need to make your opinions known.
I mean, I could say I normally hate rap, so show me what you got. What is different about you? I could say that, sure,
Yeah, I still think we need to get him and Ben doing a little rap battle.
I know. The thing is that rap battles are not easy to do on the spot. I mean, it legitimately does take talent, when I think about it. But the musical style, it doesn't make me feel like, I'm driving 90 miles per hour in a car, or it doesn't give me any kind of energy. I don't feed off rap at all. But
now, why do you think the ship is sinking? The ship doesn't need to sink.
Well, I do think it's been kind of overly dysfunctional, for a while. And I think that ultimately makes for good radio. But I also worry that we could end up harboring legitimate resentments towards each other. It's something I worry about. Not that I feel it right now, but I'm worried that it could happen. You look at Opie and Ant, and I know that we're nowhere in their league. But to use, professionals as examples, who get paid, thousands or millions of dollars a year to do it, to sit through it and still can't stand it. They couldn't stand each other by the end, and they said these horrible things about each other when they broke up. Or not broke up, but left, separated the shows. So
yeah, I'm sure this is going to end when you when you go on a rampage and start doing a Twitter thread full of the N-word, and Zach gets caught hitting on a 13-year-old.
He's comparing you to Anthony. No, we said last week Zach is the hole. But no, in all seriousness, I don't think Zach is the whole. I think more like he's the Jiminy Cricket on our shoulder, and we just like, go away, Cricket, go.
Yeah, shut up! I'm drinking Cricket.
He's a conscience that we won't listen to, But I don't know. I do feel like maybe I don't know. You may have said it last week, Zach, and I don't think you knew what I was talking about. But when I said we don't have a Patrice O'Neill for this show, because the role that Patrice O'Neill played on Opie and Anthony was integral, where he would offer these profound insights, like couched in some kind of everyman philosophy speak or whatever. And anyway, I think maybe Gregor could have been our Patrice, but no.
Now we have a new Patrice. It's Ann Sturzinger.
I know. Like I said, Ann is the manic pixie girl. She's like that girl from 300 Days of Summer or something. I don't know.
No, that was a boring girl. Like every character Zoe Deschanel has played has basically had no personality.
Right, but Ann is
outside of what some fucking soy boy jerks off to at night.
Right, but see, it's that same. Yeah, you got to admit she's manic, right? I mean,
well, that's because she's mentally ill.
I'm telling you, it fits. She's like.
Which, don't take that as an insult. All of us are mentally ill.
Right,
you wouldn't
right.
be here if you weren't.
No, I think that Anna's the wild card. Yeah.
She's more stable than you or Zach.
Oh, yeah.
I know she's not going to go off on a rant on, I don't know, occult wizards that live under her bed.
I don't do that.
I meant Zach.
Okay.
Now, I don't do that either. It's more nuanced. And what
if you say so.
Say what they mean. Speaking of which, I actually finished the Bible for the first time yesterday, and I bought a gigantic 2,000-page large print, genuine leather-bound Lutheran study Bible for my future studies.
Yeah, because you can't just read that once. You're going to be studying that the rest of your life and never get through, every kind of lesson. I mean, there's a lot of lessons to take away. And
yeah, it's true. Every time I watch someone do a video or I look at some of the notes, there's definitely some things that you can, miss. And one thing that I had completely missed, even though it's referenced in both Hebrews and Genesis, was the kind of proto-pastor Melchizedek, if you're familiar with him. But, I mean, it just freaking blew my mind that, like...
Melchizedek, he was into the evolutionary...
Oh, no. This is a very minor character that only shows up... I mean, not character, but he's in Genesis and, just a couple. I mean...
How is he in Genesis?
Well, okay, so he basically predates Moses. You have a thing about Abraham doing something, I forget, but then it says he gets blessed by Melchizedek, who is like a priest of the Most High, and he administers wine and bread. And so it's literally like he's giving communion and blessing in the way that, a Christian pastor will later. And this is, written 600 years or so, I guess, before the New Testaments. And of course, it's taking place, way before, in Genesis times, like after the flood and Babel and whatnot. But it's just kind of crazy because there's that whole thing about, you'll have Jews who don't convert, you'll have Christians who think we're still in Mosaic law, et cetera, et cetera. But it's like all of them almost forget that literally before Moses, there was a kind of like proto-pastor. And then when he's mentioned in Hebrews in the New Testament, they say that Jesus is kind of like in the order of Melchizedek. Not that Melchizedek is anything like, special or divine. I mean, it's special, but not divine like Jesus is. It's basically like it's showing how God was working through people before Moses, like before the Ten Commandments and then the Mosaic Law. and it's just crazy. It's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I finished reading The Discomfort of Evening yesterday.
Okay, now what happened there, and who wrote that again?
I'm not gonna try to pronounce the name, but it was by a Dutch girl, or no, a Dutch person who grew up on a dairy farm. So I'm guessing it's somewhat semi-autobiographical.
Did she have pigtails?
It's that they're non-binary, so it's they, but
Did
they
she have pigtails?
shut up. But it's about this Dutch farming family on a dairy farm. One of the kids breaks through the ice while they're ice skating and drowns, and after that, like, the family starts to fall apart, especially like when there's an outbreak of hoof and mouth disease that kills off all of their cows. And it follows the main character is named Joss, who is like, she copes with the grief in like increasingly bizarre ways. Like, she refuses to go to the bathroom, which results in really uncomfortable scenes of her dad shoving soap up her ass to try to cure her constipation. And she starts wearing a red coat and absolutely refuses to take it off for anything. And she starts like becoming convinced that her mom is like hiding Jews in the basement because she was studying world.
What is it? It's during World War II then?
No, it's not. No, it takes place like roughly around like the mid 2000s. So that's why it's kind of she's studying World War II in school.
Oh, and so she doesn't see the connection that she's thinking of Jews because she's reading. She doesn't see that that's why she's thinking of that.
Yeah, and like there's also like goofy parts where like her brother like refuses to allow her like in his room unless, you know, she says like the secret password, and the password she comes up with is doing the Nazi salute and saying Heil Hitler.
Based. No, not based. Not based. Joke. Okay, but anyway.
but yeah, there's like not like a strong plot to it. It's almost like a character study of this like family that's falling apart because of grief. And I think it's really good. I really highly recommend it.
Grief over losing their main source of income, or
of losing their one of their kids, one of their brothers, in addition to having like this outbreak of hoof and mouth disease that kills all their cattle.
Yeah.
And of course there are other things like this, like them having a vet over who's like very clearly a pedophile trying to hit on the 13-year-old Jess, things like that.
You guys remember? Did you ever have to watch this old video in school called "The Split Cherry Tree"?
No, what's it about?
Washington.
Huh?
Is it about George Washington?
No, it's
about your mom.
It's about this kid who goes out on this field trip back in like the damn near beginning of the 1900s or the 20s or so, 30s, something like that, real old. And this kid goes out on this field trip where they're supposed to be taking samples, of the wildlife to take back to class and study. And it's like really old times. And because he climbs this tree to try to get to a lizard, and the tree breaks and it's on someone's private property, this farmer's private property, and he, wants to wring the kid's neck, but the teacher works it out so that, he can stay after school for 2 hours to clean and pay off the debt. And then his dad, who's a farmer, is sore at him when he finally gets home 2 hours later. He's like, what in God's name kept you keeping your old man, slaving away here? And then he tells him the story. He says, oh, so the teacher wants to make the poor man's son pay, huh? Well, I've got a gun here, and I'm going to take it to introduce it to the teacher tomorrow. And he goes with the kid the next day to school, and aims the gun at the teacher, and he's physically unimpressed with the teacher, So when the teacher says, you didn't need to bring that gun. He said, well, I could have told you that just from looking at you for 2 seconds, just from 2 seconds of looking at you. So anyway, after things calm down, the teacher asks the farmer dad to stay, because he's not impressed with all this book learning. He thinks it's a bunch of nonsense and gallivanting around, searching for critters and varmints. And so he asks the dad to stay and observe, what they do in school and everything. And it's just really like sanitized, super safe, video that you could have shown in any school class, when you didn't feel like teaching, just put on the split cherry tree. I feel like a lot of substitute teachers relied on that video when they didn't feel like doing anything. So nobody
in high school like that. They just showed videos.
Yeah, but neither one of you would ever had to watch that video, huh?
Nope.
No.
Well, it was apparently like a fairly popular short story. It was republished several times in collections, and I think it was by an author named Jesse Stewart. It was the most famous thing they ever wrote. I don't know. I was watching it back a few weeks ago, and I realized, the nostalgia factor alone made me able to finish watching it, even though normally that kind of thing would bore me to tears. Nostalgia adds another aura to things that are otherwise mediocre. Have we all noticed this?
Yeah, I've noticed it with all kinds of things, like freaking the Magic School Bus is one, although I haven't actually been able to get through many of those. But then, I mean, of course, like just old movies that you remember seeing, and I don't know, things like typically weren't that good, but you just freaking made them cozy or something. Like Friday the 13th is a good example. Those movies really aren't that good, but they're just comforting.
Yeah, I think you're right that there's a certain comfort in knowing that Friday the 13th's on, and that, hey, Jason, we all know who Jason is, but yet, there's nothing to write home about other than the archetypal image we have of the guy in the hockey mask that continually comes back from the dead. It's like there aren't many that you can point to as like exceptional filmmaking other than they're just fun, right?
I'm probably like the one weirdo whose favorite Friday the 13th is the first one.
That is strange. That is strange. But, there is a lot to Mrs. Voorhees' character that they could probably do a Bates Motel type thing with the Voorhees family if they really wanted to.
I would watch that. I would watch that. Yeah.
You would watch that. I know you would. Yeah.
Bates Motel is like my favorite freaking show.
Right. And I think that's awesome that it is. Because I don't know anybody else who like swears by Bates Motel, even though it's a good idea. But yeah, they could do the same thing with the Voorhees family, and I have a feeling, I have a hunch that Mrs. Voorhees was probably into the occult and maybe even necromancy, and maybe that's how Jason came back. We still don't know how Jason came back after all these years.
Yeah, there were those two freaking things. There was the one with, the Necronomicon from Evil Dead and Jason Goes to Hell, but I refuse to accept that as canon. Just
right.
What's his name? Adam Marcus said you have to, like a big freaking jerk. Like he just had one of those nostalgia posts, and he's like, actually, freaking Jason is a Deadite in the Evil Dead universe.
No,
and no one freaking bought it. But then also there was back when they were going to do when they were still doing the Friday the 13th TV show, which I freaking stand by and really enjoyed, and it definitely gives me a big feeling of nostalgia just because
you like the TV series.
Yeah, I love the TV series, but they were at the very end. They were going to have him. One of the artifacts, like the last
mask,
going to be
right?
The mask, yeah.
Okay, I think you told me about that before, and actually, that wouldn't have been a bad idea. I guess it probably got canceled prematurely. What were you going to say, Ben?
No, I was going to say, didn't the Rob Zombie remake kind of try to do? No, wait, I'm thinking of the
Halloween. That was Halloween.
That's what I didn't like about the Rob Zombie remake. They tried to give Michael Myers mommy issues. I'm like, Jason Voorhees is the one with mommy issues, not Michael Myers.
Yeah, they were real cheesy. I mean, he was real cheesy about it too. Like it was just like, oh, he was abused, and then he freaking got put up, and all of a sudden became giant and freaking. I don't know. I really hated that one. I like the second one though, but I did not like that Michael or Rob Zombie Halloween. I've talked about that way too much. Those are just two things that don't freaking go together. Halloween and Rob Zombie. It's just wrong.
Yeah.
Like usually crossovers and weird things like that are cool, but it just takes away what's good about Halloween.
You ever seen the slasher Stage Fright?
Yeah, that's a good one. I freaking love that one.
The guy in the owl mask?
Yeah.
Like, as far as visuals, like, the only slasher film that I've seen with better visuals is Suspiria, if you want to count that as a slasher.
Well, okay, so Stage Fright was directed by the dude who directed Cemetery Man, correct?
I can't remember. I've been meaning to watch Cemetery Man because I've heard people say a lot of good things about it.
Oh, yeah, it's freaking amazing. Like, if I had to, like, it's not my favorite on, based of like cozy nostalgia, which would be the Halloween Thorn trilogy movies. But as far as like favorite horror movie, like based on how awesome it is, I'd have to say Cemetery Man. I love that movie.
The ending, even though that was used in a TV show, also that ending was also used in a TV show. I still love that ending because what it suggests all these possibilities that they could have gone on exploring even further in a sequel or a longer movie.
Yeah, I had an idea that no one liked, and you all won't even get it because you're not Zoomers like me. But a Cemetery Man remake starring Drake and Josh in the two lead roles, the fat pasta dude and the Cemetery Man.
Nagi.
Didn't it come out that one of them was a pedophile?
Like in real life?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of dropped now. You don't hear much about it, but I'm just gonna say, from watching I guess it was a TikTok video. I don't even freaking know what that is, but
it was Josh Bell. Apparently, like, he has a history of
Drake Bell
hitting or Drake Bell, whatever. It was Drake. I don't know. My hip memory is like a spaghetti strainer, but yeah, apparently he has like a history of abusing girlfriends and hitting on underage girls.
Well, she said that, like, when you watch the video, it's not just like this confession where she's coming out and talking about it. It's like a sleekly produced video where she's standing there looking sad, and there's a voiceover narration, and then edited clips and photographs, and it was just real weird. I have no idea. I mean, it's strange.
I did see a YouTube video that went a little like into more detail about it.
Well, the one thing I gotta say is no one is talking about the freaking timeline of it. Right when that happened was at the peak of this last little stupid Q thing, where the Q is like going super, super, like, you start seeing the pedophile thing everywhere. It's when that Save the Children hashtag kind of started, and it's too convenient. And I thought for a long time, this Q stuff is completely manufactured. This seems to just be right along there with it. I have no idea what's going on. I'm not going to speculate, other than I think Conserva and Conspira boomers are easily manipulatable, and they're falling into this shouting freaking pedophile around every corner thing. And it's going to be used to make them look bad. Yeah. Like when, also during the middle of this, that thing with Bill Clinton on the Epstein thing, the photo, and the girl was like 22. And it just makes me think they're setting the pedophile thing up, and then they're going to turn the pedophile thing into like another satanic panic or witch hunt, they legitimize it, basically.
Well, Trump and especially his idiot failure son, Don Jr. have been signaling to Q pretty heavily. Is Lord Goat in the waiting room?
I have not seen him. No.
Oh, he said he's trying to get in, so he might be still trying to figure it out.
Yeah,
and should be dropping soon.
Okay, cool. Well, I mean, if you send him the link, then all he has to do is click that and fill in his speaker and mic specifications, and then I hear a popping noise, which tells me that I need to add somebody. So as soon as I hear that, I'll know he's here or somebody's here. And
Yeah, it might
well,
just still be loading for him.
okay, yeah.
But he should be on in just a little bit.
Okay, cool.
But one thing I heard was since we're apparently not going to get an actual presidential debate, one thing that was proposed was like a debate between their sons instead. Since both Biden and Donald have like idiot failure children. But it would be funny to watch because it would just be like, I don't know, maybe you could get like both Don and Eric Trump debating Hunter Biden, and it would just be like, Don and Eric would be saying shit to try to trigger him, and he'd just be like, I've literally sucked dick for crack. What the fuck are you trying to do?
So we got this Lord Goat here. I know nothing about you, sir, but Ben spoke highly of you, and I'm interested to hear what your take on life, your hot takes on life. What do? You rap?
No, I'm just fucking with you.
Are you fucking kidding? I feel like I was just talking to a hand puppet. A hand puppet or a sock puppet with googly eyes. That's what I was just talking to.
You asshole.
God, I can't even trust the avatars anymore. What if we all came in next week with each other's avatars? Like we switched them around.
I don't know. I'm too lazy to do that.
That would fuck with people if we all changed our names and avatars next week and came in as.
I'm glad I thought of that. Proud of myself.
Jack Ketchum. How much have you guys read of his work?
I've read Girl Next Door and read.
I know you read, and it was probably sad, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was sad.
And
I've read Girl Next Door, and what's the name of his first book? The one with the cave cannibals.
Off Season. There were
Off Season, yeah. And I've also read a couple of his short stories.
Have you guys seen the movie, the woman about that cave cannibal girl?
No, that's like based on one of the sequels to Off Season, isn't it?
Yeah. I was like obsessed with this movie a few years ago, and I found out that they just recently did a sequel, and it was written and directed by the girl who played the woman in The Woman, Pollyanna McIntosh, and it was a tribute to Jack Ketchum, who, as we know, passed away about 2 or 3 years ago. So, and I did see this movie. It was called Darlin', and have neither of you guys have seen the movie The Woman?
No.
Well,
no. I didn't know it existed.
How do I bring up the premise of Darlin' without spoiling this movie? I mean,
wait, is Darlin' actually a book that he wrote, or is it just a sequel to this?
It's a movie sequel to this, and something that happens at the end of The Woman.
I'm probably not going to read it, so you can spoil it.
No. Watch, not watch. It's a movie.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm probably not going to investigate much of the Ketchum stuff.
Well, anyway, okay, fine. I'll spoil it then. It's not like it hasn't been out for 10 years at least now. Anyway, the youngest girl in the family of the guy who kidnaps this cannibal woman and tries to domesticate her in his fruit cellar by keeping her chained up. The youngest girl in the family who survives is taken by this cannibal girl, like not savagely, but calmly and friendly. Like she is taken into the wild by this cannibal girl and raised to, adolescent stage. Then she gets pregnant, and the woman, forces Darlin, who she has basically adopted into the wild, to go to a hospital because she instinctively knows this is where you go to make baby. Is is that an outlandish premise or what?
Somewhat. Like,
am I explaining this right? How did she explain this in a pitch meeting? That because I'm having trouble even getting this off the ground.
There's something about Ketchum that I know this is a movie, but something about him I just don't like that much. I cannot figure out what it is. And I enjoyed the books that I read, but it's like I almost put him in the same category as like authors that you just kind of pass over when you're looking at their books in the bookstore, like the same as Dean Koontz and King for me. Like he just and Brian King too. Like they're just cheesy. I
really don't feel that way.
Keep the Ketchum talk going. I'll be right back.
Yeah, the one that came closest to cheesy I read was his only supernatural book that I've read. I think it's called She Descends or something like that. It takes place in Greek, and the woman is like I don't know, some like Greek creature. I actually can't remember much about it. That was one of his weaker ones.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he would be able to write something like that just because
it's very like surreal. There's a lot of like dream sequences and stuff in it.
That's weird thinking about that coming from him. Just okay, here's the best way to describe it. He's one of those writers who their characters just display this really cheesy kind of sentimental Americana. Same way with Edward Lee. I mean, okay, I wouldn't really say Americana with Edward Lee, but it's like just one of those extreme horror authors where like the characters and the development and the settings is just kind of like Hallmark, and they're wanting to do that thing where they set it up like that on purpose so that the extreme gore and depravity like shocks you. But for me, it just never works for me.
I mean, I don't really view him that way. I think like the best characterization I saw of him is in, do you know that Midnight Pals Twitter, where it has like the like various horror authors as like as the Midnight Society from Are You Afraid of the Dark?
I don't know what that is either.
You're fucking Philistine. But basically, it has like Jack Ketchum like sitting, by the fire and drinking a lot of whiskey and rambling about how like man is the real monster. The real monster is inside of us. while the other ones just kind of look at him, kind of like a little creeped out by him. And Dean Koontz just says, "I have a story about an angel."
Well, the thing about Koontz is, and I can't read him that much, but sometimes when he's freaking on point, he's on point. Like he can do two things good. He can write the sentimental, happy things good to where they actually affect you like the Watchers did. But then there's also things like the Fun House, which was his adaptation of Tobe Hooper's horror movie. And it was freaking, I mean, that book was a blast, and you wouldn't even think that it was written by Dean Koontz. Like, because, I mean, apparently in his earlier days, he was more, I guess, a little bit more extreme and hard-hitting. But it's like you get the best of him, but then he just repeats himself. So he's, like, good once you're first exposed to his books. But then after that, it's just,
I mean, I've read like 2 or 3 of his books, like, and I can only remember like small details of them. The only detail like I can really like think of that stands out was when a killer is just like, for some reason, rambling about how he thought black men should have black sperm or something like that.
Yeah, he does funny things, like really weird things like that every now and then. But I feel like those ones that I just described, like from looking around, those are the ones most people talk about, Watchers and the Funhouse, at least people who are into horror. And it's like after that, he just gets a little too supermarket-y, which is still where I kind of put Jack Ketchum, even though the girl next door was super, super, super tense and like depressing. Which, yeah, that was a good book, I have to admit. But Red, okay, Red was sad and I enjoyed it, but I just don't know. It's still just that cheesy Americana where the dog gets killed and he's going off to hunt down the bad guys that did it, which is cool. And I mean, I can definitely sympathize with that, but it just, I just don't know.
I mean, I think the only thing that really didn't work about Red is that the villains are a little like too one-dimensional. Like,
Yeah,
they're just like one-dimensional assholes who kill a dog for fun.
yeah. I mean,
And don't get me wrong. Like, I'm sure most rich people are like that. They're just they have to kill a dog to pop a boner.
See that? I think I remember thinking about that. That was kind of weird. Was like, yeah, I mean, yeah, rich people, they're not like, they're not always the nicest individuals, and we all have run-ins with like, yuppies and people from high school who were kind of like, preppy. Like, we can all relate to that. But the thing I've noticed, especially in Red, is a good example now that I think of it, is like it almost fits this sort of democratic narrative to like just completely trash the rich people, which is
That's not a democratic narrative. Democrats love rich people.
That is true, but the modern
it's not even the modern Democratic Party. Joe Biden is the fucking modern Democratic Party, and he was a bagman for the banks.
well, no, it's not talk about the actual politicians, just like the petty citizens. They all think that the
There is a
neocon.
I mean, the fucking the upper middle class wine moms is who the fucking Democrats are trying to appeal to now.
Yeah, and they all think they're champions for the poor, and then Jack Ketchum
They look down on the poor. They think the poor are all stupid Trump voters.
Yeah, they
When
do
the
that.
fact of the matter is, like, most poor people just don't vote.
Yeah, but they do
Because
that.
most poor people don't think they have a stake in the system.
No. But what he's saying is that there are a contingent of those people who do believe that they have to overthrow this, that they have to put some sort of jam up the system, for all rich people in order for there to be any progress, which isn't the case because
it's hypocritical because they are the upper class. But then when they actually see
the modern Democratic Party is the idea that we can change a few things by introducing a few financial regulations. That Bernie was the only one who was actually talking about, the deep-rooted issues.
Clinton did the Glass-Steagall Act that was regulating, the thing.
I wasn't talking about politics. I was talking about the lowly citizens. And so Jack Ketchum is like the successful writer who's writing about those bad rich people who aren't creative geniuses like I am.
I was wondering how this tied back to Jack Ketchum. I heard, and what did you say about Ketchum and me and Edward Lee when I walked away? What was that?
Class conflict is a part of it, but the idea that that's a democratic narrative is retarded.
No.
Not democratic politicians, wine moms. Let's talk about the wine moms. And
wine moms would hate Jack Ketchum.
Jack Ketchum was a wine mom.
No, he wasn't.
Jack Ketchum was a wine mom.
No, he wasn't.
Jack Ketchum was a freaking wine mom.
How?
You're delusional.
He was. Brian Keene is a wine mom.
That's true. That is true.
I don't.
Brian Keene is just. Brian Keene is just an asshole.
Yeah.
Who thinks he's more important than he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't say that as an insult, but
Mr. Governor, is this true? Mr. Governor, is this true?
Like, that is the stereotype people fit in, a lot of them, yes.
Like he's actually going to respond to the great Brian Keene horror author, C-list horror author Brian Keene is going to get the governor to respond in a direct tweet without any pressure or anything. I mean, that's how important he thinks he is. Anyway, but no, as far as Jack Ketchum goes, so what, you finished Red, right?
Yeah, I finished Red.
And Ben, what did you say you've read by him?
I've read Girl Next Door, read off season. And what's that supernatural book he did? It's like called She Descends or something like that. Or
I Am Sam, maybe.
No,
Piece of the Kingdom.
No, it takes place in Greece, and the villain is like a Greek monster or something like that.
Huh.
It's like it's stupid, but I can vividly remember the cover as like a woman up to like above her nose in water.
She wakes.
She awakes. That's what it is. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we were talking a few weeks ago about these extreme horror authors like Matt Shaw, champion Pokemon player, and and what Sam West and the other guy who very fervently and very stringently corrected me to say, "Tell Zach I'm not a biker, even though I'm not coming on your stupid show." Yeah, I swear.
Oh, he worded it like
what?
The biker dude, Wade Garrett, that Zach called him a biker dude, and he told me to tell Zach that he's not a biker, and he still wasn't going to come on the show.
I mean, that is kind of an insult, since when I think of bikers now, I just think of like 40-year-old like orthodontists who dress up and cosplay on the weekends on Harley Davidsons.
So anyway, so we're talking about these extreme horror authors who write the stuff that's so wicked and like gorish and that it borders on unpublishable, right? Although I'm not advocating censorship, I'm just saying it's almost impossible to enjoy it so graphic with some of these authors, right? Now,
yeah,
I'm not including Edward Lee and Jack Ketchum and writers like that in there. Okay, I can watch The Woman, every day of the week, and I can still get something from it that I can't get from a Matt Shaw novel, okay, or an Edward Lee. Not an Edward Lee, the guy that did The Thing, whatever. Anyway.
Okay, Joe Biden.
Anyway.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. That was dumb.
So I can still draw some sort of relevancy from an Edward Lee novel and a Jack Ketchum novel that I can't get from, say, Matt Shaw and some of these others that we talked about on that one episode. And I think the reason is because what Matt Shaw and some of those authors peddle is pornography disguised as fiction. And
let's face it, there's that too. But then there's also like, I feel that they're filling a niche in their heads that corresponds to like really crappy direct-to-video or DVD horror movies. Not that the horror movies were that explicit. I mean, some of them were. But they take that kind of trashy thing and have that be like, that's the genre that they're writing in. They're writing movies like this, but the book version, which, I mean, people can do that, but, and some people have nostalgia for those types of movies. Mm-hmm. I remember always kind of passing them up as, at the video store. I mean, every now and then there would be cool ones, but it seemed like there were really cool, obscure, low-budget movies. And then there were the ones that were just trying to fit that genre, which, that's what they're doing for fiction, so we don't really care about it.
There were always...
I mean, what do you think is worse? Like the ones that are like self-consciously just doing like really explicit, like trashy stories, or the ones who have this mentality like, I'm the new Marquis de Sade?
Mm-hmm.
That I think the latter is worse. There are times where like Edward Lee comes across like he's like writing these like, super deep and transgressive stories, and they're just stupid.
Well, but that's what I'm saying, and I said that on that one show we did where we talked about that briefly, that none of those extreme horror authors had the temerity to respond to. But are
they going to respond when you just come out and just like, you suck? Here's a link to us talking about how much you suck.
No, but see, this is after I've already attempted to get them on. So yeah, that's the thing. I give up on them after Matt Shaw went on his rant that was totally misdirected, and I said, "Sir, I think you're taking this a little bit too personally. We didn't mean it like that. We were just talking amongst ourselves about what this thing means that you guys do, what it means in the overall scheme of things. We're just trying to figure it out. That's how we deal with things on here. We talk about it, right? In an unvarnished, unfiltered, approach. But no, the thing is that, like I said, with Edward Lee and Jack Ketchum, I don't get that feeling that I'm reading disguised pornography. And I think that's because they are using it as a medium to transfer some kind of message. And I guess I can believe that Edward Lee probably, popped a boner on a few of his weirdo stories. But I don't think that I think he was still able to channel some sort of, objective lesson out of it regardless.
But the funny thing is they're always wine mom lessons, like in Red, which maybe Red's a bad example Red's a bad example for this, but they're never like that crazy of messages. Like, it's just usually some kind of really emotional thing.
But the point is that they don't, even at one time, Edward Lee and Jack Ketchum were at the top of their field, and there was no higher standard of disturbing horror you could surpass than them. And before them, it was Stephen King and Clive Barker, and before them, somebody else, right? Okay, and now you've got Matt Shaw, writing about octopi swimming through a girl's pussy, up through her organs, and wrapping around her heart, and her stroking out. I mean, okay, I wonder what the next batch is going to look like. How are they going to transgress beyond that? But the thing is that Ketchum and Edward Lee are actually able to derive some sort of, arrive at some sort of conclusion that elevates it above, vicariously observed pornography.
Like, there's an actual story there, is what I think is what you're trying to say.
Yes, legitimately, not
they're trying to tell, like, even if there isn't that good of a message, they're trying to tell stories, wherein like that nostalgic appeal to let's just call it, you have cultural signifiers. This is almost like some kind of nostalgia or niche signifiers. And I think that's what the Matt Shaw types they're writing ends up being like even kind of Angela Galit, because let's face it, no one's going to read that book who hasn't read extreme horror. Like, they're just writing for that niche that not everyone's going to like.
Yeah. Hillary is one of the few books that went to such a dark place that I literally could not enjoy it. It's just couldn't finish I couldn't finish the second or third one. It got so bad. It's just ridiculously cruel, to the point where you can't even catch your breath, and it,
I literally got up and took a shower before I finished the first one, and then came back and finished it. My nerves were on end.
It stops being fun after a while, because you see that she's just going to keep going and keep going.
The thing is, I mean, when you're reading a story, you're thinking of yourself in the story.
That too,
you're thinking of like, people you could know. I mean, it's just like it's a life simulation, and that's not something you really want to simulate. Like, it's usually you read and you get lost in a field of like emotions and philosophy, and things that matter. This was just like physical torment. It's like
that. There's another thing though, is that I think that as bleak as the backdrops look in Edward Lee and Jack Ketchum novels, that I think that they still offer a message of hope in some dark form, and you simply do not see any hope in Matt Shaw novels. I got no sense that there was anybody who had any chance of righting the wrongs in the world of Octopus by Matt Shaw. There was no sense of hope whatsoever. These rich people, these rich perverted fucks, were going to continue doing whatever they want, however they want, with as many, poor rabble from poor families as they want. And there was never going to be any kind of equalizing force, to stop them from doing it. And that's so. There's no message. There's no message.
It's hard to feel like that's not true to life in these times.
Yes, but I mean, there are people who try to be that opposing force in real life though, and you don't see that in any Matt Shaw novels. It's just how fucked are we? That's all I get out. There's no message. Ketchum and Edward Lee had messages in their books. See,
well, it seems like a lot of those, like the ones who do it good, are at least writing from a point where, and you can pick it up and identify with some characters as good. Like you understand that these writers have like a base for actual morality, whereas the other ones, it's like they're just kind of creating titillating media. Like they're not writing stories, they're writing about things that happen.
I think so, yeah. Yep. So that's the conclusion I've come to. That is why I can continue to read Edward Lee and not feel like, the bottom dropped out of my heart and stomach. Whereas, I won't be so quick to pick up a Matt Shaw or Angel Jaliek novel, anytime soon, because they're too bleak, too fatalistic, right?
Yeah, it's like what I talked on that one episode or a long time ago about freaking how much I hated Three from Hell and the difference between it and Devil's Rejects. Whereas in Devil's Rejects, the whole freaking movie, you're kind of sympathizing with the good guy, but you're supposed to hate them completely.
Right.
Whereas in Three from Hell, they like all of a sudden superhumanly survive, and then all of a sudden you're supposed to root for them. Like it's just not the same universe. Like what
they should have been dead after that, but you could also argue that that's how they got the name the Devil's Rejects, because even hell didn't want them because they survived the gunshots that no one else could have. I mean, he
could have been so much more creative with that, because
he could have used it that way, and he didn't even do that.
Yeah, he didn't even really tell a different story. Like there really literally was no story, and there wasn't even really a continuation. It was just like an actual story arc happens, and then the sequel is just like stuff. Like there's no building up, there's no anything.
Yeah. I definitely didn't get the same, thrill ride out of Three from Hell like I did Devil's Rejects. No. I was actually starting to like them in the Devil's Rejects, which I shouldn't. But I mean, when she smudges ice cream on his face and he's trying not to laugh, you actually see a moment of humanity in him. And I thought that was so cool that Rob Zombie was able to get that out of their performances, because clearly they're supposed to be so big and Billy Badass about everything,
That is true, but he dropped the ball, and he just seems to do that a lot. Like, I mean, okay, 31 was fun.
I didn't like it.
You see, I didn't like it, but I felt like it was actually a thrill ride I was invested in. And I think it is just because of that simple thing where you have the good character and the bad characters, and it makes sense enough to watch it where you can relate to it even on that level. But Three from Hell, your humanity like prohibits you from relating to it.
Yeah. There were some seriously good ideas going on in Devil's Rejects, though, like where the sheriff or whatever, he goes to like as far as like he goes to the furthest lengths to pursue justice as they pursue to get out of to escape justice, right?
Yeah.
In a way, he's sort of just as bad as them because he's allowed them to bring him down to their level, right?
Yeah.
And that's what's awesome about it, and how he's taken such delight in nailing, hammering nails through their hands and saying, "Look at this picture. She don't look too fuckable now, does she?" He's like, "Oh yes, she does." But no, that was awesome. And he was sitting there taunting them as he was driving the nails in, and they were going, "Ah!" And he's mocking them like, "Ah!" There were seriously some great, what do you call it? Deadpan, like improvisation going on there. I
I
mean,
got so pissed when he got killed. Like, I really, really did. By that dang stupid big tall one. I hated that one.
and then he goes into the house and lets it burn down around him. Basically, kills himself that way. I didn't get that.
I'm so profound.
So Rob Zombie doesn't make perfect movies, but maybe he can make some perfect scenes.
The one everyone loves, as they should, the freaking final thing with Freebird was just awesome. It's one of those things that you just won't get replicated.
They should not have survived that. I mean, unless he was going to go with Hell didn't even want him. They were so bad. I mean, if you were going to go with something like that, yeah, I could buy it. But yeah.
Or at least have them be screwed up after the shooting.
Nothing. Just here we are.
Imagine the whole movie's freaking Otis in a wheelchair and he's fat.
and see, even House of a Thousand Corpses was very. You could tell he was just kind of winging it the whole way. I mean, it felt like he wanted it to be Resident Evil at one point with the
thing at the end,
the dad in the gas mask or whatever. I did add her. She's putting her stuff in or something. She's putting her info in or something that says device is not connected. She was in for a second. Anyway, you could tell that House of a Thousand Corpses, he didn't know what to do with it at first because, it'll dabble in the occult and then it'll go over to straight, Deadwood mystery stuff, like as he says, with Captain Spaulding. It's just back and forth with supernatural and straight crime. He didn't know what to do with it.
The thing about that one was there really, again, wasn't a story. Like, you could at least, see that there were good characters and bad characters, but there wasn't like any sort of arc or anything. It was just they go there, then there's imagery, and then it's over.
Mm-hmm.
It's fun at least.
Hey, Ann.
Oh, did you hear me?
Yeah.
Am I in? Oh, okay.
You sound real. Yeah. You sound really. The acoustics sound really fucked up.
I might have to just use my shitty phone.
Okay.
Because I can't use my camera on here for some reason. Does this sound a little better?
Actually, it does. Yeah.
That sounds fine. Yeah.
Well, now at least the sound is better.
Is your situation good this week?
I'm not sure. Nothing terrible has happened, but I'm having trouble. I'm just digesting all the. Well, for those just tuning in, it's been an eventful couple of years.
Yeah.
Is LA burning down, or are there like no riots?
I hope it's burning down.
You're not getting kicked out of your room or anything, right?
No.
Okay.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just having trouble getting my brain to work after all the shit that's happened.
Well, has it been an eventful weekend?
No, not really.
Okay.
I mostly just feel like absolute shit and can't concentrate. I think it's just everything catching up with me at once.
When you gonna get down to France to marry the dude?
Germany.
Ask the virus.
Yeah.
Only Captain COVID can answer that question.
It's so annoying that they're still freaking like keeping everything like it is when there's no didn't that thing come out about like literally 90-something% of the people who died had pre-existing
comorbidities or whatever? Yeah,
it's like they're still doing it and people are still self-righteous about it. Like, okay, I was going into a restaurant and I had my mask in my hand and I was going to put it on when I got in there, and I held the door open for some old people, and they saw that I didn't have a mask on, and they just stood there like, no, we'll freaking
Jesus.
We'll come in the door after you
get over it,
outside. And then I just freaking let it slam on them.
Yeah, I don't wear it out in public. I have reached the point where I have to wear it at work. but I'm selective about even then when I wear it at work. I take it off occasionally because I can't breathe. I've tried every kind, and I cannot breathe in any of them well for long. I start hyperventilating, so I can't do that shit. And I don't do it at all in public, so.
Yeah, they make your dang face break out too, which sucks. But I didn't mean to say that I slammed the door on the old people.
No, fuck it. They deserve it.
I'm not over here assaulting old people.
But yeah, I mean, I've tried to get this thing, and failed. So I don't believe it's as strong as they made it out to be at all. No, because the evidence, where I'm at, does not jive with their information. So no, I don't believe that it was. If that makes me a COVID denier, I don't give a shit.
I'm a COVID denier.
The idea that anybody would come up with the term COVID denier like it's on par with the Holocaust or some shit that's insulting and embarrassing.
Okay, you'll never believe what I saw on Facebook, and it's just one of the people who I'm friends with, who I went to college with, like super kind of SJW, but I didn't react to it. I normally don't to stuff like that, but it was okay. It was in one of the riots, because there have been a million now, and it was basically saying, because everyone was like on edge and talking bad about the riots and stuff, and it was saying, why are you all paying attention to the cities burning down? Don't you know COVID is still a thing and that you should be supporting the riots? And it's just like nothing makes sense about these.
How can you be doing that? How can you be burning down the city and that's okay, but not wearing a mask when you're going to the grocery store is worse than burning down a building? That is exactly what is prophesied in the Bible as good will be bad and bad will be good.
Well, basically what this guy was saying, because I just kind of aped it, but it was like the weirdness that comes about when on one hand you're trying to say that everyone should still be scared of COVID like it's a thing, but on the other hand, you shouldn't criticize the riots and the anarchy. You can't say those two at the same time for like obvious logical reasoning. And it was basically just like freaking deal with it. Like there's no sense here, but we're just gonna. I don't know. It's crazy.
No, this is upside.
I'm about to give up on.
Huh? About to give up on
I said I'm about to give up on people being logical. That passage from the Bible is a bit like a fortune cookie, in that, like, the good being bad and the bad being good has happened over and over and over and over, and unfortunately, the world is still going. But just basic logic, like, okay, if it's that dangerous for me to be walking down the street with nobody around me not wearing a mask, but you can have a giant riot where people are fucking wrestling with each other and wrestling with the cops and shoulder to shoulder, even if they are wearing masks. I mean, if there's a plague going around, they're spreading it.
Yeah. The thing is, I'm not convinced this is the end times, but I am convinced that they are literally screwing with people by throwing all these prophetical illusions in there. Like, for instance, there's no reason that the dang kneeling down should be, part of a symbol, because there is that, it's always said in the Old Testament, those who kneel down to Baal, which, correlates to
a pagan god.
Yeah, and it's like, why do they do that?
But you don't need that. You don't need that to apply to this situation. Kneeling down.
Most of the kneeling down is just empty signaling. I mean, the fucking cops are doing that right before they go and beat the shit out of protesters.
But my point is, what I was going to say is that as Americans, we should not be kneeling down for any reason, because America isn't supposed to kneel. America is supposed to offer a helping hand, and I don't care if that sounds kind of howdy-doody-ish. Look at how many countries.
That's just a bunch of empty hot air, really.
What
you just said?
No, it's not. Because look at how many.
It is.
No, it isn't. No,
it doesn't mean anything.
No, yes, it does. Because look at how many countries receive foreign aid from us.
If by foreign aid you mean military intervention.
No, I don't.
No, I mean military intervention. Like, here's foreign aid. Also, here's military intervention.
Oh, we do military intervention, but we do give a lot of foreign aid.
Yeah, on top of like keeping some military intervention.
Yeah, no,
it's basically the velvet glove on the iron fist.
Well, if they would learn how to police themselves, then we wouldn't have to.
They can't. America won't let them.
That's
true.
If
you want to talk about the dang kneeling down thing, there's this crazy freaking group within, I believe it's the LCMS, which is the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod. Not the one I'm in. I'm in Wales, but the freaking it's this really weird group of kind of I'm guessing Zoomers. I don't know, but they're coming in and wanting to do this thing where, it's a confession, like basically systemic racism becomes like this confession, which Lutherans are all big about, like confessing sins. And the way they word it makes it sound real similar to some kind of like original sin, which makes me think of that literal in that Jim Goad book, Whiteness, the Original Sin. And freaking people are mad about it because of just how crazy. Like, I mean, the kneeling down on principle, you just do not do that because it's implying that you can't, like, basically that. It's saying, it's equating some kind of notion of systemic racism with original sin, and that's just like,
it flies in the face of freedom and liberty, which are not hot air, but are actual concepts that are still relevant today. They are just beaten about and raped, by both sides frequently.
Well, I would say that the way you can make that not hot air is to just admit that freedom and liberty are contractual, as opposed to
in the sense that if I go out and harm someone or trespass on their property or burn their house down or something, then I have violated the social contract, then yes.
Yeah, I don't really get how that's considered hot air. I mean, that is what we, think of as Americans. Like, I understand that you can't really say, create like a really, I'm not going to say convincing argument from that stand. I don't know. It's annoying.
I don't understand. What is the significance of kneeling? Who are they kneeling to? Is it like a mocking, I'm here to serve you, my lord, since I'm not free? Is that what they're saying? I don't get what the significance is. What do they think they're saying?
I don't know. As a recovering Catholic, I think they're just probably trying to make me like reflexively stand up and sit down and kneel and stand up and sit down and kneel for about an hour while they do whatever they're plotting to do to me in the background.
What I was thinking was that they're trying to get all the conspira boomers and prophecy boomers on edge who are just so into end times prophecy and freaking equating every country and every blah, blah, blah with this or that and in the Bible, which you're not really supposed to do. And it's like, I don't know. It's annoying. But it feels like a big psyop. It's like,
okay, so the kneeling thing, it came from Colin Kaepernick, and that's fine. That's just like that was just like a symbolic thing, but people just
Where'd
like
he get it? Where'd he get it from?
It's just the opposite of standing for the pledge.
Well, that's stupid.
So he could have just as easily
that's what he was doing. He could have, but he wanted to
or done downward dog. If they were doing downward dog, I'd be more into it.
But he was just basically trying to make a statement about, about what was going on. And, people got mad at him.
Man, people should have got mad at him.
See, this is why this is a fucking stupid. It's like, oh, you can't peacefully protest, but we'll get mad if you get violent, too.
Well, they're trying to say that people, like, it's just this kind of blanket application that makes me think of some kind of weird progressivism, like they're projecting this sin onto you and this weird notion of like,
I don't, what, they can't peacefully protest, not violently protest to get on my good side. Fuck them. I don't give a shit.
Well, then what's the point of them not, engaging in violence?
What's
I
the
didn't really
I
understand
just
why everyone
encourage
got so
police-
mad.
I'll just encourage the police to give them brutality. They'll learn. They'll learn.
Okay, Hitler.
And that brings me to something else. I'm sensing a lot of resentment from you lately. Like, why, dude? I thought we were like brothers. I'm sensing a lot of resentment.
How am I supposed to respond to you saying, yeah, it's good that police beat the shit out of people?
Well, yeah,
Well,
but
on
we
the
were
flip
diplomatic.
side, you're
We
like
were
the
more
crazy
diplomatic
anarchist
about
of the
this.
group.
We were able to be more diplomatic about this around the beginning of the summer, and then it's like all this shit started happening, and it's like, I've even bitten my tongue a bunch, but it's like I just don't understand. It's like you want to go all the way and say shut the fuck up, and
how am I supposed to respond to you just getting mad and sputtering?
I don't know. Why do you need to if you're not on their side?
I mean, what? You just want me to sit over here in the corner like a good little dog?
No. You know I don't. You were there before anybody. I'm saying that I'm getting a weird vibe from you lately, and I just it's like
I'm just responding to what you say.
Okay.
I never did understand why people got so mad about Colin Kaepernick. If he wants to,
it's retarded. Why football men no stand up?
It just like I made a joke. I made a lame joke about it, but being a recovering Catholic, it's like, yeah, I understand standing and kneeling and sitting down as semiotics, but they're semiotics from like 1,000 years ago, and a lot of I have no idea what Colin Kaepernick's religious beliefs are, but a lot of people who sort of glommed onto that either are anti-Christianity or have never been subjected to it, have no idea where this sort of signaling came from. So it turned from like, why is the right getting so upset over something that's just so petty and stupid, and they should just ignore this dude and let them play football. And then it turns to like, why is
taking a knee to some sort of like progressive idealment of okay, I'm going to say equality, not in the sense that I'm talking against any sort of like equality. I'm not doing that. I'm saying they're trying to project that we all have some sort of thing to do. We have to get on board with someone else's idea of
that is one thing. That's because the thing is like there's this sort of actual like attempts to address racism in the country, and then there's these like stupid HR neoliberal attempts, which a lot of what Zach is talking about is this idea that you go to a stupid ass diversity training that doesn't do anything, and if anything just causes resentment because we have to make sure there's they never form any unions or anything like that to create actual change in the workplace.
Jim would talk about it better. He would probably elucidate what I'm trying to get across a little better. They keep saying equality, and they will point to typically white suburban Christians. And first off, they don't ever like really say what they mean by equality, but then they'll say that, and that like gets rid of diversity. Like I do not really believe in any sort of like objective equality. I mean, I would say we're all equal in spirit, but people are freaking different, and they're trying to say that we're like what do they mean? I don't get what they mean.
I get what you're getting at when they're saying that when you're saying like there's no like real objective measure, but you can look at cases like I think it's like in Boston, the average or not the average, the median wealth of black households there is $8, whereas the white wealth is somewhere around like several thousand. So
yeah, that's
an obvious case that of inequality that should be addressed.
Yeah, they can have some kind of like economic like solution, but what they're doing is trying to say that
that's because
what they're trying to say.
That's because the neoliberal order is using identity politics to stop any sort of real change.
Yeah, like first off, we have to get rid of the notion that people are equal in body, because that's obviously not true. Second off, we have to, they'll say equality, but then turn right around and say, well, if you say you're colorblind, that's racist. Like, what does that mean? That you can't have it both ways. It's like
I don't really buy that it's racist, but I do think it's sort of like cheesy and kind of dumb because it's in most cases it's probably not true.
Yeah, it's not true, but okay, I think part of it is true. You can look at people as fellow people on a human level, and that's fine. In that sense, I mean, of course, I would say we're all equal in spirit. What kind of equality are they saying that we're holding from them? I just don't. At this point, I do not.
I mean, I just gave you an example.
Yeah, but that's nothing that I have anyone's really done.
Well, that's another problem. It's this idea that you can
set up.
There's a big problem of people thinking the problem is the system is broken, and people think that you can just make that by make individual people not racist, but that will not fix the fucking system.
Exactly. Let's fix it economically instead of saying that every freaking normal just suburban white has something to contribute, which equals virtue signaling. That's not going to fix anything. Because here's that's thing around that said, imagine not leaving your honky white town and saying that there's not systematic racism. And I'm sitting here thinking, if you're not freaking around it, you don't have anything to do with it. I don't get what they're wanting. It doesn't make
right.
sense.
So can we back up a couple of steps?
Well, I just wanted to say that that's the thing that I'm critical about with Black Lives Matter is they don't seem to have a real program in the same way that the Black Panthers did, because they had a real program laid out for helping their own communities and so forth, which is why the FBI hated them, whereas Black Lives Matter seems to have been kind of co-opted by the neoliberal establishment from the get-go.
Yeah. What were you going to say?
I was going to ask if we could back up a couple of steps, because I think somebody was about to answer my question as to why people got so upset over what Colin Kaepernick did. And maybe I'm putting words in your mouth that I remember from 15 minutes ago, but I kind of got the impression that you were trying to express that it's not so much he's kneeling in front of a flag, which could mean any one of 10 things. I mean, it could mean he worshiped the flag. It's just in context. Apparently, it was meant as something rebellious, and you're not objecting to the rebellion or the protest. You just disagree with the premise of it, and you disagree. I think what he was kneeling about was the notion that the cops disproportionately killed Black suspects, which isn't true. That's one of the really frustrating things about the cities being on fire. They're supposedly on fire because the cops are out hunting Black men. But when you look at the actual statistics, yeah, the cops have more interactions with Black men. But when you look at the people who actually have interactions with the police, if you're white, you're more likely to be killed by the police.
That's not true. That's not true. Every statistic I've seen has stated that a Black guy is more likely to be killed by police. In raw numbers, white people get killed more by the police, but that's because there are more white people in the country. You have to look at I don't know what the proper term is.
Right. Part of that statistic of who actually makes.
I don't know what statistics you're looking at, Ben, because the statistics. It's not based on percentage of the population. It's based on interactions with the police.
I mean, every statistic I've seen has shown that Blacks are far more likely to be pulled over, more likely to be, stopped and searched, more likely to be killed by police.
Right. That being, those are two separate issues, though. If Black people are more likely to be pulled over and are more likely to be stopped and searched, and therefore are more likely to have more interactions with the police per capita, and therefore are more likely to be killed over the course of a lifetime, that is one problem. But the statistic that kind of throws a wrench in it and makes you go, what actually is going on here is, of all the interactions that each population has with the police, a white person interacting with the police is more likely to be killed by the police. But a black person who is interacting with the police is more likely to be roughed up by the police. So the police are more likely to use any kind of violence on black suspects, but they're more likely to use and execute deadly violence on white suspects, which I don't know how the fuck to interpret that. I mean, I've had arguments.
Kind of weird when you consider that there are like way more, shootings and deaths and like violent crime and African American, like Chicago, for instance.
Well, it depends on who you're talking to and what your speculation is. Like, usually if you bring up this statistic to sort of an SJW crowd, they'll flip out, but not if you precede it with the speculation that maybe the reason the cops kill white suspects more often is because white suspects get away with it unless they're really, really bad. And then the cops have them in a situation where there's just a more violent situation. And if you frame it that way, people will actually think about the statistic and accept it. They might come to some kind of crazy conclusion, but depending on how you frame it, people are likely to either just flip out or sit there and think about it.
Why don't we just?
I'll have to look up what you're looking at, because I've never seen any statistic like that didn't use like raw numbers instead of actual percentage.
How about we just say people stop committing crime like crazy, and then there won't be a police brutality problem?
Then you would have to go along with my
we could
sterilize all the dumb shits plan.
I mean, we could start with like getting rid of all the victimless crimes.
Yeah. Although, I used to be totally for getting rid of all prohibition, but then I lived in southern Illinois and saw what meth does.
I've seen what meth does, but
is that really a victimless crime? I mean, clearly pot is very nearly a victimless crime. Nobody should. I mean, it's ridiculous that we have this patchwork where like people are making millions of dollars in the straight world selling marijuana in California. But in Mississippi, there are still people serving life terms for selling marijuana.
Wow. Yes, that's one thing we should. Yeah, that's one thing. If pot is going to be made legal, they should commute all the sentences of anyone who is arrested for pot crimes.
Yeah.
How about this? They crack down harder on meth and opiates. But
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I think they should, instead of doing that, they should just direct programs more towards rehabilitation rather than towards punishment.
Yeah, we need to, because I'm sure you've seen all the dang commercials here in Tennessee. It kills a bunch.
Or at least direct punishment towards. At least direct punishment towards dealers rather than.
You never get my opioids.
Direct the punishment towards dealers, including pharmaceutical companies, rather than directing punishment towards.
No.
Well, yeah, that's another thing. Like,
wait, are you a dealer? You were just implying you're an addict.
Yeah, he is an addict. He just wants to be able to pop like tons of pills.
Yeah, he wants to be able to deal a little bit on the side to support his habit. Sorry, I cut you off, Ben. What were you about to say?
Well, I was just going to say, that's another thing. Like, doctors and pharmaceutical companies can throw out addictive drugs at people, and they'll never see a single fucking day in jail.
Yeah, but they'll get to keep their bonuses from the pharmaceutical companies.
I'm glad to get them their bonuses.
And that's, of course, a big problem with psychology, psychology is so heavily focused on, on medicating people.
I'll help them get all the bonuses. Just write the script.
Okay, for 100,000 persons, 19.9 in Tennessee will die of an opioid overdose.
They just don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, and look at the roots of that, the fact that this shit happened after deindustrialization happened.
Yeah.
People don't have fucking jobs anymore or steady incomes.
Yep.
Or it's a lot
of any community. That's the one thing that a lot of conservative boomers and conservatives in general, it really gets on my nerves. And of course, I'm going to bring it back to they need to look at it from a Christian perspective as opposed to an economic perspective, because they're always like, let's freaking get these values and things back. But at the same time, they grew up in little anti-communities where everyone is a stranger, even in the South, and everyone's got this fierce independent mindset. But you see what's went away. There's no small town vibe. There's nothing. Everyone, even in small towns, are just complete strangers. I mean, downtowns and whatnot have completely died. I mean, it's kind of crazy. We're in a bad.
Yeah, you're right. They're mostly just boarded up or empty spaces in downtown now.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm not saying that I like being around people all the time. I mean, I like my alone time and my reading time.
Yeah.
But I mean, it just is sad seeing communities, even like the small town I live in, there is no community. Like it doesn't seem like it was that way maybe freaking 50 years ago, or even.
I think there are always.
Yeah, I mean, the destruction of local communities is a big part of the neoliberal project.
But the thing is that I think most cities and towns and whatnot have council meetings, and some, rubberneckers and looky-loos and,
okay, what exactly is a looky-loo?
Just another word for,
a gawker.
Rubbernecker.
A busybody. Busybody. Yeah, that's in everybody else's business and is always trying to stir shit up. I think that they all of them take great joy in attending the monthly city council meetings, no matter what town it is. There's always a few that will go to the city council meetings and stir shit up and argue with each other. I think.
Yeah, which is like a major problem, is the fact that our like local council meetings, which should be a way for people to participate in their local communities, have just become ways of fucking Karens to bitch about shit.
And record themselves on a live stream. This is going on YouTube.
Oh, heck, listen to this. Developing. California's independent system operator declares stage 2 emergency. Widespread blackouts expected as power grid may fail.
Is that old news, or is this happening again?
Yeah, didn't California
right now?
So that we're bringing back the rolling blackouts in California.
Yeah, well, a lot of the rolling blackouts are just about people being fucking pigs who have to have their air conditioning cranked to 72 degrees. Like,
what's wrong with that?
I don't because it takes up a huge amount of power, and if it weren't, that's the reason there are rolling blackouts when it gets hot, is because everyone decides, well, I need it to be 72 degrees for my comfort, which, because of the beautiful weather.
I don't know.
Because of the
I despise the heat. I like it on 72.
Well, where do you live? You don't live in California, do you?
No. Of course, I'm in Tennessee, and we don't have blackouts that often. So,
well, you're probably not overloading your power grid. I mean, I'm bothered by heat. Some people are bothered by. I'm bothered by cold. Some people are bothered by heat. It's like being ticklish. Some people are. Some people aren't. But when it's 120 degrees and there are power outages, you can afford to fucking turn your AC to 85. People survived for tens, nay, hundreds of thousands of years before the invention of air conditioning. Like, you can physically do it. And everyone's going, oh no, what do we do? What do we do? Like, if all of you would turn down your AC, like 2 fucking degrees, then the problem would be solved. It's just, people are such fucking babies, they can't handle being uncomfortable. But my real issue with it is the only reason I like California is because I like it warm. I hate being cold. I love the beautiful weather we have here. One of the reasons I hate California is because the rent is so high. All these people who don't actually like the weather and are cranking their AC are the ones who are driving up the rent by being here by the millions because they think they're going to be a movie star. No, you're just ruining California for everyone else. Sorry. You got me going. You hit my trigger. That was my trigger for this.
That reminds me. the little subgenre of movies and books about people going to California and getting their dreams crushed has always been depressing to me. Not because they get their dreams crushed, but it's because like they're so dead when they do that. Like, have anyone here ever seen Eddie Presley?
Mm-mm.
I haven't seen that now.
Y'all need to check that out. It's actually directed by the dude who did the third Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie, but yeah, it's always one subgenre that's hit me.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't. Real.
I mean, like everyone I know who's maybe you can answer if this is true, Ann, but everyone I know who's like talked about like going out into LA and either living there or staying out there for a while is that like everyone is like ambitious to a fault, like that they'll give you their fucking resume before they tell you who they actually are as a person. Is that true?
Well, yeah, there's a lot. Well, in Palm Springs, it's much better because everyone here either never wanted to be a movie star or has given up. It's mostly just gay dudes here, which is great because, you know, unless it's a tourist or somebody from one of the other towns, they don't think I'm a hooker. Or maybe they think I'm a hooker, but they just have no need for my services. But which is why it was so miserable when I went back to LA last month because, you know, you're just diving back into this cloud of delusion. And I don't know if somebody just pulled this figure out of their ass, but everyone there who's older or who was born there or doesn't want to be a movie star or doesn't want to be a movie star anymore will tell you that some ridiculous number, like 20 or 30,000 kids from, you know, every drama club star from every high school in the United States comes to LA and like, and you know they're intolerable to be around. Like you can't go to not that I want to go to parties at my age anyway, but the idea of going to a party where literally everyone is trying to network makes me want to just put my eyes out. And when you first get to LA, you wonder why so many of the homeless people who are demanding spare change look so young. And you realize, you know, when I was living in a hostel for a while, which is a long story, I came into contact with a lot of these young people who'd moved there for their dreams. And like, you couldn't have a conversation in this hostel without somebody bursting in and saying, I'm a musician, apropos of nothing. Like, I'm a musician, I'm an entertainer. It gets really old, but you eventually figure out.
Bro, you want to buy my mixtape, bro?
Yeah.
Check on my mixtape, bro. Check on my SoundCloud.
Yeah. Like you can't run into a young person without eventually finding out what kind of artist they think they are. But, you know, unless you're really outgoing, the way that they make these contacts so that they can, you know, get a bit part in a TV show, which hilariously enough, I got more time on CSI LA than 9 out of 10 of them did just by walking in and asking for money to sit there and eat food for free for a day.
Well, you were
yeah, I was in a scene on CSI Chicago just because I signed up for this casting agency to see if I could get, and most like 9 out of 10 extras don't even wind up in the show. Like they just have you there to provide a sense of bodies. And I was psyched because some star was slow, so we wound up spending some 12 or 14 hours there. But all I did, and so we got into double overtime. But all I did was like run and scream a few times. I had to wear heels, which meant I did fall on my face once, but it was worth it for $200 and all the free food I could eat. And I spent 99% of the time like just sitting there eating and reading a book. I thought it was amazing to begin with, but then somebody else tells me, hey, I saw you on TV. I apparently actually got cut into this one scene. I still haven't seen it, but they're like, yeah, you're in the most exciting scene. And
yeah, it's go ahead. Sorry.
And you know, that happened to me just by signing up for this agency and being greedy for money and food and laziness. And people will, and this will happen to people who've spent, you know, 2 years going to parties, and they'll wind up in a scene on TV, and you have to gather around their phone so everybody can see their half a second of standing behind, Cardi B or whatever. Like, that's me. And they think they have to do all this partying to get there. And I'm like, that's so inconsequential. I did that without even trying. I just wanted money. But they wind up doing meth to get them through all these parties, to get them to a place that you could get just by signing up for some bullshit agency. And so on top of the fact that their dreams are being crushed and the fact that they're using meth, if they can't afford cocaine, to power them through all this socializing bullshit, it only takes a couple of years for them to wind up on the sidewalk. If they don't have rich parents, a couple of years of this level of partying, they wind up on the sidewalk smoking meth, screaming delusionally. And so you got 25-year-old homeless people from Kansas. It's just, it's such a train wreck of the American ego. Like, just a whole city dripping with failed narcissism.
That's the American dream. But what I was going to say is, like, because I remember, like, a couple of YouTubers I watched talking about this. It seems like there's this, like, almost whole economy of people who just make a living, or at least as part of their living, off of just being, like, extras in films. Like, they aren't going for starring roles. They aren't really, like, going to, like, casting calls or anything. They're just, like, signing up to be extras, and they make relatively good money, and it's not difficult work. But like, none of them. Well, there's some who do, but most of them don't have this delusion about this is a way, like, I'm gonna work my way up to being a star or a leading role. This is just something I do for money. And it seems like it's a good gig, and, like, a lot of those people could probably benefit from doing that, while they were, like, pursuing whatever. But it probably is, like, a point of pride for them. It's like, no, I ain't no extra, baby. I'm a leading man.
So I have to ask, is word on the California street that Drake Bell is or is not a pedophile?
I have no idea, but I do.
Nickelodeon is in Florida, isn't it?
No. I mean, I think they have, like, a hotel or resort there. But no.
Nickelodeon Studios it was in Florida, but maybe they moved.
No, it's California. I mean, they might have something there, but I mean, I know that.
Yeah. I mean, I remember, like, all those Nickelodeon shows where they would say this was filmed at Nickelodeon Studios, Florida, or something like that.
I didn't know that.
But I know that Dan Schneider is definitely a pedophile.
Oh, I actually personally know one of the bimbos what was his name? A Swedish fashion designer, Neeson or something, the guy who invented skinny jeans, told this girl this girl who thinks she's a model. Like, every girl in LA who's sort of a hooker and doesn't realize it is a model and or actress. He flew her out to New York, and she thought it was just a date with this fabulous rich guy, but he just wanted her to go to an orgy and get peed on. So
it's like, if that's not like a good symbol of, oh, here, your dreams are going to get fulfilled. Here, let's pee on you.
Yeah. And the best part is they still convince themselves that they're making it.
Yeah, that's like delusion of the highest grandeur. I don't know if you've ever read Matthew Stokoe's High Life, but that's, like, one of the best, like, deconstructions of Hollywood that I've read.
No, I'd like to read it, though.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really fucking nasty. There's a lot of, like, necrophilia and shit in it, but it's I can't think of a better way to, like, a better symbol of what the fuck Hollywood is like.
Yeah, could purge myself of the whole LA experience.
I've got a feeling that it's gonna, like, especially COVID and whatnot, it's gonna kill it. But the trend seems to be that movies aren't as, like, profitable as, like, other mindless forms of diversions, like video games and whatnot, and that movies are almost getting put in, like, a niche category to where they're going, like, the route of books or something. I don't know if that's true. I've just heard people put that.
I think in about 20, I would say in 20 more years, most people will prefer a video like on a live streaming service or platform like this over a movie in 20 more years. I believe that the way we look at Hollywood and cinema right now will be a dead thing in another century. So
yeah, I've kind of noticed that even with myself, because typically reading has been what how I entertain myself, but I always watched movies, and I went through a period where I would just read and only watch things on YouTube, and it's like a different, like, my mind's been rewired, like, now that I've actually started watching film content as a like actual fictionalized drama on TV.
I have trouble finishing movies now. Yeah,
it's like we're so used to things like this, and so
I mean,
weird.
come on, if I got through The Irishman, you should be in one sitting. You should be able to too. But yeah, it just seems like it's easier than ever to just make a movie. Like, film equipment is cheaper. It's like you can get like video editing software for free online, either legally or illegally. You don't have to go to LA if you really want to make movies now, but people still do. Mm-hmm. And it's easier to get funding. You can build up an online audience with vlogs or something else, and do Kickstarters or Indiegogos.
You can go to Canada and make a movie that can be seen on Sci-Fi Channel. All of those are filmed in Canada for some reason.
I didn't know that.
It's cheaper to film up there.
I think that's right.
Plus, you can get you probably have to be a Canadian citizen, but you can also get like grants from the film board and stuff.
Apparently, even now during all this freaking COVID nonsense, they're still filming a new Texas Chainsaw Massacre in Bulgaria, which makes me happy.
Oh God, I dated a girl from Bulgaria once. That was a nightmare. You don't want to have anything to do with Bulgarians.
Well, now why is that?
Well, they smell weird.
No, they're just.
They smell like vodka. All Eastern Europeans smell like vodka all the time.
Well, I think this girl is a special case because it's
the Muslims.
It's one of those countries where the wealth gap is just unbridgeable, and she was on the wealthy end of the wealth gap.
Oh God.
Yeah. I
can only imagine what old money from a country like that is like. Just how fucking out of touch they are.
Like out of touch, volatile, and she had this real gutter fetish. And she couldn't. This was when I went back to school and I was living in France and I was studying in France. And I was there to learn Greek, Latin, and French. I was there to study. But, we hooked up. She was cute. It was fun, whatever. But then she started demanding that I spend all of my free time with her, getting drunk and having sex. And I was like, yeah, I can't do that. I have to study. I can't spend 23 hours a day with you. So she started doing crazy shit. Like, she would go downtown and have sex with one of the people who was clearly a junkie, like one of the panhandlers who was clearly a junkie, and then tell me that she'd done it and then demand that I have sex with her now so that she can give me AIDS.
What?
And I'm like, what?
Yeah. Jesus fuck.
What?
What were her parents like? Were they
vampire?
No, it's Romania where the vampires are. But
Ben, you think I stuck around long enough to meet this bitch's parents?
I'm just curious because were they I'm just wondering if they were just as depraved as she was, or if this was a case of her rebelling against are Bulgarians Catholics? I don't know, but a hyper religious family or something.
It could have been. It could have been her whole family could have been like her, or they lived in a castle and were stately, and she just had to go and roll in the gutter with the trash, which makes me wonder what the fuck she was doing with me. But please don't answer that question.
You've already answered it.
You loved me. You let me give you AIDS.
It's like something out of a David Lynch film. Let me put my disease in you.
I know. And she did all of this because she was mad that I wanted to study. Because, apparently people of her social class in Bulgaria go to college, but they don't really go to college. So I guess it's a lot like the United States in that way.
What is study? Why can't you move into your mom and dad's beach house after you graduated?
Yeah, exactly.
I wish I had a freaking beach house to move into. That'd be awesome.
I know. Like, well, my family owns half the country, so when I graduate, it doesn't matter if I graduate. Fuck it. I'm like,
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, I got a message from Lord Goat. He's trying to get in, but he's having trouble, so he may not end up being able to come on at all.
Boo.
Yeah.
I have no idea who Lord Goat is, but I'm very tired of living in the space age and yet not being able to place a simple phone call.
Yeah. Are you familiar with nonfiction?
I've never read nonfiction in my life.
No, the rap group Nonfiction.
Oh no.
Do you know the rapper Necro?
Yeah.
He was an associate of Necro before they had a falling out.
Okay.
He used to go by the name Gore-Tex.
And then he got slapped with a copyright suit.
Yeah. Yeah, he got slapped with a copyright suit and changed his name to Gore Elohim, and then he changed it to Lord Goat for some reason.
I like Lord Goat. That's a good head name.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of fits because he was like he had like an independent super group called Super Coven.
Super Kevin?
Yeah.
Oh, and this goes out to Anne's other ex, who she never should have dated because he was a skateboarder and was named Kevin.
I like it. I've never met this guy, but I have like a perfect picture of him in my head. Oh, hey, can you hear us? Okay.
Just fucking with you.
For fuck's sake! Stop it! I forbid you to do that again.
It worked the second time.
Wait, did he just give us AIDS?
Yes. Well, Zach is AIDS. He's like AIDS, and he's like a cloud of AIDS in a human form.
I did that one time before you got here, Ann, and it worked, and then I just did it again. All I had to do was freaking upload a dang Ed Gein thing.
I should have known. He probably would have used the Baphomet or something like that.
No, it was Ed Gein. I kind of remember why I have that on my freaking computer.
I think we know why.
What the hell were we talking about before I derailed everything with my AIDS girlfriend?
Well, we weren't really talking about anything.
We got onto Bulgaria, and I was like, oh, no, you don't want to deal with Bulgarians, let me tell you.
Yeah, maybe like some of the poor Bulgarians are actually cool.
Yeah.
I think Bruce Campbell movie made in Bulgaria sucked.
Which one?
Man with the Screaming Brain. Which, okay, I won't say it sucked.
I haven't seen that.
I didn't like it that much. Have you seen it, Jeremy?
Yeah.
I've never heard of the man with the screaming brain. No, I've seen the man with two brains.
No, this is like a cheesy Bruce Campbell thing. I think he did it either before or after My Name is Bruce. Speaking of which, I'm actually finishing up Ash versus Evil Dead right now.
That was actually a cool show for, I think they just kind of ran its course after 3 seasons. No, what I'm excited about, and I swore I would never get involved in a TV show ever again, and then Castlevania came along, and it was like really faithful to the games, and also The Boys, which is like the best take on superheroes I've ever seen, even better than Watchmen. Seriously, The Boys is is even more of a realistic take on superheroes than Watchmen is. So
yeah, isn't the idea behind The Boys is just like the main characters are like a government, like I don't know, strike force or something like that kills superheroes because superheroes are like sociopaths who abuse their power.
yeah, well, the superheroes are in collaboration with the government, but these guys work with an intelligence agency that kind of, keep their collars clean. And
I mean, I've read a little bit of the comic, and like, the character, the Homelander, is just like a completely unlikable sociopath.
Real dickwad, yeah. And he's got a real weird relationship with his PR person or whatever.
I remember, yeah, and I do remember one part where they're where they were like trying to get rid of like a sort of Captain Marvel stand-in, so they just cut his tongue out so he can't say like the Shazam to turn into Captain Marvel or whatever.
These guys in real life, these guys would be terrorists and there would be no coming back. But they managed to get away with all this shit as anti-heroes in this story. So yeah, that's why I'm hyped about the boys coming back. You know, it kind of fulfills that jaded, misdirected masculine energy in me. You know. So that's why I like it. So
I think I'm gonna watch. No,
I was gonna say the Irishman did a good job with that with me. Mm-hmm. I kind of want to watch more Sam Peckinpah films too. I've watched like his major ones so far.
He was a very angry and drunk guy. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my favorite of his is Straw Dogs, but I also really like Cross of Iron. That's really good. Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia was really good. That was actually a influence in my first novel, The Story of the Why. What else of his have I seen? I think let's see. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it that I've seen so far. But yeah, Cross of Iron I think is a really underrated war movie.
I don't like war movies.
I do.
Man, I really wish my camera were working because Stumpler is being so fucking adorable right now. No one would ever believe me without being able to actually see it.
Hey, that reminds me. We need to give The Quiet Place a ska aesthetic. And every time Anne does the camera thing, she's going to be at like a beach. We're going to look like laid-back, slacker ska people instead of neurotic weirdos.
Well, I could actually, since this computer isn't working anyway, I could get my phone and go stand by the mountain.
That's not a beach.
I mean,
it's the aesthetic.
I mean, I'm kind of a weirdo in that I view ska in the same way as reggae, in that I haven't found any non-Jamaican ska that I actually enjoy that much.
Oh, you say I'm a freaking nerd with the ding. I was into paperbacks from hell before.
No, I said you were a hipster.
Hipster. And now you're like, I'm only into. You're fitting both like the SJW and hipster thing because I only listen to indigenous ska.
I just haven't found any, like, the ska outside of that is like too polished sounding to me.
90s ska was a train wreck. I don't think people who were into ska were even into 90s ska.
I mean, here's something funny. I guess they're not really ska, but like Smash Mouth's like first album, I actually thought was okay. But they actually recently released an acoustic version of it, and it is fucking garbage. Like for some reason, like throughout the entire thing, the singer has auto-tune. Like very obvious auto-tune.
An acoustic album with auto-tune?
Yes, it sounds like fucking trash.
Oh, okay. Wow. Get this. The singer wanted to do a country pop album, and I don't know if you listened to I don't know if you listened to the one of their later albums, Magic, but there's like a little foreshadowing of that, and it's bad.
Yeah, they're like a band that like sold out hard the first chance that they got. Because they were never like super edgy. Like, a lot of their first album was really like goofy. It was like songs about like drinking and partying and shit like that. But then like they just immediately sold out to this like slick pop sound as soon as they got the chance. Sugar Ray apparently did that too. Like, I didn't know this, but Sugar Ray started off as a new metal band. Yeah. And then when they had a fluke pop hit, and they just went full force in that direction.
Yeah. They didn't foresee that they would be, writing all these cheesy love songs.
Yeah, just the kind of shit you would hear at like a fucking Christian summer camp or something like that.
You why? I mean, can't you? Isn't it actually easier to just write a simple hooky pop song when you don't have lots of production equipment? I've never been able to understand that. Bands that have never heard of a melody until they sign a contract. Like getting access to a $5 million soundboard doesn't teach you to write a hook.
Mm.
So what is that? What happens?
It's money. It's what money does to a motherfucker.
But how does money teach you how to write a hook?
Probably because they also have producers and have like ghostwriters and shit like that.
Ghostwriters.
The ghostwriters, yeah.
So they get the credit for writing their songs even though they didn't. Is that what you're saying?
In some cases, but I think there's like certain union rules where there's certain people they have to credit.
Yeah. It's amazing how many artists, quote unquote artists, have ghostwriters and just they and the entire music press act like they wrote and sang and produced all of this shit. Like I was stunned and very disappointed in CeeLo Green when I found out that his best song was written by Bruno Mars.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty good song, but it's not surprised that Bruno's actually a pretty good songwriter.
I've never really enjoyed his songs that he keeps for himself, but that is a damn good song.
It's catchy.
But
you didn't like Uptown Funk?
I don't think I've heard it actually.
That's pretty awesome, and so is 24 Karat Magic.
I think I've heard that one. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
But no. I found this out in some random way. Nobody ever breathed a word that CeeLo didn't write all of his own songs. They're like talking about his development as an artist, and this reflects.
I mean, in the pop world, it's almost kind of a given that most pop artists don't write their own songs. Like it's very rare that they do.
This is the fool I make of myself when I dip a toe into something. Right?
Yeah, and I mean, like, even like a lot of like artists that I like, yeah, they not like Johnny Cash and such. Yeah, he wrote a bunch of songs, but he didn't write all of them. But Hank Williams is one of my favorites, and he didn't write all of his songs. Like his best ones he wrote, but didn't. But a lot of I'm So Lonesome I Could Cry he wrote, but he didn't write They'll Never Take Your Love From Me or songs like that, which are just as good.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of excellent songwriters lying in a pauper's grave because they weren't the correct brand name at the time.
It kind of like reminds me. There was this. You ever hear of what was his name? Well, this is a good sign that he's very forgettable. But he's the guy who did that. Oh yeah, Mike Posner is his name, which even his name is forgettable. But he tried to be he was a like behind the scenes producer for a while. Then he tried to be like a pop star. He had like one hit and then completely fell off the map. And then, just had to be a songwriter for a while, which he made good money at until he eventually he did have another hit eventually, but it was clear he wasn't really trying to have hits anymore. Can you imagine that it's that kind of humiliation? Like, yeah, you write good songs that, you can put together a good melody. You have you can write good lyrics, but, we should be giving them to, let's say, more dignified artists like Justin Bieber.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of Justin Bieber, he had a freaking spat with Drake Bell a while ago, which I shouldn't know, but I do.
With who?
Drake Bell. The one who I asked you a second ago is the word on the California street. Is he actually a pedophile?
Oh, I thought you said Great Bill.
No, Drake Bell. He's a humor icon. Like, I think the show Drake and Josh ended maybe 2005, or maybe it started then. I mean, it was around that time. And he's kind of like been on everyone's radar. Like, I mean, I don't keep up with anything celebrity, but like those guys like are just your freaking like childhood, like super nostalgia. And there's so much stuff that's happened after that show. Like he went super freaking broke, and then now this pedophile thing, and it's just, I don't know, it's weird.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen, there's more evidence of him being abusive to ex-girlfriends than there is like him hitting on underage girls. But apparently, that accusation is still out there.
Yeah, but that, like I said, that TikTok thing was weird. So I'm skeptical.
Yeah,
anything that's involved with TikTok is probably either pedophilia or Chinese spies.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently, like there's been a competitor release to it called Thriller, and apparently, like Don Jr. went on there and just like ranted for fucking 8 minutes about China.
Jesus, I think.
I don't know if you were hearing earlier, but we really need like a debate between like Biden's and Trump's failure children.
Maybe that's the future of this show. We should move to TikTok or Thriller.
Oh, get Chelsea Clinton in there.
Well, Chelsea's not. Well, Hillary's not running. Thank fucking Christ. But I mean,
but she did, and you know, everyone knows that you
Chelsea is just like an empty shell of a person who's never had a real job.
Yeah, like
at least Hunter Biden is interesting because he's a fucking crack addict.
Yeah, and I call Trump's sons Nero and Caligula because of their habit of hunting drugged animals.
They are just absolute fucking retards. They make their fucking dad look like a genius.
No, as someone who has studied very comprehensively Nero and Caligula the last few years, there is literally no comparison. Those are seriously bad dudes. I get it; it's a good joke, but I mean, no, in real life, there's no.
Well, yeah, I'm sure if they were able to like do it and get away from it, they would be. But you know that since this is America, and we have to be nice and civilized, instead they just become complete fucking retards.
Well, see, I often make fun of one-issue voters, but I can one-issue veto a human being in my mind if they are needlessly cruel to animals. That's my one trigger, you know.
Yeah, that's like something. I'm pretty sure like that they watch TV shows where animals die and they just like giggle and like, can't look at that, he died like a fucking mangy dog.
Yeah, and maybe this is closed-minded of me, but literally all I know about the Trump sons is that they are part of those fucking pussy-ass so-called safaris where you go and shoot a beautiful, magnificent lion that's already been drugged and doesn't have a gun himself. And yeah, maybe I'm closed-minded, but that's all I needed to know about those two before I started calling them Nero and Caligula. Like, that's my one issue.
Hemingway would not approve.
I can't agree with that. I can't agree with anybody doing that at all. Absolutely not. Yeah, but,
I could imagine like during the like Hunter versus Don and Eric debate, because obviously this you need 2 against 1 with Hunter. I imagine they would be like, "Hey, we like to hunt. Do guns trigger you? You fucking live." He's like, "I've literally had guns stuck in my mouth multiple times, and I still went to buy crack."
But I don't know. I don't understand what Don Jr. has to do with anything. He's not the one running. I mean, yeah, I get it. He's family, but I mean,
that's a good point. Why the fuck was he speaking at the RNC?
Well, yeah,
I mean, Trump just insists on bringing his failure children into the fucking inner circle.
Right. I don't know what he has to do with it. I mean,
I'm tired.
Ben was just fantasizing on a comedic level of taking Biden's failure children and Trump's failure children, because this whole election is just a terrifying joke. I mean,
I remember
it's normal for the incumbents party to not really have a primary, but for the Democrats to not really have a primary, fuck it, this isn't an election.
I mean, the thing is, like, we're obviously not going to get the Trump-Biden debates, which is a fucking travesty. It's
I
just the one
know.
good thing. It'd be the one good thing to come out of this election. And the funny thing is, like, I remember someone predicted, like, you know, they're going to make the excuse that they don't want to debate Trump because they don't want to platform a fascist or something like that. And just a couple weeks ago, Nancy Pelosi literally said that.
Wow. And yet, it's not Trump who's looking at black people and saying that their skin will change colors if they don't vote for him.
Yeah, it's just like it's just all fucking bullshit. It's like we have
Corn Pop would freaking disapprove of that and disagree.
Wait! I just have to interrupt with a special bulletin. Apparently, someone made a homebrew Streets of Rage 2 game with the Punisher as a playable character, and that's all. Carry on.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Okay, I'll show proof, but
Freaking weird.
Keep talking about. Okay,
wait. But yeah, it's
there he is.
Yeah, that's cool. But yeah, this election is just an absolute fucking travesty. We have someone who's an old man whose brain is fucking Swiss cheese and a literal fucking Cheeto.
Well, it's funny because
there's a Cheeto in the White House with arms and legs.
It's the two stereotypes of old people. It's the conservative boomer and then like the senile nursing home patient. And I mean, it's so weird that that's happening this day and age. Like, I don't get it, and it's, you know, I wonder if it's symbolic of how we've gotten to where it's like the death rate is so freaking low, and there are so many old people, but I guess maybe less young people. I don't know if that's entirely accurate, but we do know that people are having kids less and less, and this is just what we're going to be dealing with from here on out.
I mean, I predict that as we get closer to the election, Trump is just like going to go like full mask off and just start spouting QAnon talking points. They're kidnapping children. They're kidnapping children, and they skinned them alive in satanic rituals. And I am the only one that can stop that because Joe Biden is in on it.
Well, I have a little bit of a pet theory about this that's been brewing in me for quite some time, and I'm going to call it the war on the middle-aged. Because
you're probably getting to my conservative boomer and conspiracy boomer talks. You wouldn't know that I've been going on about this on my other new podcast with Ken Ammi, and we're actually going to be talking about a lot of the heretical mistakes a lot of these guys who are Christians make once they get into this conspiracy boomer stuff with all the you know, oh my God, he's a pedophile, blah blah blah. They become flat out Gnostics real quick, except they're really freaking cringy boomer Gnostics. And they read books like extra biblical books like the Book of Enoch, and they start acting like they know stuff. They're just weaving these elaborate, weird end time sci-fi tales. And Trump is playing into it. I'm not saying he's a part of some sort of like conspiracy related to that, but it's just it's got all the freaking marks of a psyop. Like, you know, I used to think the conspiracy stuff was cool, but more and more, especially after studying religion, I really think people are being manipulated. Maybe it's partway demonic because, you know, the things they will fall away and read texts authored by demons or whatever the exact wording of the scripture was. But these people do it, and they end up freaking being this weird sect where they believe that we're still under Mosaic law, and they become really legalistic and Pharisee-like. And it's just freaking a lot of real weird connections, but it's all based on being cringy and QAnon type. Like something about that relates with like dumb Gnostic. I mean, all Gnosticism is dumb in my opinion, but it's like the freaking cringiest version and most retarded version of like the freaking proletariat. How do you pronounce proletariat? You get what I mean. Just a bunch of
welcome to the internet.
Yeah, poor trailer park people talking about the freaking Nephilim alien hybrids and Satan controlling this or that political figure. Like, it's just so cringy.
Well, that's the internet. When people got into intellectual debates, there used to be, fact checkers or peer reviews. Now, if regardless of how illogical it is, if your post gets 1 million likes, you're right, and you'll keep going down that trail. Logic be damned.
That's how they get into the Gnosticism, because they start turning back away from traditional, like, they'll always throw the whole thing, we don't like the old creeds, and oh my God, the Catholics, they've always been freaking Satanists and blah, blah, blah. And that's where they become Gnostics, but stupid Gnostics. Go on. I didn't mean
to derail that. It's kind of what the internet is doing to everything, but I'm kind of...
Well, I remember some... Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, I've been tempted lately to go back to the level of Ludditism I was in 2007.
Yeah, you should just move out in the woods and start sending packages to airline executives and college professors.
What was your pet theory before I interrupted?
Well, it's kind of vague, but I just call it the war on the middle-aged. Everybody likes to talk about boomers versus Generation X, whatever. But this section of people, and it includes older millennials, Gen X, and younger boomers. And maybe I'm just having these thoughts because I fall in the middle of that. And some people are already old when they're 25, and some people are still young when they're 80. It's a really fluid category. But if it's being middle-aged is when you're supposed to be in the prime of your life. You're no longer young and callow. You know a few things, but you're also not old and feeble, and you're not going senile yet and talking about pony dog soldiers.
Okay, I didn't get that reference. Okay.
Oh, that was one of the random things that Biden says whenever he opens his mouth.
Yeah, Biden called someone a lying pony-faced soldier or something like that.
Pony-faced dog soldier. I forget exactly what it was, but it was just inspired senility.
It's like his brain just went back to something from like a 1950s Western.
But and like I said, maybe this is just self-serving because I'm in the middle of being middle-aged, although I'm probably more physically active than most people in their 20s now, but that's just because of the internet. Yeah, and blames the internet for everything. Well, it's going to kill us.
Yeah, the internet is the cause of all of our problems.
Well, we survived having nukes, but we're not going to survive having the internet. That's how I predict we're going to go out. But just because of birth rates, like my birth year, 1975, was, I think, the lowest birth year in, memory ever since 1776 or something. And part of it is just force of demographic numbers. There just aren't as many people in this age group as there are older people and younger people, because the millennials, the younger millennials, kind of are the result of a baby boom, another baby boom. But at any rate, people who are in the prime of their life, who should be, at the peak of their careers and who should be leading the country, are being shoved aside for people who are very callow and young, or people who are very senile and old. I first got to see this when I was about 30, and all of a sudden, when I was in my 20s and I was in my teens and 20s and I was apprenticing to be a journalist, we were always told, you have to pay your dues, and, someday you'll be a staff writer, but not now, because we have to let the, now 50 or 60-year-old baby boomers have their time because they're middle-aged and they know what they're doing. They've paid their dues and they have a depth of knowledge and context. But the minute I turned 30, and, we had paid our dues and we were supposed to be, becoming staff writers or management and getting our due, so to speak, all of a sudden every single job ad for the media was demanding, and the excuse was, well, they know all about social media. And I was kind of a Luddite at the time, and I didn't realize quite how easy social media is to use, especially if you're a very social person and you enjoy doing that kind of shit. That was just, I don't know if it was conscious or if this is just the result, but whether they did it on purpose or whether this was the result, it had the effect of kicking all of the people who were seasoned journalists and had learned journalism from people who'd been there, since the 40s or 50s. And, now the people who had been doing it in the 40s or 50s were retiring. They kicked out all the people who were becoming middle-aged and about to hit their stride in their careers, and instead replaced them with 22-year-olds. Now, maybe the intent may have been to save money because they didn't think that 22-year-olds would ask for as much money, and the media was crashing. I mean, there was one crash when the internet killed off the newspapers, and now the internet is killing itself. I don't know what's going to come after that. But the effect was they replaced all of the journalists who had been trained in a traditional way, where you look up facts and interview people and engage with the real world on the street as opposed to, writing about the president's tweet today. They replaced them all with people who kind of had to train themselves and each other, and who had just come out of this very ideological college world, which you didn't even used to need a college degree. I was a journalist without a college degree. I apprenticed. But now, instead of apprenticing from an older journalist who knows what they're doing, people come out of this sort of SJW college world. College isn't the real world, even in the best of times, even if they are trying to be genuinely intellectual. They come out of that world and they go straight into sometimes leadership positions in what's left of newsrooms. And so the people who are middle-aged and should be leading the media right now have all been sidelined. I've been doing odd jobs and weird shit and ghostwriting for the past 15 years. And meanwhile, and sort of on a parallel track, so yeah, you've got this whole media full of basically untrained people who are only trained in being SJWs, which has been a predictable car wreck. But then you look at politics, and maybe this is as a result of the media being completely missing middle-aged workers, or a result of just, once again, force of demographic numbers. But I'm sure people are sick of hearing me talk about him, and he's said a lot of stupid shit, like women are oppressed in the United States. But I was really interested in Andrew Yang as a candidate because even when I didn't agree with him, he was thinking about shit. He was trying to think about shit in unique ways. And it was so transparent that they were just trying to get rid of him, which is actually why I started paying attention to him. The DNC would just cut off his mic in the middle of a debate so he could not speak. And the candidates that they seemed to be okay with manipulating toward the top were Mayor Pete, who's 35 years old, and Joe Biden.
And he's a CIA stooge.
Yeah, he's a CIA stooge and he's a millennial. Or Joe Biden, who actually died 3 years ago.
Yeah, they're just weekend at Bernieing him through the whole thing. When we could have had the actual Bernie, you fucking assholes.
Well, he's almost a corpse too, but
he's still a lot more lucid and smarter than anyone else.
Yeah. But he was old, which was acceptable, but they just didn't like him, so they got rid of him too. But if you'll notice, the candidates they were pushing forward, you can even see coin flips where they blatantly cheated for Mayor Pete in the caucuses. The candidates they wanted were either too young for the job or too old for the job. And it's the same in the media. I don't know about other industries, but from where I'm sitting, people who should be leading the country, who have the experience but don't have to be weekend at Bernie, are being sidelined.
Yeah,
so that
I don't know. Tulsi wasn't that old, was she? I think she's in her 40s.
Yeah, I mean, Tulsi would have been fine too, but she didn't kiss Hillary Clinton's ring, so she'll never go anywhere in politics again.
Pretty much.
But you guys get what I'm saying? It sounds paranoid to me just to couch it as the war on the middle age, but whether it's deliberate or just the force in numbers.
I think it's a symptom of what's happening. And this is where my dang conspira boomer comes out. I just don't think there's any way to deny there's been a push for what we're in right now. Perhaps from the very beginning of America being founded. Because I mean, if, from every source I've perused, I mean, it's pretty easy to tell that from the Enlightenment on, and then even from right here, they've been trying to impose this sort of like Gnostic type Freemasonic order, wherein the Nietzschean thing of the last man kind of comes about. Like we're really just kind of devoid of life, the most consumeristic. I mean, just kind of like shells of like what our former beautiful humanity was. And of course, in my opinion, because of Christian values, and now that's kind of like taken away, and values are seen as something that are either contractual or purely economic. Therefore, the young people are always trying to liberate themselves from something. It's like there's an ongoing revolution, and everyone's completely like, well, I mean, we've lost touch of aristocratic roots. Not that I'm saying it's better to have aristocracies or whatever, but we don't believe in any, like, we've become like afraid of being, I don't want to use the word elitist, but I guess I will, intelligent. Like we're not really, I really don't know how to word that. It's like, maybe aristocratic is a good word. It's like we're not really proud about anything, especially intellectual history. We're just told to disregard it and kind of shrug it off on the basis of postmodernism or identity politics. And we don't have like any sort of traditionalism. We're just like I said, constant in some kind of constant revolution or liberation. And the people who are freaking pulling the strings from both ends, one end is Donald Trump, and the other one is like the other old person in the nursing home, and it's, I don't know, we're just kind of screwed.
You know what? This is really embarrassing, but funny. I forgot I was live streaming. I got busy doing other things. I completely forgot we were still doing the show.
You're way too fucking high.
Yeah, but yeah, I thought I forgot. I just forgot we were doing this.
Yeah, this is my show now.
I'm like, who's talking?
Yeah, I'm taking the show over for now.
Did I leave a video playing? No, I'm still doing this.
But it's kind of funny because someone on Facebook had said that the Groypers were going to be like the next like major force in the Republican Party, which I didn't think so, because like the Groypers went pretty much like full force mask off Nazi like pretty quickly, and I don't think that appeals to most Republican voters. Even though a lot of Zoomer Republicans are just becoming outright Nazis.
Well, the thing about the freaking boomer conservatives is that they have absolutely
they gravitated toward QAnon. That's what became the major force in the Republican Party. And have even Don Jr. and Donald Trump mouthing QAnon talking points, and I'm pretty sure they don't believe in it, but
they do. Oh well, no, not Trump and them, but that's the thing.
I think Trump Trump and Don are and maybe they're stupid enough and self-absorbed enough to believe, yes, I really am like fighting the satanic pedophiles, but they obviously know that the QAnon thing is they're not, because they know that they're not feeding any information to 8chan or whatever.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, okay, the real like to get to the core of the issue, you just have to recognize that people are being put in this liberation mindset on purpose, and rather than addressing that, they're creating freaking fantasies about pedophiles, but they're not getting into anything intellectual or religious, because that's the only way to address what's going on, is the sense that they want everyone concerned with some form of rationality is going to fix everything. It's either going to be we're liberated on the base of race, or we get the pedophiles, or blah blah blah. But from the get-go in America, we have been freaking conditioned by the dang founding fathers to be completely relativistic. We have to get away from that. I'm not saying become an outright theocracy, because I don't even think that's practically possible. I mean, maybe, but it's just going to happen again. The thing about the boomers is that they too quickly threw away the traditions and the I would say biblical institutions that were able to keep the West successful and the West thriving. They threw it. They thought that, these things are just based on rational concepts like the family and et cetera, to where the norm is now there are no more families. Most people don't start looking to get married and having families till, heck, maybe they're freaking 30s or 40s, because everyone's told they have to get 10 different degrees. And, once that kind of core community has been destroyed, because, of course, everything's based on rationality and people can just follow what's best for them at the moment instead of, trying to follow, lead by example. They think there's this constant progressivism. And as Bill Gates has said, as evil as he appears to be, when countries start prospering, the family just kind of naturally goes away. I wouldn't say that's natural. I would say that's programmed, because values are corrupted. But that's where we are now. It seems to have started with the boomers. And nowadays, when we could be fixing these issues, they're off freaking LARPing as James Bond, getting the satanic pedophiles and just playing into what Donald Trump and his freaking handlers will say. And we're just going to constantly be controlled by this same establishment that also controls the media, that is also pushing people into this constant revolutionary state that we see now, that's like a mixture of a revolutionary state and a state that's just given over to control. It's like they say there's the flu going around. Now everyone has to shut down the economy, but you're still free to riot. I mean, it's just complete manipulation. And then, some of the groypers go a little bit over the edge, but I will say the groypers are the only ones who understand what's going on. And
I think the Jews are behind everything.
Well, it's not necessarily.
Listen to them. That's basically what their mentality is. I mean, they openly talk about the JQ and shit like that.
Who's they?
The groypers. And then you have coward like Nick Fuentes, who just outright denied the Holocaust and then tried to be a complete fucking pussy and say he didn't.
Oh, but I don't know. It's a freaking crazy, annoying situation. The only true way to fight it, though, and this is...
I mean, the groypers are basically just George Lincoln Rockwell-style American neo-Nazis.
I'm just going to say that the only way to actually fight it is to establish the values again. And, of course, I know you won't like this. I would say go back to Christianity, where we should be, and then we can actually have these institutions that flourish, where everyone is not completely they accept the biological hierarchy and the hierarchies that come with what's a woman's position, what's a man's position, we make a family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I know that this day and age that sounds funny, but all throughout history that's been freaking normal. It's only
not been
now, in the countries that have thrived, it's been. But the only
define thrive.
The West. I mean, the freaking exactly. I mean,
the West was a concept that didn't exist until the 19th century at the earliest.
What, people making babies?
And having the nuclear family.
That's taboo.
I mean, a lot of countries didn't have a nuclear family and still made children.
Yeah, they also sacrificed people to freaking in temples and stuff. I mean,
but so did the fucking Europeans. They just didn't do a ritualistic sacrifice.
Well, that would be more of sometimes they have went overboard and with
they're committing genocide. It's just going a little overboard, we just need a little bit of genocide.
Which genocide? Because if you really break down
all of them.
Well, from what I've seen, when you break down the numbers, every time there have been heretic burnings or witch burnings, it's not that much. I mean, it's a bad thing, but like, you know, traveling around the rest of the world, human sacrifice is like it's the norm.
And there's so much passive aggression in the room right now that I'm suffocating. Please iron this out.
It wasn't the norm. That's a complete myth.
Be the mediator.
Yeah, you can point to places like the Aztecs who did do it, but the idea that, you know, it's and they were a conquering nation in their own region, but the idea that human sacrifice that was common is just, that's just bullshit. It's like Christopher Columbus saying the people in the West Indies were cannibals. It was just a complete lie.
Well, we'll have to get specific about it, though, because, I mean, I'm not saying that it was like all over the world people were sacrificing, but, you know, the West is, the ones that have freaking engineered what we're in now, which what we're in now has turned bad because the values have gotten skewed and we've become fat computer babies. But to get here, you had to have the Christian West contributing everything that is contributed. And I mean, I don't know.
Are you saying the Christian West led to this?
Yes. I mean, okay, the Christian West led to the good things, but we got corrected.
Yeah, it's only good. There's no bad.
No, we're actually rehashing an argument right now that Cicero had all the time. He was a Roman orator and politician who didn't believe that the Greek and Roman gods were real himself. But his dilemma was that he felt that the common people who aren't that bright, or just people in general, needed the gods to keep them moral. So, you know, this debate has been going on for at least 2,000 years and probably longer before recorded history. So we could argue about this all fucking night.
We could also point to the fact that when people did believe, that's when the good things happen. It's like right now we're kind of at the point of super, mass unbelief, and that's where everything is going to hell because people are put in this constant liberation mindset to where they're not liberating themselves from anything. Like, okay, it's the exact thesis that Jim Goad gets to in the Redneck Manifesto, where the current norm now is white versus black, when the actual historical norm would be rich white, and below them indentured servants who were, constantly, I mean, their mortality rate was way above that of the slaves, and they were the Irish and indentured servants were considered on a lower class versus the blacks. I mean, not versus the blacks. It was kind of all the poor common people with the rich white controllers at the top. Why is it now that we're put in this, like, okay, the rich old people are the ones leading the charges and giving everyone the paradigms and creating the Q nonsense?
I mean, they always have.
Yeah, and the common people are just...
The ruling class is the one that almost always writes history.
Exactly, but think about it. The freaking common people, again, in the same paradigm, are fighting it out when, they're more alike than they are the ones creating the paradigms.
I mean, it is just a rehash of the same thing, except they put diversity talking points on it. Well, it's just like, oh, you don't have anything in common with these poor white people. They hate you because you're black. You don't have anything in common with them.
That's taking away the spiritualness and the Christianity and just manipulating this liberation mindset.
I mean, it's taking away the idea that, they have the same interests.
Wait, what?
It's taking away that they have the same economic interests.
Oh, yeah, that too. But, we can't even have a cognizant society with, a community and a family because we're so freaking blinded to, we can't see that there's a literal created order. You were giving, these parts to do this, and this is like the traditional role, and blah, blah, blah. And everyone thinks that they can rewrite everything. And what happens? Everyone gets fighting because everyone believes in some roundabout weird way they're their own atheistic, Gnostic type of God. They don't believe in order.
That's not really, it's more the case that people don't have time to communicate because the people don't have stable incomes. We don't have like time off. Jobs we're more precarious than ever. Money keeps getting inflated into fucking nothing.
Okay, if people were given time off, would they pursue intellectual and good interests, or would they just screw around on TikTok and eat Tide Pods?
I mean, if nothing else changed, it would be that. But again, like you have to look at it as a whole and not just like this one thing at a time.
Well, I mean, people can pursue whatever they want in their free time. I don't know what that. I mean, you know.
Oh, I'm not necessarily saying that people, it's bad to goof off. I'm saying like we've been so completely dumbed down, starting like we're like at the final stage of this complete despiritualization and then plus added liberation mindset that people don't know what to do when they're not freaking onto some kind of like revolutionary radical cause.
Mm-hmm. And I think I got what you were saying on that.
I mean, I think it's the opposite. People have no revolutionary cause. They just have a mindset that they have they might have like a substitute for it, but it's like I was talking about on that one Kevin Strange stream. It's this capitalist realism idea that what we have now is, it's something that's impossible to move beyond. It's like taking Fukuyama's idea that we're at the end of history, and there's not going to be anything beyond this, and people have been made incapable of looking beyond it.
But we have to realize the truth of the goodness of community and not create an atomized society full of narcissists who think they're freaking.
I mean, community is important, but you need the economic conditions to be able to form a healthy community.
Anne had
people created civilization out of the dang dirt. I
mean, Anne was going to say something. Why? Yeah, I mean, leave room for Anne. That's all I'm saying.
She's got such a big mouth; it takes about 4 rooms. But I was. You were mentioning biology, and I was thinking about, how we have, I guess, what Ben might be calling a false impulse toward a sort of false revolution. And what Zach was saying was sort of this false division of poor white people and poor black people. We may need a revolution, and I was talking about people being divided up based on age. We may need a revolution, and you said it started with the baby boomers. Have you noticed that baby boomers were where the sort of cult of teenagers and youth began?
Exactly, the liberation thing that I've been talking about, because the whole thing that happened was they believed, and not necessarily them, I mean, I guess you could say them, the authority at that time, for whatever reason, I guess I would trace it in a way. I don't even know how to describe it, but it happened. They believed that the flower children, happy hippie boomers, were freaking. They actually had answers. That they didn't view their elders as, actual figures of authority, and that's where the freaking confusion started. They became so relativistic and into anything that the institution just freaking crumbled. And I think people in my generation, particularly the stupid ones, do not get, like, they'll look at their old people and say that we need to keep going in that radical direction. They don't realize that the old people, the boomers, have that mindset. They just have some of that leftover dying traces of the good, wholesome tradition. Like, the boomers are essentially the bad version of us.
I don't even know about that. The boomers sold out pretty quickly in the Reagan era.
Yeah, that too.
Well, what I was trying to get at, pulling all these threads together, is that biologically, just like biologically, women get pregnant and men go hunt meat. Biologically, there is, in just about every species, particularly primates, there is a normal drive for adolescent males to eventually feel the impulse to rise up and depose the leading silverback gorilla. And that's something that humans feel too. It's something that we've always felt. It's why every generation when they're young thinks they invented sex. And, that's something that humans feel too. It's something that we've always felt. It's why every generation when they're young thinks they invented sex. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how true that is. I'm pretty sure that's like Freud's. That came from Freud's theory of how civilization came to be. So I don't know how true that is.
If you read Shakespeare, you know, the young characters like Prince Hal, they kind of act like I used to think millennials were, in that, you know, millennials seem to think they invented gay rights. And I was like, you know, people actually had a lot worse before you. But, you know, if the...
She dropped.
Oh, man. No, she's still here.
Yeah, sorry. The baboon troop is never going to move forward if, you know, the rising middle-aged baboons don't eventually tell the silverback, hey, you're senile, stop leading us. But I mean, this is a biological urge, and it's a biological process of getting old and dying, and, you know, young people coming up. But we've moralized it, and I think that really started. Well, it may have started. I guess it's always present, young people, because every time you do something aggressive against another human being, you have to rationalize it in your head. But the post-war cult of the teenager, and then, you know, baby boomers coming of age, well, the older ones anyway, coming of age when all these psychedelics were popular and you could open your mind to new experiences, and they really genuinely thought they were reinventing the world. Instead of making that part of a community process, as you were saying, or thinking about it rationally, as in, yeah, it's natural for young people to want to take over from old people, but let's not pit young people against old people, when our problem really is income inequality that cuts through generations. It's kind of similar to what you were talking about from the Redneck Manifesto, where we've turned this biological impulse to throw over the silverback gorilla into a moral good, and therefore any overthrowing of anyone who's older than you are is necessarily good and is revolutionarily virtuous, even if, you know, you're the wealthy white descendant whose wealthy black friend and you are both wearing t-shirts and burning down some poor old man's shop. You know, he's a boomer, so fuck him.
Yeah, and exactly. No, I wasn't advocating that. I was advocating something a bit different. I was saying.
I wasn't talking about what you were advocating. I was just trying to take everything we were talking about and sort of synthesize it with, you know, this idea that, you know, people who are middle-aged are just being ignored when they should be leading the baboon troop right now, and the fact that we have this sort of mindless eternal revolution.
I mean,
when they're actually.
Well, I was just gonna say, at this time, I don't necessarily know if it is or not, but it does somewhat seem that generational warfare mindset does seem somewhat more rational, given that the current generations, millennials, and I'm pretty sure Zoomers, are going to be one of the first generations that are actually worse off than the one before it.
Actually, Generation X was already worse off than their parents, and have been announced as such since I can remember.
Yeah, Gen X really is kind of like the invisible ones. Like, no one really talks about them. But I think that the real truth of the matter is the boomers in this case, in this paragraph, like, it's so specific to this point in history. And that's why I think it's, you know, completely programmed in some weird way that we can't really like point and say who did this. I mean, some people try. They'll say about, you know, the Frankfurt School. And I do believe there's a lot of, you know, truth about that stuff. But it's like, they bought into the idea of the elders not being smarter and wise, and they threw away that tradition. So now the young people are looking throughout history and realizing where, you know, the freaking, this is like the kink in the chain that's like going to freaking destroy us, because the boomers in this case, I mean, it's like they're dang children. And the Gen Xers are smarter. The Gen Xers, you're agreed, they should be the ones leading us. But I mean,
well, I think young boomers, Generation X, and older millennials should be leading us because, you know, everybody gets labeled as these generations, but everybody goes through the same stages of life. Everybody is a young, young, dumb, and full of cum at one point. Everyone is middle-aged at one point, and that's the part of your life where you should probably be leading society, and then you become a venerable elder. But I think after World War II, America was so on top of the world as a young adolescent nation. You know, we just saved everybody from the Nazis. And then the baby boomers came of age during this, which also coincided with this. It also coincided with this huge uptick in our ability to acquire consumer goods. You know, so they had all the trappings of this fantastic teenagedom, along with this new feeling of America as an adolescent country full of power. But, you know, and everybody laughed at them during the 80s when they were middle-aged and becoming ridiculous. But it's really hard. It must have been really hard to reconcile this whole ideology, or not ideology, sort of fantasy of the United States being this new adolescent country and don't trust anybody over 30. And wait a minute, I'm 40.
That is true. And it's like, okay, I would say what we need, and this goes back, not necessarily Nietzsche, but just within these threads. I mean, yeah, I guess you would say Nietzsche. I would say the two main things the one thing I, of course, say that we need is actual true Christianity that isn't freaking influenced by Enoch and all the boomers who talk about the Satanist pedophiles. We need actual tradition, and we need romanticism again, because we're not a romantic. We don't have a romantic mindset. It's like everyone kind of wears their degeneracy on their shoulders, and if you're on their shirts, and if you've not, had sex or whatever by getting out of high school, you're viewed as a weirdo. Which I understand, like some of that has like funny rings to it, but we don't. Young people don't really strive for anything. They don't strive for actual beauty and good things.
I think they don't strive for anything because there doesn't seem to be any future.
Exactly, because they killed it by freaking being so against everything, like reinventing the wheel to the point where like everything's pointless, and we have this kind of post-human, transhumanist future, which that is the one thing about the conspira boomers that I will say they do have right. This impulse towards this kind of transhumanist mindset, whether it's real or not, like that mindset does seem to exist among a lot of people. And I think that's really kind of the most dangerous thing, that we're kind of facing against. And the way I see this whole, the riots thing, you can kind of put it in that sort of.
The riots are just a symptom.
Well, I was going to say satanic/Gnostic symbolism of black.
It's not symbolism. It's a condition of people who don't think they have a future, people who think they have a boot on their neck all the time, and people who don't have no economic security whatsoever. Like, what the fuck do you think is going to happen? A riot is a natural outcome of that.
Yeah, but that plays into what this kind of Gnostic mindset throughout history has been about creating the Ubermensch. And I know the Ubermensch is not an occultic ideal, but it parallels occultic ideals, and it's just all about this freaking breaking down of what they say is the ego, what they say is tradition, so that humanity can be liberated from something and rise to something else, which in a roundabout way, it's complete Satanism. It's, they make fun. That's kind of where the weirdness of Gnosticism comes in, where they make fun of people for calling it what it is when they kind of miss what it is. Like, the whole thing does revert back literally to Satanism and this kind of liberation away from tradition and roles to something that.
They should just be, peasants happy to work the land.
You don't understand.
That sounds like what you're getting at.
If I could cherry pick traditionalism.
When I say, no, this is a result of economic conditions and a condition that feels like the country has no future, and you say, well, no, we just need traditions, and this is like satanic liberation. How am I supposed to take that?
I would say that because you're kind of blinded to the metaphysical undercurrent of you don't really care about getting.
There isn't a metaphysical undercurrent. It's
getting some kind of
a result of economic conditions.
Okay,
it seems very obvious that is the case.
No, once the economics are there, people aren't going to have anything to live for, and they're just going to keep doing this constant. Either there'll be dead phone zombies, or there'll be constant some kind of liberation because they have to have something to live for. I think people need to understand what the truth in traditionalism and realize that we cannot reinvent the wheel, and every time we do, we just end up becoming objective, degenerate slobs who think that only economics will solve our problems. Like the economics, you get the idea that economics can fix anything is a really weird, almost like scientism / progressive ideal that doesn't make sense to me, because it's like once you have that, if everything was economically perfect.
There's no economic perfection.
Well, yeah, there's not, but people think that fixing it is going to solve other problems. I just don't think it will.
It seems obvious that most of the major problems come from the fact that there's no economic security whatsoever.
There's not as much economic security, but people are. I would say that if there was, people still wouldn't be happy and fulfilled. And we just get back to where we are. Think about it. With the baby boomer generation, they had, they're freaking rolling dough, and yes, they did.
No, they're not.
Not
all of them. They're far from all of them.
Yeah, far from all of them. There was one of the most, prosperous times. Again, even then, they still had strong unions and things like that, and a lot of this came from unions being broken up, and part of that was the fault of the unions. That's kind of going back to the Irishmen, things like ties to the mafia and putting all the communists out and things like that.
I think just like other people in other countries get this weird idea of what American life is like because they see these movies where everyone has money, I think people's perception of baby boomers is probably skewed by movies and TV and when you see a Chevy Chase movie, he's supposed to be an ordinary schlub, but he's living in this giant McMansion. Not all of them lived like that. But I don't know. I just had an idea. We should do a GoFundMe to give me economic security so that I can tell you whether I feel better or not.
Hey.
The goal amount will be $1 million. I think I could feel secure if I just had a cool $1 million in the bank and invested here and there.
How do you like that? Eli Cash is finally back. I've been wondering where he is, but he's got a nice insight into this.
Yeah, but think about it. Economics is not going to fix people's problems because say everything was perfect, the ability to live and be happy is definitely incumbent upon some sort of agreed upon morality. But why is it that every time people get prosperous and the nation gets rich, everyone becomes some kind of selfish weirdo? It repeats.
Because whenever the places get prosperous and rich, there's still a pretty wide gap between the rich and the poor, and there's always an upper class that's trying to break up, what's below it to direct more resources towards it.
Basically, people should be illegal.
Pretty much, yeah.
See, it's conversations like this that make me worry that we'll even make it to 200 episodes.
Well, I've had fun on this one.
I know we're you got what?
I've had fun on this one.
Have you?
Yeah.
If we were all just saying, I agree with you, and you're the smartest guy in the world, it would be boring.
No, I know. To me, this conversation is making me uncomfortable. I feel like there's some real resentment, on most, people's behalfs. But
I don't resent anyone.
I don't know, but and I mean, I can work past it. It's just the whole thing's making me nervous, basically. So it's like, because I worry that it could lead to something later. You know what I mean?
Okay, well,
you're just high again.
That was
Why'd you
me.
kick out Ann?
That was me. I kicked Ann out. Yeah.
You were an asshole.
No, I really.
No, that's
didn't.
just my fucking computer.
But
you can't see me, but I'm tapping my fingers together right now, like pretending to be a therapist, and I'm like, I want to say, why do you feel nervous? Let's probe that. What is making you feel nervous?
Because he doesn't have enough pills.
No, I've got plenty, but
and pop some more until you stop feeling nervous.
I don't know. Maybe it's because growing up, I was always in the middle of my mom and dad when they would argue, and maybe that has some sort of psychological bearing on this. Now
I'm the father.
Yeah.
Well, no, neither one of you are the parents, but I mean,
don't nobody call you daddy.
You're two people arguing. See, you're two people arguing, and I'm in the middle of it, and so that's the significance.
That's really interesting, because a lot of people have shitty parents who argue and are abusive to each other as parents.
No, mine weren't. No.
Well, no, not Germany.
Well, they argued. Like little kids, when they see their parents argue, feel uncomfortable, and that can carry forward into discussion. So maybe this is why people are so. Maybe this is part of the reason why people are so intolerant of debate.
Yeah, it reminds them too much of mommy and daddy screaming at each other.
Exactly. Like instead of, and so it escalates to screaming at each other because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, or they just stay in their bubble where everyone agrees.
Yeah.
Because it's too uncomfortable.
Something tells me.
The whole debate thing isn't exactly like the best either. Like people have this weird idea that posting is war. Like, oh, this Twitter post is what's going to bring down Trump.
Right. Yeah.
This post is really going to trigger the legs.
That's the one thing that social media has poisoned everyone's minds. That if they used it all the time in that way, that they're going to put a dent in whatever their boogeyman is. Frank Edler had a comment there. Money can't buy happiness, but it can rent it out for a while. Something tells me Frank has a good job. He strikes me as the type that's got he's saved and money, and he's got a good job and all that.
Yeah, I mean,
am I right, Frank?
I mean, they never answer in real time.
There's nothing wrong with it at all.
I don't know anything about him.
Okay.
But
well, you know what, Frank, you should get in on on Bazong, man. No pressure, though.
Yeah, I mean, Electra's Revenge isn't like bizarro or really weird fiction, but except in like the really old sense.
It's kind of weird.
But it's speculative fiction, so maybe that counts.
Mm-hmm. Well, he was saying he was going to get away from bizarro a little bit, right? So. Or branch out more than anything.
Yeah, he did make it the weird and wacky fiction podcast.
There were a large string of shows where I discovered new books thanks to him, like The Hipster from Outer Space and Florida Man, which I'm trying to make my way through both of them. But go ahead.
I don't think he's on.
Wait,
shit. I gotta leave in about 10 minutes.
Oh, really?
Man. Today has been just way too overloaded. What was I saying? I can't remember. Doesn't help that I'm already going senile. I blame the typhus, but what were you saying?
I don't think Lord Goat is going to be able to get StreamYards to work.
And he should join you for fun.
Maybe we're going to have to downgrade him to Baron Goat then. Oh, what a bummer, man. Okay. I wanted to maybe I would have rap battled him. I don't know, but where you going, Ann? Where you got to be?
I have a reading group.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. I meet with them every other Sunday night. When I first started doing this show, I got in just I wasn't in the right place in my head to do two social things at once on Sundays, so I kind of dropped that, but I've gotten back into it now.
The hardest part about doing that when I was in one is getting people to show up. Everybody's always got an excuse, and it just gets real frustrating. It's like when you want to feel like, you're actually putting on some sort of presentation that means something, getting people together to read their fiction and share ideas and whatnot. And most of the time they can't make it, that's a bunch of bullshit. But, there were always at least 10 people there. But I mean, all these other outliers that just were never, committed, that's why they never made it as writers too, by the way. But I mean, it's really disillusioning thing about being in a writing group. If you've got people that show up every week, then that's a good thing,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. These folks are good. They show up. It was just me who was being a fuck up because I was halfway homeless and all that. You know what was happening.
Yeah.
I was going to say one of the worst experiences I ever had was when I was in the honors art college in undergrad before I eventually dropped out of it and went to business because humanities is freaking horrible. And it took, setting that stuff up is freaking horrible. Like, I emailed the dude who, and I had to do it for a class, by the way, so it wasn't like I was doing a writing group for like a social event. But it took me freaking 3 weeks to get in contact with the dude to rent out this really like hole in the wall bar / coffee shop that had a little venue. And we had this whole thing set up where it was going to be me reading while playing the one guy's art, which the art correlated to my story, and the other guy in the group was going to be playing this kind of ambient guitar thing that made the reading go along smoother. And the freaking guitar dude didn't show up till like the very last day, like when we did rehearsal. And it turned out so freaking perfect in the rehearsal, and it was amazing. And then when we actually go up to do it, and all the people, the professors and the kids and their family members and whatnot are all there, the guitar dude shows up, and he literally doesn't do anything. He just sits there, and we're looking at him, and I can't describe it past that. It's just like he doesn't do anything. And the whole thing freaking goes to hell.
Sounds like he got nervous, got trashed, and then couldn't function. That'd be my guess.
It didn't even look like he just zoned out. But then he started playing a little bit, and it was just horrible. And my God, it turned out bad. And he may have been high or something. And I learned then that reading in front of people is it's a whole bad experience. I can't stand it.
Just got to find the right rhythm.
Yeah, well, it sounds like you had a really bad experience to introduce you to it. But I don't know. I'm starting to suspect that the worst way of being a writer is to be around writers.
What are you going to read tonight?
We are going to be reading this. Maybe you guys could help me record it. I wrote a radio play, kind of based on the plague.
Okay.
Based on the plague and a nightmare that I had when I was a little kid, and I haven't chosen actors or really. I don't know how to produce anything when I'm 2,000 miles away from everyone. I guess get some kind of computer program that works better than StreamYard does. But yeah, we're gonna read that. We read half of it a couple of weeks ago, and they seem to like it. So these are good people. They seem to actually be serious about. The problem is they're all script writers and screenwriters. None of them are novelists, which is probably the direction you want to go. go in if you
California that they would be screenwriters at.
Yeah. But I mean, they seem like really nice people, but I haven't known them long enough to know whether they're miraculously wonderful people in California or whether they're crabs in a bucket.
Hey, Phoenix, man, you're up late night. How you doing? Are you doing okay?
Yeah, well, it was a little bit of a switcheroo because I wanted to be here, but there was something I needed to do. So basically, I'm honoring my friend who passed away. But I just got home, and I thought I would hop on for a minute.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's the friend that I had mentioned like a month or two ago. Yeah. So yeah, it's a bummer, but yeah, I mean it's sad, but I feel like I've come more to terms with it than I was before, and talking about it has helped a lot, and just kind of accepting things and just in their raw form. So
yeah.
Anyway, I have no idea what the discussion was. I haven't been tuned in at all the past few hours.
Well, first we talked to two sword and sorcery authors for about an hour.
That's cool.
And I milked that for all I could. And, then we talked about let's see, what was it? Like stories and videos that we were forced to watch or read in classes. Like the Split Cherry Tree and To Build a Fire by Jack London, stuff like that. And from there, we talked about Jack Ketchum and Edward Lee, and how their brand of extreme horror was more artistically sound than, say, like the really extreme horror authors that we talked about a few weeks ago, like Matt Shaw and Angel Jaliek and all them. And I think we came to the consensus that it's just disguised pornography if there's not some sort of message or lesson to take away. And so Ketchum and Edward Lee qualify as actual artistic horror, I guess, in not just flat out, masturbatory, gory screeds on paper. And then things took a weirder turn, and I don't remember how it got it, but it's almost like Zach and Ben, like
that was a debate, because like that was just
they went somewhere that I'm uncomfortable going most of the time, but it's like they kind of showed teeth, talking about some weird, neutral ground that occupies both the metaphysical and the actual, and religion versus socioeconomic revolution in a winner take all. I don't know, and that's what we've been doing. So
this sounds like a very interesting episode.
I think people need enough to eat, and they need something to live for. I mean,
so
I would sort of agree. I mean, of course, you've got to have food to live, but I think a lot of the point
ration it, right? Is that what you're going to say?
Well, I was going to understand. You got to understand like that moral high ground, like being completely idealistic and being like, no matter what happens, good is good, and justice actually has some sort of meaning. Like it's not just a word that we throw around. And that's what a lot of the older folks actually annoy. I mean, I get kind of annoyed about them because they turn it into this Americana thing and worship a culture as opposed to what's real, even though they don't act like, I mean, they might not even know that they're doing it, but I just think it's been set up that way. Because we're so invested in human rights. Not that human rights are bad, but we're so invested in human rights divorced from a real moral high ground. Like we think it has to be created and imposed by the state, basically. We think it has to be a contractual obligation. And I think that's where the death of, what we're seeing now, the death of the country, is because this new group has been completely programmed into this liberation mentality that I've been talking about, that they think that this other contract has to be written to appease these wrongs, or et cetera, et cetera. I mean, it's just, I don't know, it's getting ugly.
Now, Ben, or not, Phoenix, what were you going to say a minute ago? What?
Well, there were a few things. One was I'm interested in these people you interviewed. I'll have to go back and check.
Yeah, they're awesome. Karnov, that novel they wrote, is pretty badass. Phantom-clad rider of the cosmic ice.
Yeah.
Okay. So what else were you going to say?
Oh, wait. I think you cut out. What did you say?
I know you cut out.
I
said,
cut out?
Yeah.
Oh, that was why. Because it went silent for a second. Okay. No, I was just saying, do you have a nutshell version of the interview earlier, or should I just check it out?
I'll upload it probably tomorrow. So.
Okay. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll check it out. I'm just interested. They were like sword and sorcery type writers like Tolkien.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was only about 50 minutes, so you could probably get through.
Oh, okay.
But
no.
Also,
in 50 minutes.
Well, with an audio book like reading of some scenes from Karnov, and it had like music and background noise and everything. It was badass. It was awesome. Yeah.
That is cool. The reason why I wondered is I was going to ask you, Jeremy, how you get so many people on your show, so many interesting people.
Okay, well, first you've got to open the lines of communication, just like we did with you and Ann, and also you have to keep their appearance on the show a secret until like the day of, so that none of the Karen can interfere, and talk them out of coming on our terrible evil show. I think that's the secret, because there are seriously people that are committed to talking people out of coming on here, and
okay.
I mean, that's a pretty sad way to live, I know, but they do. So,
well, I was gonna say in a kind of comedic way that Ben said that nobody cares about the show, and I looked at the view number literally like an hour after the show was posted. It already had like 1,600 views.
Are you
so
sure?
Like maybe not everybody cares. Maybe not everybody cares, but I mean 1,600 views, like that's not bad.
I think we're getting attacked by bots.
How can we get attacked by bots?
We're not. Wait, how are we not getting actual views?
How do you know I'm not a bot?
Well, I've noticed that we'll get
all of you are bots. I think there's supposed to be. I don't know if it only works for Twitter, but there's supposed to be a way of like someone of like combing through your views and seeing what are bots and what's real.
Really?
Yeah, 'cause I've noticed that there'll be all kinds of weird comments that later go away, and they're like obviously from
scam people. Yeah, that are from like United Arab Emirates or like Slovakia or something, right?
Yeah, okay. On my freaking Indie Rock Dinosaur last episode, that keep in mind it's completely a theology show, or theology and philosophy. Some dude freaking posted a link to a porn site.
Really?
Yeah, obviously a bot too, but
well, you get some of that randomness, but I think most of the time when shows are watched by a lot of bots, it's because they bought the bots.
Yeah. No, you can do that for Facebook if you have like a page or something.
Well, where do you do that at?
Oh, so I don't know exactly.
We freaking figured you out, Jeremy.
I don't know exactly.
I would like to know where you do that.
Wait, are you asking me or Zach?
Anybody.
You can just Google it. I mean, they're pretty open about selling.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you can actually get
right
packaged.
now.
Yeah, you can get packages.
Google buy followers.
What kind of
package? There was a whole scandal about this girl who wanted to be a like beauty product influencer so she and her mom like bought all these followers, and she was pretending to be a celebrity and like, look, I have 1 million followers. But some other people checked her out, and like her followers would go from like 1 million one week to 200,000 the next week, and then she'd go to negative followers, and then she'd have 3 million followers. Like, it's really, I just Googled buy followers. You can buy 100% real and instant Instagram followers for only $2.97.
Boy, you'd have to be real sad to do that, wouldn't you?
Well, yes, to artificially inflate your numbers. It's usually for people who are trying to get like sponsorships and shit.
Yeah. Really sad. That's really sad. Why would he?
I mean, on one hand, yeah, but it's supposed to be a way of gaming the system. It's less for people who want the satisfaction and more for people who are trying to get sponsors and shit. Like, I guess one thing we could look at is like how many like likes and dislikes and comments are on it, because getting like no interaction is a good sign that it's bots.
Or we could just change the subject and forget we even.
Jeremy's buying bots.
Jeremy's online right now, like, oh my God, it's only $1 per follower. But well, it's part of the whole fake it till you make it culture. You know, they're literally faking it in an attempt to make it.
It's not too late to change
the boomers create that.
It's not too late to change.
Kind of.
Hey, so Ben, I got your books.
And didn't you have?
I hope you like them.
Yeah, I gotta go. I'm sorry to miss you, Phoenix. I had a question I wanted to ask you from weeks ago, but it'll have to wait.
Why does it have to wait?
Because I gotta go.
Okay.
So that I'm not late.
Back in a second, I'm gonna make some coffee and go.
So that I'm not grotesquely late for literally everything I do today.
What? You'll just miss Mr. Frank.
Oh, hey, dang it, Frank.
Bazong coming in here.
Frank.
I wanted some coffee and now I can't get
it. I don't know who Mr. Frank is.
You don't know who Mr. Frank is? He's only the second coolest host on YouTube or the podcast world or whatever.
Yeah, he hosts the podcast Bazong.
Is this actually Frank or is this Zach pretending?
No, it's Mr. Frank.
What?
I don't sound like Zach, I hope.
Okay, that is Frank. Yeah, that is Frank. Yes.
Yeah,
Zach, your Mr. Frank impression is really good.
He dogged on my voice. He said he hopes he didn't sound like me. I take offense to that, Frank.
Zach, I've gotten some positive feedback recently from your Bazong appearance a couple weeks ago.
Oh, the dude saying that he listened to it twice.
Yeah, well, that guy. But like in the last couple of days on that Discord app, which I don't understand completely. I'm a boomer. I'm a conspiracy boomer or whatever. But some dude like messaged me in private on Discord. It might have been a chick. I don't know. I don't want to genderize things, but it was real weird. They don't belong to. I think they like made an account to say like, "Hey man, Zach was awesome," and I'm glad you allow open-minded opinions on your podcast and everything. And I went to like reply to the guy, "Thanks for listening," and like it was like gone, deleted account. It was really strange, but
I've been having some weird things happen. I've been getting anonymous. I got one anonymous email. I've had a lot of weird friend requests, just strange things. I don't know. People.
Yeah. I mean, we all might be getting set up, but it seemed positive on its face value.
Yeah, I noticed that because I put it up on Twitter, and right when I got back on Twitter, I couldn't help myself and trolled a little bit. And I got
Zach is just like, oh, my hands are shaking. I can't help it. I got to trigger the limbs.
And I had like it got like 600 or something views that one with the interview.
So you bought bots, didn't you?
No, that was all from where I freaking created it.
No. 600 people interested. That means bots. Sorry, that we've come to a conclusion on this.
I didn't accuse you of bots until you were like, let's change the subject.
Well, yeah. Why do we want to talk about something like only a loser?
Yeah, why would you not want to talk
only
about
a loser
that?
would do that, right? So I mean, why would you want to talk about what a loser would do?
My thing actually.
Isn't that what we do every week?
Do what?
Isn't that what we do every week?
Pretty much.
Yeah, the anonymous email I got was a little strange. It was someone telling me that my, I guess, hot takes on certain Christian-related topics were a little too hot. And just their anonymous error was really strange. I mean, it seemed like they had good intentions, but it just, I don't know. Anonymous emails were a weird thing.
Okay. I will miss you dearly, but I don't want to be a dick to my next group, so I will be saying a fond farewell.
All right. Well, thanks for coming.
All right. Take it easy.
Yeah. You too. Bye.
There goes all the eloquence that this show could muster.
Let's hope Mr. Frank can make up for it. Since he's now the brightest bulb in the room.
Did my episode do well or not?
I'll try to refill the testosterone in the room. Now that he's gone.
So
all of us are soy boys except for Frank.
So, well, that's what I was saying is that Frank, when you said that the money can't buy happiness, but it can sure rent it out for a good while, something tells me that you're the type that would save money and be smart with it and probably have a well-paying job with benefits and everything. You're probably more like put together than us, I'm guessing.
I have a job that probably writing will never be able to replace. Yes, true.
I don't know if you play on the you have like stocks and bonds or anything, but it sounds like you know your way how to stretch a buck.
I'm older and I've been through the ringer and I've found myself a very well paying job. We'll put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that one old dirty bastard lyric. Look here, more money, more problems, my ass. That's just a ploy to keep you stuck where you're at.
Say, hey, dirty. Hey, the money, got the money.
So, how is this episode gone in your estimation, Frank? Because
I have no idea, dude. I've been watching Cobra Kai mostly through most of it.
Yeah,
and like you guys are talking political shit. I'm like,
exactly. I forgot at one point that we were still streaming. That's
you get mad at me for falling asleep on streams.
Yeah, but at least I muted. No, but I had to
I like the ones like this more than the ones that are like just author roundtable discussions because like I don't know, there's something more interesting about like talking about subjects as opposed to talking about fiction books. Because like I always just want to read the book. Like I don't like hearing someone talk about the book. Like I'd rather just read it. Like if that makes sense.
Nah, well, I mean,
sometimes I would rather listen to a debate on a political issue than read about it.
Believe me, I like to listen to arguments on the internet. Nobody likes it more than me, but I guess it's different when, I'm in them, and so it's like, I guess I don't think on my feet very well. You know
what I like about this podcast is like. When you don't necessarily dig into a particular book, specifically, but you sort of discuss books in general, like you were doing the whole philosophical thing the other week, and you lost me because it kind of dragged on. But I've delved in philosophy through college, and I keep stumbling into philosophy books despite myself, and I'm never interested in the subject. But there's this sort of just the maybe just talking about philosophical books or takes and everything is kind of interesting. But, when you guys dug in deep last week, and that sort of lost me. But the general topic is kind of interesting. So that's what I dig about the podcast is maybe not specifically digging into a specific title, but you start talking like when Jeremy was all talking about Roman books and stuff. And that sort of loosey-goosey topic type of thing is really fun.
Well, we came to a conclusion. I think we agree on this mostly that Jack Ketchum and Edward Lee, they write horror with lessons built in, and so they are more artistically relevant than, say, Matt Shaw or the types that write extreme horror.
I also said Jack Ketchum's a wine mom.
What was the moral lesson of Header?
He's a good writer. He's a good writer. Do what, Frank?
What was the moral lesson to be learned in Header?
Now I don't know about Header necessarily.
I mean, I can look at something like I don't know, Mr. Torso. He was trying to have like a moral message in that. The problem is the story was fucking stupid.
I don't know that I've taken away a moral lesson from anything I've read from Ed Lee. I haven't read the Torso. You know what I enjoy with Ed Lee, like besides like Header and the Big Head, that type of stuff, was I read The Dollhouse, where he did a pastiche of some old, quote unquote, old horror writer that I don't know of, but goddamn, it was fucking brilliant. Yeah. He emulated a style or an archaic sort of style, and he added the Ed Lee like just grossness to it. The just in your face frankness and disgustingness to that old style, and that's sort of Ed Lee stuff I really enjoy. Same thing with what was it? Not the Hunter at the Threshold was Lovecraft, and he did the update of that. I can't that title.
Yeah. Yes, it was like Hunter at the Threshold, and he did another one called Trolley Number, and then it's some number I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, but he did a direct pastiche of Hunter at the Threshold was Lovecraft, right? Or was that?
I think. Well, yeah, I can't remember what. Yeah, I think it might. I think that might be the name of the H.P. Lovecraft one, but the Edward Lee one is Something at the Threshold.
Yeah, they did very, and he just his pastiche of Lovecraft was like really incredibly great. Plus, giving it that graphic Ed Lee just bent to it. I mean, he really excels at that. That's what probably I most enjoy about Ed Lee is reading his pastiches.
Yeah, I don't think I've read any of his pastiches. I've read like his mass market stuff, like Flesh Gothic and Messenger and stuff like that. I think they're pretty fun books.
I could read the worst Ed Lee book and not come away like as like empty as when I read some of the more extreme fiction that has no, nothing, worthwhile wrapped up in it. It's just how much I can top the last extreme thing. It's like Edward Lee's, I guess his books are so tongue-in-cheek that I can't take them seriously. But I mean, when you've got Matt Shaw writing about an octopus being inserted into a vagina, swimming up through her organs and wrapping around her heart, giving her a heart attack, it's like I have nothing left to take away there. It's just gone by that point, whereas with Edward Lee, no matter how bad it gets, I can just laugh it off. See, or with Jack Ketchum, I can look for some kernel of a moral lesson. So,
have you read The Repit of Phyllis?
No.
You should read that one.
I just feel like those guys who are extreme, right? Like that's all the book is. I do feel like maybe they are compensating when they try to dress it up as if they're, just writing a story that maybe it may be disguised pornography. Whereas Ketchum and Ed Lee, they're actually telling stories,
Have you read Genital Grinder by Ryan Harding?
I did once. Yeah, I don't remember much about it. The guy woke up, like the guy was screwing a fat woman and she died on top of him. Isn't that?
Maybe. I mean, there's so much depravity shit.
I think I read the first story in that, and I thought it was really stupid.
It's one continuous narrative, and
no wait! I read the one about the guy where the fat woman dies on top of him. That one was actually pretty funny. But actually, like, it has weird. I think it has a weird like twist at the end that doesn't really work, if I remember it right.
Genital Grinder?
No, the story about the fat woman on top of the guy.
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, there is a really funny part where he realizes that he's still hard inside of her, even though she's dead, and he decides to take care of it anyway.
Is this Matt Shaw? Is this Ed Lee? Like it sounds like
no. It's a Ryan Harding story. I'm pretty sure it's in Genital Grinder.
I'm not sure. I think I only read Genital Grinder, and I haven't even got to Header 3, which he co-authored with Ed Lee for Header 3.
Like Ryan, I think he's only got like one solo book, doesn't he? Or am I think? No, I think he has a short story, another short story collection.
I'm sure he's got lots of short stories, but the only standalone solitary thing I'm aware of is Genital Grinder.
I think he has a new short story collection. I'm pretty sure he was talking about that at SplatterCon, but I can't remember. I'd have to look into him a bit more.
Phoenix, what was something that you were forced to read in school that you actually enjoyed? Can you think of one?
I can tell you which one I didn't enjoy. Actually, just kidding. I didn't enjoy it until like 5 years later. That was Lord of the Flies. Yeah. I think the book is actually well written, but I think the message is horribly conveyed. I think it has a very specific bias. In terms of books that I enjoyed, probably all of them, honestly. I think I really enjoyed The Great Gatsby, which I know Zach liked. Yeah, Great Gatsby was good. I liked reading Hamlet, even though I didn't read the whole thing. I also like Chain Patuk, I think that's how you pronounce it, where we read The Chosen. And I think My Name is Asher Lev as well. And yeah, I couldn't really get into Their Eyes Were Watching God, though.
What about when you were in
Hernstron.
college? Or are you talking about college?
Oh, no, that was in high school.
Okay, yeah.
So, and middle school even. I read My Name is Asher Lev in middle school. And I still remember that.
Is it a young adult book?
What was that?
Is it a young adult book or like a novel?
It's literature. I mean, it's not really young adult, I would say. It is about a kid. And the reason why I was fascinated with that book was because you get this kid artist who's like really talented, but his because his family is very orthodox, they don't like him painting the stuff that he paints. And so the book is really about this tension between pleasing people, pleasing your audience, and pleasing even authority, and staying true to a vision. So, but yeah, in college, so I know this is going to be kind of funny, but I actually feel like House of Leaves, I think it's an interesting book, but I think it's overrated, at least in certain circles. That book is very influential, but yeah, it's not. I think some of that postmodern stuff is really interesting, but it also is annoying.
Yeah,
so,
the thing about House of Leaves is that I don't see it as a postmodern novel. Like it is, like it has all those elements. But it's
what kind of novel do you? Yeah.
Well, I see it as like a traditional kind of somewhat literary horror novel, but it has those postmodern elements to it. But whereas most postmodern elements view it as like it'll be so meta to where the thing like is an actual text that the reader is reading.
Yeah,
that's why I think is like a text within a fictional story.
That's why I think postmodernism. Yeah, that's why I think postmodernism is convoluted, is because that idea of metafiction is really ingrained in that kind of tradition. So you can't just have like linear narrative or genre fiction or something. Yeah.
But you get what I mean by how that's a little bit different than House of Leaves, because it's not, there's not really that divide there. Like there are the elements and the weirdness, but you're still the whole time within like a fictional, I wouldn't really say meta environment. It's just really weird. Like it's still like a story, if that makes sense. Like they were actually going to make a TV show out of it at one point. I think that would have been awesome.
Well, the thing that I worry about though is I think that book has a specific conceit, and I think that conceit is, like, I don't know. On the one hand, I actually respect that book a lot because, like, Danielewski has an interesting story where, like, his dad told him that he wasn't going to be a writer and ripped up his story, and then he basically was like writing House of Leaves to like show that he could do it, and then House of Leaves became a success, which I think is deserved. But the other component to that is that I think that book is held up too much as an exemplar of like what good writing is. And I think it completely ignores like the possibility of different texts, different types of texts. So like I find myself to be too steeped in postmodernism, at least from the literary perspective, not necessarily philosophical. And I think what that has done is made me limit what I could write, because I feel like I have to be edgy. I feel like I have to capture a certain conceit. But it depends on how that book is represented. I mean, the other thing that's amazing about that book is the way that Danielewski actually designed it. So he designed the book. He got control of the as part of the contract. He got control of the software to be able to actually design the book. Yeah,
I got to mess around with that software in college because we had a class that featured it. I didn't actually finish the book in the class. I just finished it, a month or two ago. But yeah,
what was it? Was it Scrivener?
No, what was it called? I can't remember.
Who was the publisher, or who was the program?
The program, was it Scrivener? No,
I'm not sure. Now it might not actually have been the program, but it was a professional like editing and layout program.
Sounds like Scrivener.
Yeah, that stuff's hard to do. I mean, it's pretty admirable that he was able to do that.
Have any of you read Cows? Because I've never read House of Leaves, but I know Cows has a really crazy meta text that runs through the middle of the text. that sounds similar to what House of Leaves is.
I've read Cows, but I don't remember there being like a metatextual element to it.
Did you read it in digital?
The updated Kindle version.
Yeah,
like I don't know if that's any different from the version I read.
It is, and that's what I read. I read the Kindle version, and I love the book, and it's so crazy and weird. But I've never read the actual text, and what I'm told is there's a tapeworm sort of element to it.
Oh no, are you thinking of Filth?
No, I'm talking about Cows for sure.
Oh, okay. The tapeworm thing sounds like Filth. Was this by Matthew Stokoe?
Yes, Matthew Stokoe.
Yeah,
my understanding was there was like text buried in from a tapeworm's point of view buried in the text as you read the book.
That's wild.
I have never heard of that.
I'll
have to read the Kindle version because the Akashic book version did not have that.
No, I read the Kindle version. I felt robbed of that because in my defense, I was told this is how the actual physical text is.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm like 90% sure that's not in there. It's like Filth, like that actually does have like a Filth by Irvine Welsh. That actually does have that where the main character gets a tapeworm and like the tapeworm like breaks up the text and has like areas where he talks.
In and amongst the text, like a tapeworm, like a worm slithering through the page, and then yeah. And to the best of my, like I said, I never read the physical book, and I was told that if you do read the physical book, there is that meta sort of physical text of a worm or whatever.
I'm like 90% sure you're talking about Filth.
I may be because my experience with Cows, like I said, was digital.
Because I have the physical book. I'm like I'm 90% certain that's not in there.
Okay, then I'm wrong, and you're probably right then.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Filth, but yeah, Irvine Welsh does that a couple times. Because he has one book called A Decent Ride, which is the main character is like a sex addict and finds out that he has a heart condition and he can't have sex anymore, otherwise his heart will pop. And there are sections where like he has dreams that his penis is talking to him, and in those chapters, like the text is shaped like a penis.
But I'm not wrong, and like I've never read House of Leaves, but the text is very constructed like that. It's very artistic text, right? It builds images in textual form, if I understand it correctly.
Yeah, it does that. It has like text that goes in a circle, text that's written backwards, like it has like little boxes of text within text.
Yeah, that was my understanding, even though I haven't read it.
That stuff can be fun. I mean, it's a gimmick, but I mean, it can work, right?
Well, that's kind of what I mean. I think gimmick is the right word, because I think it's actually effective for what it's doing, but it's just annoying that book is held as a paragon. Because like I don't think having to have a gimmick is what makes books interesting, but I feel like that's kind of the conceit.
But see, Infinite Jest is held up a lot in the same circles as House of Leaves.
Infinite Jest. Well, maybe because of the footnotes and because of like its maximalist approach. I mean, it is like 1,000 pages. Mm-hmm. I have mixed feelings on that because I like David Foster Wallace as a writer, and I actually really like Infinite Jest, but it's really not that interesting of a book. And granted, I've only read it once, but part of the problem is that the book is almost too realist in a way. And like even with the form, like kind of messing with that element of like linearity, there's just not a lot going on for 1,000 pages. And it's not so much that I'm critical of it, because I mean, you can tell any kind of story you want. I just think that there might have been some missed opportunities. But I guess it depends on how you feel like you need to make a story interesting. I mean, sometimes you write it I don't know what David Foster Wallace's reason for writing the book, but I think he did get paid for it, like commissioned. So it's hard to know like how he would have written that story if it had been in a different context.
See, I'm trying to think because like David Foster, that's his only novel, isn't it? Besides The Pale King, which technically wasn't finished.
Broom of the System, he wrote.
Yeah, Broom of the System.
Isn't that a collection?
No, it's a novel. I actually read close. I got close to finishing it in high school, but I just wasn't really digging it at the time like I was, but I need to revisit it as an older person, as in now, not high school film.
Yeah,
So there was
I've never gotten around to reading Infinite Jest. Like, maybe at some point I will, but I don't know.
I feel like it's worth reading in terms of a different experience. Like, I think the writing is very good in the book. I just and short of the characterization, I didn't feel like there was, and I feel like it was the point, but I just didn't feel like there was a lot going on. I mean, there was a lot of commentary, and that was what like social commentary. That's what David Foster Wallace was famous for. But I don't know. The other thing I was going to say too is, actually I forgot. But yeah, I think it's totally worth reading.
I thought he was famous for that stupid hair thing.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say. Yeah, it was The Pale King. So that was published posthumously, and I think that is, it's incomplete, but I think that one's a novel too.
He would have been writing it for the next 15 years.
Yeah, probably.
If he ever finished it,
Well, the tragedy with David Foster Wallace was just like, his death and the circumstances around that, like people like him, they think a lot, and sometimes their mind kind of gets ahead, and it sucks.
Think it was ever good enough for him. He was never good enough for
himself. Yeah.
That's why the footnotes and all that. I mean, he wanted to transcend himself, and it's sad that he couldn't meet his own standards. And I wonder if those standards weren't embedded in him, like by his parents, who were quite literary university types themselves, if I understand from interviews he's given,
Yeah.
Maybe it was parental pressure that started that snowball effect of self, ridicule.
Yeah.
I mean, he was clearly very troubled. I'm pretty sure he suffered depression his whole life, and it kind of came out that he was abusive to his girlfriends after he died.
Did Daniel Lusky, he wrote other things after House of Leaves, right?
Yeah, he wrote a bunch of things.
I was actually going to comment. Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
Oh, go ahead. Well, I was going to say, I think he wrote one thing that's supposed to have over 1,000 parts or something like that.
Really? So the book that I was impressed by him, I couldn't get through the whole thing because it was super complex and it was only the first volume. But I think he had a series I think it's called The Familiar. And that's a cycle. And he had 25 volumes planned. But literally because the structure of the book was so complicated and the printing was so expensive, he had to scrap it after the fourth or fifth volume.
That's what I was thinking of.
They literally couldn't afford to do it, and the text was too complicated in terms of the actual typography and stuff, and with the colors and just printing it was, but that's why it was so intelligent though, because it was Daniel Lusky was really thinking about what the book was conveying. And even though I didn't even finish reading the first volume, I actually find The Familiar to be more impressive. Someone likened it to a symphony. Or maybe comparing Proust's original short stories with something like In Search of Lost Time, that there's this difference. I wouldn't say that Daniel Lusky's House of Leaves is necessarily juvenilia, but he had a broader vision, a broader brushstroke that he was trying to convey with The Familiar. At least that's what it feels like, because it's such a massive project. And then he also wrote. Just in terms of answering the question about other books, he also wrote a book called Only Revolutions, I think. And that one's literally a book where you can read it you read it regular, and then you switch it to the back, and then you read that one upside down, or something like that. That one was cool too.
Yeah. Only Revolutions, I think it's called.
Yeah.
I would like to see him write. So he never has written just a regular novel, correct?
I think he has. I think he did write a young adult novel or something like that. Yeah, I think the 50-Year Sword is kind of like that.
I would like to see him develop an actual world complete with awesome characters and just all the things that I think make a good story. And I just the main problem with House of Leaves is that it never really reached what it could be in either extreme, as in it was never as cool and crazy as it could have been with the all the wonkiness with the text and whatnot. But then also, I felt like the story just it became lackluster. Like there's so many parts to it, but it just never had any sort of meaningful arc or any sort of like. It's kind of hard to get that much of a message out of it. Like I did get things out of it, but just compare, like, you know, given how large it was, sometimes it felt like he was just riding into the void about nothing. Although sometimes it felt like he was kind of reaching a place, but
I mean, it didn't seem that way to me. It seemed like the stories of Johnny Truant and the family inside the house were pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I mean,
even if the way they were structured were weird.
Yeah, straightforward, but they weren't like they didn't reach anything super meaningful. Like, I mean, it was fun, but like given the craziness and the awesomeness of the atmosphere at certain parts, and then of course the novelty of the wonky text, I just felt like it was meant to go a little bit higher than it did, and it just kind of stopped short.
So Zach, I think I know what you're saying, because I think that that's a similar critique that I had, in the sense that I think the book captures the tension between more traditional ways of writing, such as with linear narrative, versus these kind of new forms, and the way that books are in the context of technology that's constantly changing the medium of even the book. And I think that tension is hard to win out. You know what I mean? Like, you're either gonna, it's hard to win, because it's like either you're focusing too much on traditional elements and you lose some of the more experimental edge, or you're focused too much on the experimental edge and then you miss out on something a little bit more familiar.
Yeah, and so it lands kind of just in the middle. I guess that is what happened.
Yeah. And I don't think, yeah.
Okay,
I think if
y'all ever read, sorry.
I think if the House of Leaves was written without that conceit, I think it'd be pretty similar to Kathy Koja's The Cipher.
I
haven't read that one.
Was a little bit better, to be honest. The Cipher is really freaking awesome.
Yeah, it's really good, but
I hadn't heard of that one. Who was the author?
Kathy Koja.
Okay, and what was the book called again?
The Cipher.
Okay, is it spelled with C-Y or S-I?
C-I.
C-I.
Yeah,
okay.
It was the first Del Abyss horror novel, and it's freaking probably the best. I mean, it was just so. I miss Del Abyss. I wish Del Abyss just never went away, but yeah, that's the coolest thing to ever happen to horror literature, and it just kind of petered out. Well, the coolest possibility of something to happen. It didn't come to its complete fruition because it had too many troubles. But I mean, heck, they were able to get Dennis Etchison, all kinds of. I mean, The Cipher, obviously, that was her first novel, and man, it's just so awesome.
Does Koja still write?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's freaking. You think Stephen King and them are bad on?
I had a feeling she was that type. Yeah.
Oh, she's worse.
Bad Brains is one I always meant to get around to reading, and it just sits on the shelf, you know, these days. But I hear that one recommended a lot, in addition to The Cipher. But yeah, she came from that same time period as when Clive Barker was like red hot, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she had a similar mentality to the Splatterpunks, but she wasn't like that extreme. She was more surreal, especially in The Cipher.
The only problem with her was her focus on artistic characters. I think is a little too. I'm not going to say gimmicky, but it comes off as sentimental, where she actually thinks she's being edgy, if that makes sense.
I mean, pretty sure that was kind of new at that time, because like most horror was focused on like middle class families or working class families and so forth. Well, but I think with The Cipher, I don't really think it came across as sentimental, because I mean, there were characters in it who were, viewed themselves as like artistes, and it's pretty clear that they're just complete douchebags.
Yeah, I'm talking about her further on in her career. Like it just kind of became a shtick that I thought she thought was edgy. I mean, it doesn't matter. She's still freaking awesome, but
Have you read anything interesting recently, Frank?
I don't read interesting things. I read fun things.
Well, what have you read that you like recently?
I love. Last few years, I've been getting into, like, I guess you would call it Florida crime noir. I love Tim Dorsey, if you know who Tim Dorsey is, and he has a series, Surge Storms books. I love the fuck out of them. They're funny ass fucking crime stories, and I always get recommended as a result. Carl Hyacin, who's probably a bigger name than Tim Dorsey is, and I just jumped in this past July, August, my first Carl Hyacin book, which I was kind of disappointed. He's not as crazy and out there as Tim Dorsey, but I read the both of them. I've just read a couple of. I just read a memoir by Luke Condor, he's sort of in the Bizarro area. He wrote a book about podcasting, and he wrote a memoir about podcasting.
Yeah, he wrote The Hipster from Outer Space. He was on your show.
Yes, I had him on the show. I read his memoir about podcasting, which I thought was really interesting. It had more to do with just the creative spirit, the adventure of a creative spirit, and it, I thought it was that book was really a quick, fun read. And now I'm reading a memoir about a stripper that is also kind of captivating.
So this guy is like an experienced, well-seasoned podcaster. Then
he is. He's gone through several different podcasts, and it's all created off the back of like how I want to do something creative, and especially with writing, and then how can I turn that into a podcast? So he's gone through 4 or 5, and even after he wrote that book, he does a podcast called Tales of What, which is basically bizarre readings of different authors, including Douglas Hackle. I mean, if you want to look it up, Tales of What, Douglas Hackle, what the hell is it called? Terror Sardines, something about Terror Sardines, and it was such a great reading. Luke, he actually has a narrator who nailed it. I mean, if you've read Douglas Hackle, you can imagine it's kind of a hurdle to get Douglas Hackle's narrative across, and this person nailed the Terror Sardines reading. So it's really great, and his book is it's just a tribute to basically creativity and podcasting over a decade plus. Fun read.
I didn't know that guy was. I thought he was still like a one-book author at the moment. I didn't know that he had that much.
Several, yeah, he's got several. He is a writer unto himself, and it's like it's sort of what the book deals with. Like, I write this stuff, and like it's almost like writing is not enough. And how do we turn this stuff into a podcast? He created a storytelling studio, I think is what he called it, where like him and a few other people he connected, a few other creative people he connected with, were like, we're going to kind of do a writer's workshop, and while we're workshopping things, we're also going to share it through a podcast. And he's had several different podcasts, but they all revolve around writing and creativity and trying to share that on a next level thing. He's a really interesting character, and the book is it conveys that.
Mm-hmm.
So Frank, do you have any episodes that you would recommend to listen to
for Bizarre
podcast?
Yeah.
I've listened to some of them. I'm drawing a blank on a lot of it, but I have listened to some of them. But I'd be curious to go over the backlog.
I it's from what I know about you, Phoenix, I don't know. I like. Oh my God, I have 220 episodes, somewhere approaching 220 episodes now. So I have a lot of. I mean, but Zach is there, and Jeremy's there, and Ben is there a couple times.
Just listen to mine. Mine are the only one that matters.
They're very captivating. I've up and down, left and right.
So you could really start anywhere.
You can start anywhere. They're all
Okay.
like, I think they're all standalone podcasts, you know. And I sort of have two different types. I have the listeners that just enjoy my style of interviewing and the people I interview, and they listen to everything. And then I have those people that basically pick and choose of you know, I know that person. I'm going to listen to this episode of that person. Sounds kind of interesting, and I'll pick up on those people. But
that sounds fun.
Yeah, I mean, 215 episodes. There's everybody to listen to, basically.
Well, the reason why I wonder too is also, do you have a specific definition for weird and wacky fiction?
I do not.
I know that there is.
So, I really started the podcast because I love the shit out of bizarro fiction,
Okay.
fiction.
Because I'm totally new to like weird and bizarro. Like I've read, I don't even know the definitions of both of those.
It's so hard to pin down. A lot of my early episodes deal with probably the first 25 episodes plus. Like one of my, cash questions was, "What is bizarro?" And over 25 or so episodes, I never got the same answer twice. So that sort of gives you the idea. And then as I did the show, I think somewhere past 100 episodes, I called it originally the bizarre and weird fiction podcast. I think it was originally, and I switched it because as I did the podcast, I realized I wasn't writing bizarro, and I always said the podcast was my writing school.
Okay.
So I felt like for my own personal writing, I was doing a disservice focusing on bizarro necessarily, which is not what I write. I consider myself really like horror comedy, like type of. That's where I switched it up to weird and wacky, which is probably closer to the definition of what I write. So
I mean, I don't mean to be too technical about definitions. I was just curious because I know that some of those words. They kind of are buzzwords a little bit, but in a good way, obviously.
Bizarro bizarro itself is so difficult to define.
Okay.
I mean, you could say surreal, you could say absurdism. Yes, it's that. And there's horror bizarro. There's noir bizarro. There's all types of bizarro, and it's hard to pinpoint. Other than one of the best definitions. First of all, I interviewed John Skip, and John Skip said, "I don't know what bizarro is, but I know it when I see it." That's kind of the best definition. Rose O'Keefe of Eraserhead Press says bizarro is, the literary equivalent of what you went to Blockbuster and found on the cult section in the movie section of things. So, titles like Eraserhead. So it always has an obscure definition, and it's like good luck nailing it down exactly what it is.
Here's the best way to describe it. It's fiction written by people who grew up on surreal media, like surreal cartoons on Nickelodeon. Just we grew up with weirdness, and it kind of like everything we kind of like, or that comes out of it's got this kind of comedic edge to it. Not this.
Yeah, I mean that's a piece of it. I mean it's those crazy Japanese horror movies. It's Real Monsters on Nickelodeon. It's Eraserhead.
Yeah, I mean the reason why I wonder is like it is kind of a niche thing, isn't it?
Oh,
like there's a very I think that's why I didn't know much about it actually.
It's very much so, and
it's not that it's I'm not saying that it's I don't know what the word would be, like not known. I just mean like you don't it's a little bit off the mainstream.
Yeah.
Like what you would normally read, like you don't think of it necessarily unless like you know about it. And obviously none of that's bad. It's just the reason why I didn't quite know about it. Actually, Ben had funnily enough, he had plugged his book Elaine as being a good example of bizarro. So I'm like really excited to read it.
I wouldn't really call it bizarro. I just call it like surreal fiction. I'd say that the story of the Y is more bizarro.
Oh, was that the one? Oh, maybe I got them confused then. Okay.
Yeah, Elaine is more straight horror. The Complete Idiot's Guide to Saying Goodbye has a few bizarro stories in it.
Yeah. No, and that's why I actually think it's a cool idea though to have like bizarro as a very specific genre, because it definitely is kind of pioneering its own thing.
It at one point in time it was a great marketing definition, and it sort of had a real feel to it. and people who were into it could define it better. But as it grew in popularity, more people added their idea of what Bizarro is, and it became more and more obscure. And it's harder marketing wise to nail down something as Bizarro specifically. Like I said, I never consider my work Bizarro, but because I do this weird wacky fiction podcast, everybody just who doesn't understand it is, well, that guy's Bizarro, and so I get tagged with it, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily reality, but I can't say you're wrong because there's elements of it. It's a really rough marketing thing as far as tags go.
Yeah, well, it sounds interesting to look into, though. I think, isn't Eraserhead Press like one of the definitive publications for that?
Yeah, I mean,
their name has come up a lot.
Yeah, they're essentially the ones that coined the term,
Okay.
So they're Carlton Mellick is the godfather of, the ambassador of what Bizarro fiction is. He's probably one of the truer forms. If you pick up anything Carlton Mellick, you can pretty much say, yeah, that's Bizarro. There are a few people I consider sort of pure Bizarro authors. Emma Johnson being one, Carlton Mellick. I would probably put Danger Slater in that. There's a few that I would consider just like anything you pick up from, is pure Bizarro. But by and large, it's a real vague marketing term for the most part.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that it needs to be marketed. And I know that asking for the definition sometimes kills the spirit of it. But I was just curious because I have been trying to find the entryway into Bizarro.
Just read Carlton Mellick. That's pretty much your best bet.
Or pick up one of the Bizarro starter kits.
This just came out. His new one just came out.
Yep.
Yeah.
I haven't
Did you interview Carlton?
Carlton Mellick is elusive as far.
I actually did. I actually did sit down and talk to him at BizarroCon, but I did not have a recorder, any kind of recording equipment with me. And he said that maybe, I could call him up and the conversation would develop into something worth recording, but he never wanted to actually set something up formally. And I didn't want to press it. And so, he's very hard to get one out of, I'm sure he's given enough of them over.
I think the only official, Brian Keane is the only, I think, to my best of my knowledge, Brian Keane is the only official interview that I've ever heard.
And of course, he's going to talk to Brian.
Yeah. Of course, yeah, Brian Keane's. I've reached out to Carlton. I've spoken to him personally, man. For years, for as long as I've been doing Bazong, he's like, I'm very busy, but reach out to me. So I was very persistent for several years, to the point where I was like, Carlton, this is my last chance. Like, you're not really going to do this, right? He's like, yeah, I'm not really into that, and I'm not, you're just not going to get me. So, like, I'd have left it that, and that's fine. And I've tried to coax Rose into getting him to do it. I've tried to coax Jeff Burke. I can't land a Carlton Mellick interview. So, when Keane, landed, it's like obviously Keane, right? So, and I've never had personal interaction with I haven't gone to BizarroCon like Jeremy had.
I thought you did that one year.
I don't know. At some point, like, Carlton Mellick just decided he didn't want to do press anymore.
Basically. I don't remember years ago he was doing like little videos for like John Skip. They were going to do like a Rosie the Zombie Slayer musical.
That thing looks
promo for it.
That thing looks stupid.
Maybe to you, but it seemed at the time it seemed interesting. But when he interviewed Skip, that's like a dead project essentially. But I mean, as far as any media, quote unquote, that Carlton has done, it's really, really extremely limited.
I think what it is that they know they pushed this freaking or given into this revolutionary beast thing so much. And now
there you go again. I think Mellick just doesn't want to. I don't think Mellick probably really never liked doing press that much, and when he realized he could get by without doing it, he just decided, okay, no more of this shit.
They know they're going to disappear because all the dang pink-haired girls took over. Not Rose, but the other pink green, blue-haired girls took over.
There you go, Phoenix.
Now the ones like Skip and Milik, they're just like the old guys now. No one cares about them.
Wait, you don't like violent stuff, do you, Phoenix? I forgot.
I don't. Well, it's kind of. I have a complicated relationship with violence. Like when I was a teenager, I loved watching horror movies. So I watched The Exorcist without my parents knowing. I watched Halloween without them knowing, and then I watched Freddy vs. Jason with my dad. So like I watched a lot of like slasher kind of stuff, which is some of the most violent. But then like I just reached a point, and I was reading Stephen King, and so I was just like writing violent texts, and I lost all of that material. But there reached a point to where I kind of like started developing this differentiation in my mind, at least, of like literary versus maybe horror, and not necessarily genre, but just like how violence is so like part of it. And there was just a turning point, and then I stopped finding violence to be cathartic, at least in the context of horror. Like you could still have violence if you're like writing about like World War II, and like you can have like, in my mind, I can have like violent things, but I think just because of my upbringing and stuff, I think I kind of just lost track of it, and I didn't really know what my relationship was. I just didn't really write violent stuff or really respond to it the same way that I used to as a kid. So,
you know what? This might be a good place for you to start if you were curious about picking up a Milik or a Bizarro. No, this is a
okay.
This would be a good one, yeah. Since you don't like the violent stuff, so
it's not so much that I don't like it. I think the problem was I saw too much stuff that was gratuitous, and so I just like didn't care anymore. At a certain point, I had become too desensitized.
Yeah, I think I'm at that point too.
Really? Yeah. Well, it happens because I think violence in I've noticed this with like film as a specific thing, like as an example, violence can be cathartic. But like on the other hand, like if you get like stuff like Criminal Minds and you just get like these like kind of sensationalist violent scenes, it just really feels empty to me. Like there doesn't seem to be like a deeper purpose.
You know,
it's just like to shock,
One of the actors on that show actually said that he couldn't take it anymore. All the scripts about all these horrible rapes and tortures and murders and all this. He
left the show. Yeah, he totally left the show.
Psychological a toll on him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
well, and I don't know how I feel about it like artistically, because I do think violence can be cathartic. Like seeing violence in a medium can be cathartic, or reading it. But I don't know. I mean, again, I think I may have mentioned this before. There's the Aristotelian dichotomy with the Platonic idea of art. And with Plato, you get the idea of mimesis, so art can make you bad. That's why poetry is bad, because it represents things that aren't true or that are true, and I messed that up. So it represents things, and often those things are a copy of what's like actually real, and so like you're not even dealing with reality, basically. And so saying poetry is evil is a simple example of that. But then in Aristotle, instead of saying that art is bad, he says that it's cathartic and that it helps you purge emotions. That's why a lot of ancient Greek drama was violent. And so I'm like kind of in the middle, kind of teeter-tottering between those views. Because like I do think, because I finished reading Dahlgren recently, and I have kind of some difficulties with that book because I think it depicts things that are not very easy to swallow. And I find that problematic, but I also found the writing itself of the book, even if it wasn't all of the themes or the scenes, I found the writing itself to be cathartic. So on the one hand, I find value through that book, through that catharsis of like exploring things that are difficult, having beautiful language, going to a different world. But on the other hand, I didn't like those themes. And so in that sense, I might be judging the book. But yeah, those are always in tension for me. So...
Yep. I don't know where to go from here. I almost reached behind me for a seatbelt that wasn't there. I thought I was in my car for a second.
You're high as fuck.
Anyway.
Keep seeing how high you can get before you just pass out on her.
What kind of car do you drive?
Pontiac Grand Prix.
Simp.
Do they make Pontiacs anymore?
Do they make
yeah.
I know, right? It's all the
Your fucking dad is a simp.
The Japanese cars, right?
No, Pontiac's the GM car. It's American, baby.
That's right.
They don't run the NASCAR no more. They run Toyotas. No more Pontiacs.
A Pontiac what?
He said no more Pontiacs.
No, I mean, what kind of Pontiac again?
Toyota?
No, it's not Pontiac. Grand Prix, you said, right?
Yes.
Grand Prix.
Yes.
I'm looking at it.
Grand Prix.
Yeah, I could see you in that car.
Why is that?
I don't know. I just can. There's no logic behind it. It's just
You can just picture all the bitches piling into the back seat.
Well, I'm glad I was able to come on later. I probably should get going soon. Yeah, well, because I wanted to come on, but I was honoring my friend and I needed the time.
Definitely, yes.
So, but yeah, I mean, I normally wouldn't come on late, but I figured I'd make an exception.
I appreciate you coming on. We always appreciate you, Phoenix.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
And we've had Ann and Mr. Frank and Matthew Knight and Howie Bentley, authors of Karnov, phantom-clad rider of the cosmic ice.
Yeah, I'm gonna check that out. I was gonna say too, even though
that's the most badass title.
I was gonna say in terms of the definition of weird, I actually always think of Lovecraft.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I've been trying to get through his stories this year. I don't think I'm going to make it, but I've got them all.
I was curious too. Was Anne had a question?
Of what about what?
I guess for someone. I didn't catch who it was for.
She's not in here now. You know.
No, I know, but she had said before she left that she
had a question for you.
Okay.
But she would have to wait till next week because she had to get going. And I
will honor that, and I will plan on coming next week.
But you don't have to worry about the first hour because she always dips in like around the third.
Yeah.
And with her starting that reading group again on Sunday nights, her time will probably be divided between this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what we haven't done in a while?
We got a nice group. Don't say it, please.
We haven't done the freaking multiverse, and now we have.
Hey, Zach.
Why is he?
Zach.
What?
I accidentally fucked your dad.
In the multiverse?
Yes. Okay, enough of that. Here's something funny. I was on Twitter, and James Nolik is saying he was reading. Have any of you ever read the book Diary of an Oxygen Thief?
No, that sounds great.
He said he was. Because I read the book and I don't remember this part. He says, I was enjoying this book until I read the unfortunate phase, Lasagna of Pain.
What Lasagna of Pain? What?
Apparently, that's a phrase in the book. I don't remember that, but yeah, that's a pretty terrible metaphor.
Okay, I'm just now hearing about this book, but the synopsis, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of tempting. Say there was a novel in which Holden Caulfield was an alcoholic and Lolita was a photographer.
That description is a fucking lie, but it's still a pretty decent book.
Okay.
Like Lolita was decent.
What is Lasagna?
No.
Pain? What is Lasagna?
I don't know. He doesn't give the context. I know the story of the book, but I don't remember that phrase.
See, because it says by anonymous, and there's also an author that's anonymous that writes those books I like, the Bourbon Kid and Red Mohawk series.
Yeah, it's just anonymous.
Anonymous. But...
Yeah.
Anonymous also wrote Beowulf, correct?
Really? Beowulf doesn't have an author? Like, no. A known author?
The original text, as far as I know, it's anonymous.
Whoa.
I think so, yeah.
What if Grendel wrote it? Well, that'd be an interesting twist.
I really like that. I think it's by James Gardner, that book, Grendel. That's a good book.
I know, that's what I was thinking of, yeah. Who's here?
Is it your dad?
No way.
No.
You motherfucker! That's
no.
my own dad.
I spelled it incorrectly.
That was,
You fucking dumbass.
oh my god! I should have caught that. It was. I should have known. I should have known there was the Y. There was a Y in there. I should have caught that right off.
Jeremy or anybody has anybody had contact with Gregor since he's left the podcast?
Yes.
Yeah, I talk to him all the time.
Recommendation.
I have.
Do you think like we're approaching episode 300? So yeah, you have a milestone coming up. You think you're gonna reel Gregor back in for at least one?
Probably not.
Ugh.
I believe I can make it happen. Yes.
Yeah, one, just one.
Yes.
We need Gregor back for one, right?
Even just the 100th episode. I mean,
100 or the final, whatever you're gonna do. Like you got to reel him back in for one.
we're at 92 with this one, so I would say by, I don't know, the end of October, beginning of November, we would be theoretically close to the 100th episode, right? Assuming we do one every Sunday leading up through October, September and October, around November, we would probably be, well, why would I let Zach's dad in?
That's not me.
Hello?
I just came in to say that Ben accidentally fucked me.
Ben! Oh my God, you guys are, yeah, remember you guys had so much fun with that a few weeks ago that it's like every time I tried to re-upload the stream with this taken out or that altered, I still would get privacy complaints. So
that's just because of a very certain person that we'll just call Jimmy Dunes.
I'm seriously, that's triggered right there. I mean, I could not. It's the stream that would not remain. I mean,
it was incredibly bitch made of Jimmy Dunes to do that.
Yeah, no matter how much I tried to make it stick and alter this to appease, it still wouldn't.
I'll say this. I'll apologize to Jimmy Dunes.
You don't have to. No.
No, I have to.
The whole episode is on BitChute.
Dudes.
The whole episode is on BitChute. So
his name is Jimmy Dunes. That's all you need to know.
Yes.
It's actually Bradley Sands.
You dumbass.
You're gonna ruin it.
So Jimmy Dunes is the reason I had to search for a week to find where the quiet place was because it was
because Jimmy Dunes kept bringing it down because we made fun of him.
I like Jimmy Dunes sausages. Yeah.
Well, you know what though? It was a response to his slander of us. So now he knows how it feels, whether he realizes it or not.
Anyway, let's not talk about Jimmy Dunes anymore before he strikes this one down.
Right.
Jimmy Dunes.
All right. Well, thanks for having me, Jeremy. I enjoyed it.
Right on, man. I hope to see you in future shows.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Right. Talk to you later.
Later. Now the numbers are dwindling now.
I'm having fun.
Have you seen The Irishman, Frank?
No, I haven't because I don't have 8 hours to spend on it.
It's only 3.5 hours.
I understand. Yeah, when it came out, obviously I had every intention of it, but it was funny to see you bring that back because it's crazy the way streaming works anymore. Things pop up and they fade away into obscurity, and you sort of gauge how much of an effect they have on the culture by their longevity. Tiger King lasted forever. Tiger King is a massive hit, and The Irishman was several weeks. It was a big hit. I saw you hey, I'm an hour in. This is pretty good. I'm hey, good luck with the next 6 hours of that show. But I've not actually seen it. Like I said, I just got, you guys came on and I just put Cobra Kai on, and I've watched, I think the first 3 or 4 episodes, the best of my recollection when it first appeared on YouTube. And so I'm I'll put this on, and Jeremy started early. I'm that, as I'm watching this shit, I'm why is this guy starting this show early and all this shit? But that's where I was I'll pop in and out. And I got so wrapped up with Cobra Kai. I waded further in than I ever did on YouTube, and it's a great storyline. But it's so crazy, like to me, to see the traction that it's got on Netflix, and that thing was out like what 2-3 years ago on YouTube.
Gregor, is that you?
No,
my name Jeremy is my best friend. I could do anything.
Sounds like Jimmy Doo.
Gregor, come back to me. Come back to me, Gregor.
Hey, Gregor, tell Zach to stop fucking talking about narcissism all the goddamn time.
My name Jeremy is my best friend.
Come on, man. Come on back. We'll make it work. We'll make it
Look
work.
at malfunctioning robot.
Come on, we'll make it work this time.
Even a goat picture. What the fuck? Come on, Gregor's ain't for real. Goat it up.
My name Jeremy is my best friend.
You just have him say the same thing over and over again.
He wanted the multiverse. We got the multiverse.
Why did you leave us, Gregor? He left us again.
Oh, Zach will be back soon, right?
That was really him.
No, Zach is dead. I killed him.
No, I'm right here.
No, you're not. I killed you with my
Seriously,
satanic powers.
Ben, I hate it. I hate that it's happening, but I do feel like you're moving away from us. Like there's a resentment there now that and I hate it. But I don't know. I just can't help feeling it. I don't know.
Just take some more pills until it goes away.
Okay. But yeah, man, what happened to him?
But yeah, The Irishman is really good. I very highly recommend it.
Hey, you know that movie, The Woman, based on or written by Jack Ketchum.
I saw you talking about it earlier, but I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, well, they just did a follow-up that was a tribute to Jack Ketchum, written and directed by the girl, the woman who plays the woman, and the sequel is called Darlin', and I mean they did what they could with it, but I don't know. It felt like stretching a concept too far, you know. Like Weekend at Bernie's too, you know, it's funny because of the voodoo curse that keeps him going and makes him a little more animated, even though he should be decomposing. But it's kind of like that. It's stretching a concept as far as you can before it hits a brick wall, you know?
I mean, I'm always guarded about any sort of book to movie adaptation to begin with, so I wouldn't expect a lot from anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Whatever happened to the big head that was supposed to be getting, I thought, a feature-length movie, but it turns out it was just a short film. Was it?
Really?
You know what? It probably didn't get enough funding.
For me, there's two books. I hate whenever anybody does a stand where I'm like on the 5th incarnation of the stand about to come out, and I'm like, stop, because it's a fucking Jesus Christ. That's like such an epic thing. Stop. But as far as like Stephen King goes, no, there's two books. There's Stephen King's The Long Walk, which I think deserves a film adaptation.
What was it?
The Long Walk.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He wrote it as Richard Bachman originally, but it's obviously Stephen King. I think that is so ripe for a film. It stymies me that it hasn't been done by now. I've heard talk of it, getting done over the years, and is like Hollywood. It just anybody that has attempted, it's just petered out. And also, like my favorite book of all time is Clive Barker's The Thief of Always, and I felt that was like for a Pixar movie would be brilliant, and it hasn't gotten done yet. Those are my two biggest. As much as I pretty much hate any idea of anybody doing a movie of any book, but those two things I feel are so deserving.
You don't like movie adaptations, huh?
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know how they haven't gotten done yet.
What is it about The Thief of Always that you say it's your favorite book of all time?
Yeah, I read that. I read that as probably in my late teens, and it's still. I love the fairy tale aspect of it, and it really, the conceit of the whole thing, if you haven't read it, I really don't even want to spoilerize it, but if you have read it, just that it's like the perfect fairy tale, I think. And beyond whatever you come to expect from Clive Barker with demons and twisted shit, that was just like, it's really the perfect twisted fairy tale. And I always envisioned that as, I mean, in the time when I read it, there wasn't Pixar, but I've come to envision it as a computer animated thing. I think it would be a brilliant piece of storytelling. It would be perfect for like something that Pixar would do.
No, I lost it. I don't know. I thought I had something really brilliant to say, but I guess not.
I mean, the only thing I can think of that I'd want adapted is, I don't know, like an animated version of Osamu Tezuka's Buddha.
Never heard of that.
None of you have heard of it. I mean, Tezuka is most known for Astro Boy, but
that
he did a lot of
that I can think of that's been done that was really, really good was, I mean, Bubba Hotep was really, they stuck to the book, and they made an honestly great movie out of that. I mean, Misery is probably a close second, but they still don't touch on the graphicness of what Misery is. But probably Bubba Hotep comes the closest to the most honest adaptation and still makes a great film, in my mind.
Who is Kyle, your boy?
Zach, stop it.
Yeah, I know that, but I mean, what is that supposed to be? I don't get.
What is he, like a wall puncher who just drinks like Red Bull and Monster and shit and wears a backwards cap?
What was that frog on the unicycle?
That boy.
That boy.
I missed that boy. That was a good meme.
So, do you feel that The Stand though is it should be left alone? It's good enough as is.
I just don't think they can. Well, they've done it, and I thought that miniseries back in the the 90s with who was
Gary Sinise.
Gary Sinise. I thought that was alright for. Yeah. At least they did it in a miniseries and try to do it. You could never do that as a 2-hour movie. I think that's impossible. But
I always wondered when they would.
HTIS. It's topic. I'm possibly anything.
Remember when they tried to do the first part of the Dark Tower as a standalone
movie? The Dark Tower is, I mean, it was retarded. Like, that's gone. They had it. They had the idea right at one point where they were going to do, I think, essentially the first 3 books as movies, and then go into a TV series, and then back into the books. Like, they had a good plan, and then it all fell apart, and then they did whatever the fuck the Dark. I refuse to watch whatever they did as the Dark Tower, because I love the Dark Tower series.
Yeah, that last book. Yeah.
Hey, Kyle, can you just kick it, please?
Yeah, I will. That last book was really special in the Dark Tower series. Yeah,
Part 2, right? The one he revisited back to the
last book. The last book was not good.
No, you know what? I liked. I'm probably in the minority, but I thought that ending was apropos of the entire.
It's not the ending itself that I disliked. It's how it got there. It's just like he's pulled this character out of his ass that, like, oh, he draws things and can erase them, and that's how he kills the Crimson King. And the Crimson King
was built up to be this, like, end level boss or something, you know. But,
it would just turn out to be a psycho throwing grenades.
Yeah, my if I were to pick out like my favorite, I mean, it would be the drawing of the 3. I think is my favorite of the 7, and I don't even consider that whenever he went back. I haven't read it, so I can't consider it. But the drawing of the 3 and the Wolves of the Kala are my 2 like really stand out of the series. And then the last one felt a little rushed to get to its point.
But there's a death scene in Song of Susanna that broke my heart into pieces. And you know what it was, right?
Yeah. That has this too, yeah. But
the way it's described, like you're actually seeing a real person die before your eyes based on the description of the wound and how it looks like jelly. King really pulled out something special. I mean, like, and really heartrending when he killed that character off.
Not to that. So, I mean, when I read that, in real time, at least through the first 3, was the Wasteland was book 3, right? Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I read that, and that killed me. Like, I was, I don't know, 17, 18 at the time. And I'm like, and he left that fucking hanging forever.
Yeah.
Until he almost got killed, and he felt the responsibility to finish that series out. Thank God. And
George Martin, take note,
Yeah, I loved, for the longest time, I loved the Wasteland for that giant cliffhanger he left it on. Like, I loved and hated him for it. But then, like, reading the series in its totality, that kind of fades back. It's probably more Wizard and Glass would rise as my third pick, where he had that sort of flashback, being Roland and growing up to become the gunslinger. It was a really good storyline as well.
I love the Dark Tower series. I didn't understand quite how the Breakers thing worked.
Did you read Hearts in Atlantis, though?
No, I haven't read Hearts in Atlantis. I've read all the Dark Tower books, but I haven't read...
You have to read Hearts in Atlantis, because that's a collection of short stories, but in that is Low Man in Yellow Coat.
Okay.
Woo, which really explains Ted Brodigan and the Breakers.
Black House is also supposed to be connected to the Dark Tower, but that character never ended up doing anything in the Dark Tower books.
Yeah, well, I never read the Black House. I understand that's connection, but I did read Hearts in Atlantis, which I love the fuck out of that book. The story itself, Hearts in Atlantis, has nothing to do with the Dark Tower. It's one of my favorite King books. It has my second favorite King character next to Tom Cullen from The Stand, and that is Rip in Hearts in Atlantis. It's my second favorite King character, but in Hearts in Atlantis, because it's 4 novellas, short stories, whatever to call them, it has Low Man in Yellow Coat, and that all has to do with the Breakers, which I thank God I read that before I got into 5, 6, and 7, because it feeds into that very heavily with Ted Brodigan and the Breakers.
Now, Tom Cullen, is he the one that says
M-O-O-N?
M-O-O-N. Yeah, okay. So that's your favorite King character.
Oh, I love. Tom Cullen is like the perfect character of anything I've ever read. Really, is it his innocence? It's that innocence of his innocence. He carried through. He was like, to me, he's like the hero of The Stand, and yet he's just so innocent, and everything is M-O-O-N. That spells Jeremy Maddoxon. That's how he gets through life. But just being that pure innocence of it, and just sort of naive to the world, and it carrying the world on his shoulders type of thing. I really love him. He's to me my favorite character King ever wrote.
Here's something that occurred to me. You know how in the Dark Tower series they talk about how reality keeps starting over, and they've been through the journey like several times, and the beams are getting weaker.
Yeah.
They're in such metaphysical territory that it's hard to even conceive what they're talking about. But I remember distinctly that part. So that means that Roland and them have made this journey several times with different results, right?
The movie, The Dark Tower, is basically a spoiler of the 7-book series, because
the horn.
The concept of the movie is it's his next cycle through the Dark Tower. Like it's Roland's
That's
next
actually a good idea. It
could be, but
that was their
I kind of feel like they shouldn't do that as like a movie. They should probably.
But that was their expectation of the movie. As they broke from whatever King's canon was, they were like, well, this is his next cycle through it. That's why there's all these inconsistencies. I'm like,
yeah, that's why he's black.
Spoiler. And second of all, you still rush through like 3.5 books with your.
You think Joe Hill might ever carry on the story?
That would be. It would be pretty incredible if he tackled that. And I don't know. Joe Hill seems really dedicated to not being Stephen King. So
yeah, but he failed that.
Yeah, maybe down the line.
Plus, he looks exactly like him.
Exactly. Yeah,
it's funny. Both like Owen and Joe Hill look exactly like Stephen King,
and he's the most of him and Owen or he's the more likely to work with his dad. So I mean, down the line, he may feel a compulsion to work with the Dark Tower, maybe after his dad's gone. But I mean, it would be pretty interesting, and if he would roll in his own world into that, it'd be pretty cool.
I always, but I mean, it occurred to me recently with the whole thing about starting over and how the beams are getting weaker from people walking them like several times or something. That I don't know. What if someone was able to avert the crisis that happens in the stand, and they see what their lives would have been like if things had gone on as expected, but then they realize that because some things happened in the other timeline where the plague happened, that their lives were actually better, and so they chose to go back to that after experiencing like a sweeter life. But they realized for the greater good that they had to go back to the old timeline where the plague killed everybody just about. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean that's sort of the beauty of the whole thing is it's open to that. You know, each cycle can be you can put some characters in and try to twist that whole cycle of the Dark Tower as you like. I mean, that's really in the end the appeal of what King created, I think, is that you can go back and do the cycle your own way, or you can maybe explore like pre-cycle that the Dark Tower was told on. It's really, really wide open.
You got to think that King really is a lot more experimental than people give him credit for. Nowadays, he's looked at as like the mainstream household name of horror, and that's true. But you got to think, how many other people could pull off a turtle vomiting up our entire existence and facing down a giant spider clown, okay, and it not be like marketed as like something obscure like Splatterpunk or Bizarro or Surreal or Slipstream, but Stephen King managed to sell it as mainstream horror. Think about
because
that.
He had Illuminati handlers because it was enough.
Yeah, well, you're not serious.
And he did write a poem called Paranoia Chant, and it's actually really good. And I know you don't even like poetry.
No.
Can I read that?
Nothing Jimmy Neutron in on this show again. No, I'm not letting him in.
Can I read Stephen King's Paranoia Chant?
Yes.
Do it, baby.
Let me find it real quick.
That's sort of the brilliance of King. He never gets recognized for not being horror. Like he is so capable of pretty much anything he sets his mind. He's really a brilliant writer all around, and he never gets recognized for that. Obviously, he gets recognized for the horror, but he's so much bigger than the horror he writes. And
I really don't think he is.
Here it is. It's
enough of King then.
It's a Paranoid, a chant. I can't go out no more. There's a man by the door in a raincoat smoking a cigarette, but I've put him in my diary, and the mailers are all lined up on the bed, bloody in the glow of the bar sign next door. He knows that if I die or even drop out of sight, the diary goes, and everyone knows the CIA's in Virginia. 500 mailers bought from 500 drug counters, each one different, and 500 different notebooks with 500 pages in every one. I am prepared. I can see him from up here. His cigarette winks from just above his trench coat collar. And sometimes there's a man on the subway sitting under a black velvet is thinking my name. Men have discussed me in back rooms. If the phone rings, there's only a dead breath. In the bar across the street, a snub-nosed revolver has changed hands in the men's bathroom. Each bullet has my name on it. My name is written in back files and looked up in newspaper morgues. My mom's been investigated. Thank God she's dead. They have been writing samples and examined the back loops of P's and crosses of T's. My brother's with them, did I tell you? His wife is Russian, and he keeps asking me to fill out forms. I have it in my diary. Listen. Do listen. You must listen. In the rain at the bus stop, black crows with black umbrellas pretend to look at their watches, but it's not raining. Their eyes are silver dollars. Some are scholars in the pay of the FBI. Most are foreigners who pour through our streets. I fooled them. Got off the bus at 25th and Lex, where a cabbie watched me over his newspaper. In the room above me, an old woman has put an electric suction cup on her floor. It sends out rays through my light fixtures, and now I write in the dark by the bar sign's glow. I tell you, I know. They sent me a dog with brown spots and a radio cobweb in its nose. I drowned it in the sink and wrote it up in folder gamma. I don't look in the mailbox anymore. The greeting cards are letter bombs. Step away. God damn you, step away. I know tall people. I tell you, I know very tall people. The luncheonette is laid with talking floors, and the waitress says it was salt, but I know arsenic when it's put before me, and the yellow taste of mustard to mask the bitter odor of almonds. I have seen the strange lights in the sky. Last night, a man with no face crawled through 9 miles of sewage to surface in my toilet, listening for phone calls through the cheap wood with chrome ears. I tell you, man, I saw his muddy handprints on the porcelain. I don't answer the phone now. Have I told you that? They are planning to flood the earth with sludge. They are planning break-ins. I have gotten physicians advocating weird sex positions. They're making addictive laxatives and suppositories that burn. They know how to put out the sun with blowguns. I pack myself in ice. Have I told you that? It obviates their infrared scopes. I know chance, and I wear charms. You may think you have me, but I could destroy you any second now. Any second now. Any second now. Would you like some coffee, my love? Did I tell you I can't go out no more? There's a man by the door in a raincoat. And that's Paranoid, a chant by Stephen King.
You know, I find it hard to believe that Stephen King would use the word obviate, because on writing he was very against using fancy words like that. So he used the word obviate. It's confirmed, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it makes sense from the character's point of view.
Right. I love the line about the man with no face traveling through 5 miles of sewage to surface in his toilet. That is a great line. That is like gold, man. I don't know why, but that says so much with so little.
Yeah, there's actually a movie adaptation on YouTube that's really good.
Really? I also saw an adaptation of The Boogeyman from one of his collections, and it was...
Is it one of those Dollar Baby movies?
I think so, yeah, where he asks for $1 and then they can, adapt it, yeah. But it's kind of subdued, but it was accurate mostly compared to the story, yeah. Okay, who is Shaggy Rogers, Zach?
You want a Scooby Snack, Shaggy?
All right, I'll say the N-word.
Will you say the N-word for a Scooby Snack?
No. What else? Where else can we take it, boys? I think we dominated. Oh.
Frank hasn't freaking invented the name multiverse.
Oh, Zach, you're so easily amused.
Yes.
I can only pull it off sometimes, and I don't know why. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
It's freaking, you've got to have the gumption. You don't have the gumption.
Gumption. How do I do it? I don't remember how to do it.
You just have to get in that mental state that you were in then, and we'll return to the freaking multiverse, and the world will crumble.
Okay. I'm all about the world crumbling, so.
Excuse me, I burped.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so how do I do it? I don't remember how to do it. Am I supposed to start another video too, or
yeah? Then, and we'll return to the freaking multiverse.
Who's the god of the multiverse?
I demand you stop coming to my fucking backyard and trucking mud and leaving dog shit everywhere. Get out of my home.
Sorry. Okay, so Frank, you burped again.
This is not working out so well.
Am I supposed to start another video too, or
yeah? Then,
We'll return to the freaking multiverse.
Who's the god of the multiverse?
I demand you stop coming to my fucking backyard and trucking mud and leaving dog shit everywhere. Get out of my
There,
house.
are you happy that it's doing the thing where it
This is why God hates you, Zach.
see it's doing the whole like whoa and whoa, you know, with the windows going perpetually back. So, why does that song pop up every time we do this?
Coming from?
Why does the song pop up every time we do this? Who is singing that song? Ben, you're playing it, right?
This is why God hates you, Zach.
Whole, like, whoa, and whoa.
You need to have another video playing, Jeremy.
Okay, like what?
Something freaking surreal.
Coming from?
And then you keep building it. That's the secret. You have to keep building it. Build it, Jeremy.
I can't. We're too far in now. We're too far in. We can't turn back.
No, you keep building it.
No, I can't turn back.
Add to it.
How?
Add to it.
How?
You just did it. Video playing, Jeremy.
There are other worlds than these.
That's Neutral Milk Hotel. Isn't it?
I love you, Jesus Christ.
I know that song.
I do love you.
Neutral Milk Hotels. And Ben's playing it. But that's his deal. Is rock. I get it, yeah. I don't think it's supposed to last that long. Why does it not go on? What have you done? Just keep going. What is this? I can't. Okay. I think this is my cue to end. Don't you think, Frank?
If I can think amongst myself, I would agree.
I think they're both in their own worlds, and when you hear the Jimmy Neutron Weezer song or whatever, it's time to go. Yeah. Ben, is that you singing that? Or is it from Jimmy Neutron?
No, I have the voice of a billion angels.
What is the source of that song?
Zach's dad. Mute him. Kick Zach.
A mute off. We'll have a mute off. No. I said no. Put it back. Put it back. Put it back. Put it back. No. You're not going to win this. No. I said no. There. You going to be good? Are you going to be good? You can be a good girl. He just muted himself. What an idiot. Okay, now I really am going.
I'm not the one who is going to die of a drug overdose in a house full of cats.
That's not me. I'm not me. No, sir. I know how to control my shit. What is that?
with a thirst for knowledge. She studied sculpture at St. Martin's College. That's where
William Shatner.
Caught her eye. She told me that her dad was loaded. I said, in that case, I'll have a rum and Coca-Cola. She said, fine. And in 30 seconds time, she said, I want to live like common people. I want to do whatever common people do. I want to sleep with common people. I want to sleep with common people like you. Well, what else could I do? I said, I'll see what I can do.
Right, yeah, this is pretty cool.
I took her to a supermarket. I don't know why, but I had to start it somewhere. So it started there. I said, pretend you've got no money. She just laughed and said, oh, you're so funny. I said, yeah? Well, I can't see anyone else smiling in here. Are you sure? You want to live like common people? You want to see whatever common people see? You want to sleep with common people? You want to sleep?
I think we get the point.
Like me? He didn't understand.
I don't know.
She just smiled. My hands. It's a platinum barber shop.
Now, wait a minute. That's not William Shatner. I mean, it was at first. You're old, man. What is it, 90s hip hop? Oh, look, we got a straggler from the Ultimate Universe. Yeah. No.
Can we end this before I commit suicide?
Wait a minute. It's not him playing it because he's muted.
It's Frank Zedler. Kick it.
Oh.
Not me.
Zach's playing it now.
Zach, you're gonna make me do it. I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna do it. Don't take it personally, okay?
What are you talking about?
Just take your medicine. It'll be okay. Okay. Don't take it personal.
No.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
I promise to be good now.
Okay. I heard it.
What?
I just heard it.
Heard what?
Are we gonna end this show like professionally, like studious gentlemen at 12:41 a.m., or are we just going to gallivant around and be,
we should end the show with that.
Rambunctious little.
We should end the show with that Jessica Krug video.
Jessica Crud?
Jessica Krug, you don't know about that?
No.
It was a Jewish woman from the Midwest who pretended to be a black Latina woman from New York. And there's a video going around of her trying to do her accent, and it sounds fake as fuck.
That's too much to absorb at this hour. I'm sorry, I can't.
We need to go out on that.
No,
It needs to happen.
I'm sorry.
These things need to happen.
Maybe next time. I can't absorb that at this late hour.
It needs to happen. Our children will die.
I actually meant to wrap up at 9:30, but then cool people started coming in. I didn't mean it like that. Okay, 6 hours. That's not too shabby. You know,
We used to do 8 hours. You're getting.
I know that was
in your old age.
That's when Gregor was on the show, and he had some sort of like binding chemistry with each one of us that was wholly unique. You know, so
get him back.
How?
I don't know.
Offer to pay him.
I tried that. I did that, and 2 weeks later. 2 weeks later, I've got a resignation in my in-mail, inbox. Gregor, is that you?
Yeah.
Not even trying.
No. This is Jessica Krug.
Hey, I'm Jessa Bombalera. I'm here in El Barrio, East Harlem. You probably know this neighborhood because the Hosanna Melissa Mark Viverito, who used to be the speaker of your city council, sold my fucking neighborhood to developers and gentrifiers. So I got a couple of things to say. And when y'all come on and tell me my time stops, fuck out of here. It's been 7 hours. Not only did I have to listen to these cops, and not just the cops, but to be honest with y'all, city council members, you posing like you opposing them for your sound bites, for your social media, for your re-election campaigns. Fuck out of here. You've been supporting the cops in the pandemic when the MTA was strapped and you supported putting more cops on the MTA. Fuck out of here. We know where you're coming from, and we know what these little photo opportunity bullshits are. I also want to call out all these white New Yorkers who waited 4 hours with us to be able to speak and then did not yield their time to black and brown indigenous New Yorkers who thought that their sense of, I thought cops was here to protect us, but I guess they're not. Boy, you think that this sort of like shock and empathy thing is the move. Okay, so a couple of things. You was talking.
Yeah, that definitely sounds like a real accent, doesn't it?
Okay, was she trying to do it to be serious, or is it supposed to be?
She's serious. She was seriously. She's a Jewish white woman from Kansas City trying to pass herself off as an Afro Latino woman from the Bronx. That accent is so fucking fake. She can't keep it for the life of her.
Okay, why did she want to do it? Let's dissect that.
I assume because she's like a sociopath. Because apparently she would constantly pick fights with her white neighbors and shit like that.
Okay, before we do leave tonight,
I don't want to leave.
Well, you know, you don't have to go
You
home.
need to reclaim the Gregor era.
Look, we're either leaving peacefully or we're all leaving in caskets. How's that?
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. What I do want to see before we go is I want to see you two make up from your little political skirmish earlier. Find common ground real fast before we wrap up. Can you do that?
I will. I will, as long as Zach kisses my big black ass.
And Zach, what concessions are you willing to make? And Ben, what concessions are you willing to make?
Mr. McCollum, would you like 30 seconds more?
Allow me to introduce myself.
Yes?
Roger Smith, the negotiator.
Oh, okay. So what are you willing to concede?
We both like that booty. How about that?
Okay, and Zach, what are you willing to concede?
I guess that's about as freaking much as we can get.
Booty?
Yeah, booty.
You're both settled on booty then.
Swiggity swooty, we both like the booty.
Okay. All righty. Well,
8 hours. We used to be able to.
6 hours is enough.
That was with Gregor.
No.
That was with Gregor. No.
Okay, so I'm like in an in-between state now because I can't fully get immersed in a reading experience, nor can I write because I'm too tired. What is there to do?
After this?
Yeah.
You could always, I don't know, commit suicide.
No, don't do that. But gosh, you could do your own impromptu podcast where you can talk about how this show went or other things that are occupying your mind. You can say what you may have been too uncomfortable to say when you were arguing with Ben, or you could get Ken Ammi on to talk about, you know, the stuff you guys talk about, you could do that. You could run your own little wrap up show of this, or your own thing, whatever. You know,
Quiet, please,
just a little louder.
Yeah, hey,
that's freaking perfect.
But it won't have me. It won't have me on it though.
Hey Frank, so how many listens did my thing get? Was it good or bad compared to other ones?
I haven't checked recently, but the last time I checked, you're right in the average zone of Bazong listens.
Cool. That means I'm not a failure.
You're not a failure, no.
So what are we doing next week? We need to start making plans. We need to get Jeremy.
We can do that, but remember, the key is that we don't announce it on the air, because then that gives the clowns a full week to mess it up. Remember those long.
I wonder if they actually still pay attention to us. I don't think they do.
Probably.
I got enough privacy complaints 2 or 3 weeks ago to suggest that they do. Okay.
They're probably going to take this one down because of Jimmy Dunes.
No. Jimmy Dunes is airtight.
I mean, all we had to do was say his name once because Zach.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. Zach didn't say it either. That's the thing.
He did say it.
Oh, it just sounded like it.
Okay. Well, let's hope that works.
Yeah.
I've seen enough to know that Jimmy Dunes is your absolute #1 listener. He can quote every episode, all 6 hours, 8 hours. He can just pull a quote out of any episode at any time for any point in the show.
I did see the quote thing. He keeps down quotes for me, but
he loves quotes. Jimmy Dunes is all about quotes from the Quiet Place. He is, no doubt, he's a historian. If you want to know what you said, Jimmy Dunes, he will tell you what you said.
That is disturbing. Holy shit.
Has Jimmy Dunes been giving you a hard time, Frank?
No, no more than you've seen, I guess, is the best way to answer that.
I heard that some of his most trusted allies are losing it on him for his recent episode, his recent panic or whatever you want to call it.
All I can say is, since he's blown up and targeted you and me, I don't know about you, but my listens have been up. He's not succeeded in canceling Bazong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We are uncancelable. Hopefully.
I mean, just there's been a few people who had no idea of what you do, and were quite curious, like, what is he talking about? And I pointed him right to the show. I'm like, this is the quote unquote alt-right show. You go listen to it and tell me it's an alt-right show. And they came back and said, like, what the hell is he talking about?
This is not an alt-right show. This is not a leftist show. This is not a political show.
Yeah,
this is a show about Jeremy's love of fucking dogs.
Yeah, his narrative.
We can talk about politics every now and then, but it's really not. The main focus is books, and we've got authors that are mad at us because we read books.
Correct. I gave him the link. I'm like, here's the YouTube.
Well, don't you know books are for queers?
Alt-right people read books, apparently. Yeah, his narrative didn't hold, is all I can really say about whatever he was tirading on.
Yeah. All right, guys, I think I've given about all I can, you know. Zach, you get Gregor back, the real Gregor, and maybe we'll do 8 hours. But you know, as long as he's okay with it. But
what do you mean okay with it?
I'm done. Well, you know, I just get the feeling that maybe, you know,
What happened to your other regular guy?
Gregor?
No, not the other semi. He would show up after work guy.
Hey, Gregor, can you tell your mom to stop calling me for sex?
Oh God!
Wait, who showed up after work?
KS. Where's KS been?
Who's KS?
Oh my God! Really?
I'm drawing a blank. Who is
you?
Oh, wait, Kevin Strange?
Yeah, sir.
Oh,
where's he been? I know he backed off because he was bringing you heat. My
if he
perception was
wants
he
the link,
backed off.
I would give it to him. I would shoot him a link if he wanted to, but I just got the feeling that it was starting to get a little too heated. And also, if he's actually going through a religious, awakening or whatever, I feel like I will be a bad influence on him to, and I just let him pursue this.
Well, you're not on Facebook. You haven't been following his latest exploits on Facebook.
What are his latest?
He has a new narrative, like that. Strangeville is a safe space, and all people are welcome.
I don't understand.
Yeah, no, he's I don't want to say he's apologizing for his past things, but he's just like everybody says Strangeville is a safe space, and everybody's welcome to join us and speak their mind, and nobody's going to get shunned or canceled or anything like that. He's that's been his recent he's been doing live streams and shit recently on Facebook and doing that. And I guess he's been putting them up on YouTube as well.
Well, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean,
no, it's fine, but it's definitely contrary to to his whole spiritual debate that he was started there.
Well, I guess he's searching. I don't know, but if he ever wants a link, I'll be glad to give it to him. I mean, somebody thought we weren't friends anymore, and as far as I know, we are.
Well, that kind of was my whole point. Like, is he hasn't been on the show? I haven't seen much interaction with you and him. Do you still talk to him? Is everything cool?
Yeah, like I said, I just wanted to back off and let him pursue whatever was going on with the religious, angle. I felt like I could be a bad influence on him because I tend to veer towards the secular, and so I was concerned about that. And plus, the whole occult thing was dominating the show for several weeks, and it got to a point where I was tired of hearing about it, But I mean, I will always be on Team Strange, so.
Okay, very good. No, I just I know he's got a new narrative now. This is new Kevin Strange.
Speaking of the occult thing, pretty soon I've got one episode of Indie Rock Dinosaur coming up next week. I've got a really freaking awesome guest coming on, but then later one is planned to talk about that specific subject and the minutia with William Ramsey and get into the core of it, because I think Jeremy thinks we're more extreme than we are. Like, I mean, we all still delve into this stuff. It just gets a little bit more complicated when you talk about it. Like, I don't necessarily censor anything that I watch or read or anything, but at the same time, like, I do admit to some kind of hierarchy of meaning in art, and some things can be perhaps worthless. I mean, I'm not going to say anything can be outright harmful, but they can be in certain instances. Like, it's just a hard thing to really talk about. Like, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It depends on the viewer, but it is interesting picking up on this very, very obvious intentional programming. It's weird.
Am I going to be allowed to wrap up now? Because I'm running on fumes, guys.
I'm catching my second wind.
I need a refill. Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Frank, thanks for dropping by. That was unexpected, but very welcome. And we appreciate, the support. I'm really glad that we got past that, what was basically, my, overreacting, and finally, I've learned to trust you, and I'm appreciative that you gave me another chance. And I'm thankful for Ann and Phoenix and Ben and Zach and KS.
We're building from here. We're all building from here. Everybody will come around.
And I'm grateful for Gregor too. We should come around every now and then, but yeah, this is our little corner of. I'm not falling for it this time.
How do you know it's me?
No.
How did you know someone is in the back room?
There's a pop sound whenever someone enters the
No,
room.
I mean Zach.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, I heard the pop sound as
Bust
well.
it again, kid.
Yes, Zach. What do you want? Can I please wrap
It's not, it's not me.
Dan.
It's echoing in there. Hey, Zach, speak again.
Wow.
Because your mom, that's why.
I'm going to close with my music, damn it.
Just get a good picture. I mean, it's not that hard. You're not really putting a lot of effort in.
Oh, God.
Zach, I swear to Christ, I will come over there and slap the dick out of your mouth. You scared off Jeremy.
No, you've almost been killed 2 times in the past 24 hours, but that was the past. It's a new day.
Okay, I'm really closing out now.
Yes, can I say the N-word?
Okay, bye.
Play us out.
Oasis.
Bye, Dr. Salmon and Mrs. Gamora on Amazon. Bye.
Duly noted. Thanks.
Later, Gator.
Go buy Indie Rock Cabin.
Okay.
And listen to Indie Rock Dinosaur.
Do that, yeah.
Now I'm here to listen to the song.
All right. What?
My